grabs that outside rail as well, not to bounce off the foam, but to keep that traditional carve within it.
He was on more of a kind of single fin setup. There's the 5, there's the solar. He's gonna love that. He loves that. Welcome, longboard fans. A pleasure to have your company. It's finals day here, live from El Sunzal for the Surf City El Salvador 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship. Fantastic conditions, as you can see that beautiful point break coming alive with really good nose riding walls out there. My name is Sam Bleakley. I'm joined in the booth for finals day by the Wingnut.
Thank you, Sam. What a beautiful morning. Really the best conditions we've seen all week to hold our finals in.
So stakes are high, of course, people going for golds, and as well we have team golds on the line. What about this change in conditions? You know, are there certain surfers that are going to appreciate these slightly smaller, more velvet-like nose ride favorable conditions?
I think everyone's going to really enjoy them, and it's going to really give them an opportunity to showcase the best of their skills, and that's kind of what we want. The bigger waves were exciting, but they came with running too wide on the point. They came with softer sections. I think we're going to see some incredible nose riding today at Sunzal.
It's going to be an amazing day. We've got that tide still dropping out. It'll be low tide around 9:45 local time, high tide in this afternoon around 3:48. So we would have crowned our gold medalists before high tide. We got that 4 to 6 foot southwest swell. We're hoping those light winds continue as Declan Whiten comes up for Team Australia, surfing against Kai Salas for Hawaii and JR Esquivel for the Philippines. This is the repechage men's round 8. So there'll be 2 heats. Surfers in first and second will progress to repechage round 9. The surfer finishing in third will be eliminated. So of course, Kai Salas, reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, 2018 ISA gold medalist. As we can see, those 39 nations represented, 129 athletes, 48% of the competitors are female. That has been record-breaking participation, and this is a record-breaking moment as shortboard surfing now confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic program for LA 2028. The ISA, thank you very much, Fernando Aguirre and all of your team, have formally submitted longboard to the IOC and the LA 28 organizers for inclusion, with that decision expected in the first quarter of 28. And we are hoping that 1 year from now, in the words of ISA President Fernando Aguirre, that longboarding is going to be part of that Olympic program for Los Angeles. And we've been working very hard to have the oldest discipline of surfing to be part of the competition. And as Fernando says, you guys and women, you men and all of the longboarders and all of the staff and energy, we are already part of this amazing United Nations of surfing with record number participation and the Duke's dream being fulfilled. How special would it be for the Duke to be here now watching Hawaiians like Kai Salas going for gold?
I think he'd be so proud of where surfing is today, and that surfers like Kai and Connie and the whole Hawaiian contingent are still carrying on his message and bringing that spirit of aloha with surfing around the world.
And as always, those big heats in the ISA can get more detail when you follow us on social media at ISAsurfing. Look at us on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, and tell us what you love about the event. Tell us what surfing means to you. Look for those hashtags, El Salvador Surf City, home of the right surf, and also ISA Worlds, and come visit this land of volcanoes, fantastic pupusas, great mangoes, and incredible right-hand point breaks. As we can see a fantastic picture of Umbuso from South Africa, one of the many surfers here who have really fulfilled a dream, traveling internationally for the very first time and getting to be inspired by the best longboarders in the world, both men, both women. The level of longboarding, Wingnut, has been incredible.
It really has, and we've been discussing that there will come a time, I think, where the men and women could compete together equally, because the skill level on the women's side is matching what we're seeing on the men's side in so many occasions.
So Wingnut, positioning, how important is it going to be for Declan Whiten for Australia, Kai Salas for Hawaii, and J.R. Esquivel for the Philippines to line up nicely with this decreasing swell size?
It's going to be, I think, an interesting challenge. They really haven't been in the water when the swell has been at this size. These would have been like the more smaller, almost such that you wouldn't take off unless you needed a desperate wave at the end. I mean, obviously, these are fantastic waves, but it's the smallest condition. And there is going to be a risk of getting too deep, too far around the point. You know, wave selection is really going to be key to give yourself an opportunity to put the biggest scores.
And we use the word small relatively.
Exactly.
Of course, it's been overhead all week. You know, this is the kind of day when longboarders would be extremely excited. A lot of people longboard in knee-high waves and have as much fun as they need.
We've had some wild and woolly conditions, boards breaking, leashes breaking. So the conditions today really should give these surfers an opportunity to showcase some very fantastic longboarding.
So let's give a bit of detail on these fantastic athletes in the water. Declan Whiten from Manly. His parents, Paul and Margaret, will be tuning in. Kai Salas from Hawaii, a 2:18 ISA gold medalist, winning that World Longboard Championship in Hainan, China. The reigning WSL World Longboard Champion. I know
Celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Yep, celebrated a birthday yesterday, and I know Coral and Sissy, his daughters, will be tuning in, and his wife, Alphon. But then J.R. Esquivel has the whole of the Philippines behind him, the fantastic surf town of San Juan, La Union. And of course, we had a fantastic evening last night launching a local El Salvadorian surf magazine, Wet Papers. I know Hello Surf Town is a great surf magazine from San Juan. Great to see this opportunity to not only have international competitions in Surf City, but also to celebrate the culture of surfing through magazines, as we see J.R. Esquivel. Straight to the tip, Wingnut. A strong start for JR. How important will it be to get this first wave?
I think it gets out the jitters and doesn't look like he's nervous at all with how critical and steep that opening nose ride was. And here's another one again. Locked on, so relaxed, so comfortable.
Straight into the tip for JR. Up to the nose for Declan. Declan takes a fall. JR stalls on the inside, walks up to the front, doesn't find a touch of the 5 on that second nose ride section. So both surfers there definitely feeling a little bit of morning caution, but JR is getting the better of this exchange as he works that wave through to the inside with poise, with control, leaving Kai Salas out the back in priority.
That was a brilliant start for JR. I know that's going to have him pumped up and everybody from the Philippines who's cheering him on. He's just going to do a little foam climb right there to get over that one, and he'll be right back out. But great start for JR. Question, goofy foot versus regular foot, advantage, disadvantage?
Well, I think because JR lives at a right-hand point break, he's very used to surfing on right-handers. I like this critical 5-10 on takeoff Wingnut. I like the line he chose, opting to ride his Michael Takayama board that really was a good move yesterday, switching from some different board design into a second nose ride, high trim, and it was at this point when behind him, Declan Whiten fell. So JR will get the best of that exchange.
Absolutely, and I'm really enjoying the smoothness, the rail commitment of his cutbacks, the way they really wrap all the way around, a full change of direction cutback, not just a down carve.
Full 10 on the inside again, and then just walks out of this nose ride and rides out of that roller coaster. He's going to feel the confidence, and getting that quick start here with these long 300-yard paddles in these short 20-minute heats is so important.
Absolutely. Kai Salas with priority out the back. One of the more patient surfers I've ever watched in a surf contest.
There's Daisy Valdez and Luis Bento, Luffy, having a conversation with Daisy, discussing that ride, enjoying the surfing that he's been doing. It's really great to see Team Philippines still in the tournament here because they had an incredible result last year with JR making it to that grand final and medaling. And once again, we have seen a fantastic performance this year from JR, who was a standout also on the WSL World Longboard Tour last year for Philippines.
Couple of quick scores dropping for Declan. Combination there gives him a 4.17. So those are numbers he's going to want to throw away. if he wants to take an advancing position here and move on.
So, of course, Kai Salas riding his Blue Moon model, the Moontail board that he won the World Longboard title at Malibu for the WSL on last year. When he won his 2018 ISA gold medal in Hainan, China on the left-hander at Rio 1, it was just at the end of the era when, of course, Donald Takayama had passed away, but Tommy Moss, of course, continues to be the shaper for Donald Takayama, and he was actually riding a Donald Takayama in the pink when he won that world title.
Kai just, oh, I'm sorry, that was Kai going into bird dog mode, trying to see what this set is doing out there. So he's going to reposition, because that's what happens here a little bit. There's a subtle current that'll take you even deeper on the point, and if a set shifts over a little bit as the tide drops, you could get stuck behind it. What beautiful glassy walls this morning for these guys.
Declan Whiten, longtime rider for Steve O'Donnell, known as Sod, S-O-D is his nickname. Of course, those Steve O'Donnell boards, the rail game of Declan Whiten, one of the expressive, explosive aspects of his longboarding. Yes, he's a great nose rider, but something we saw yesterday was some of those dynamic rail turns that really kind of added flavor to those scores, as we can see. The Irukandjis, that's Tully White there, kind of holding the flag. And Tully White had a good run yesterday. She is a very stylish regular footer. So Declan and Tully both representing the kind of manly longboard community. And, you know, they have been in Team Irukandjis for the last few ISA World Longboard Championships.
I like how the judges are taking their time with JR's score, because it's really going to send a message to the rest of the competitors how he is rewarded for the critical nose rides that he did on the set, on the outside part of it, how nice those turns were. So the competitors on all the teams start talking about right away when they see a wave, they've got a score in their mind for it, and it's interesting to see how that matches to the judges.
Live action, looking to wash off that 3, up and riding for Manly, Australia, toes on the nose. Mr. Irukandjis himself walks out of that nose ride, puts that board into a sweeping drop knee down carve, sets himself up, loose and lively, as we can see him in that bowl section there. Silky wave ahead as well for Kai Salas out back. So Kai's first wave wingnut, and Kai straight onto the nose as well.
Really nice, and it looks like his wave's going to have a bit more of a wall than the wave of Declan, but Declan was under priority, so he might as well have gone. Sweeping, beautiful turn there by Kai Salas. Again, complete change of direction, the power, grace, beautiful flow forward to the nose right there, toes wrapped over, very clean, smaller inside part of the wave there, right? Looking at this wave, comparing it, let's say, to JR's, I think JR had the better exchange so far. Nice 10 there on the inside. This wave hugging the point very nicely, giving him some open face to continue to work on, but it's getting small there.
It felt like JR's opening nose ride, very critical, but what we saw from Kai then was a great bit of rail work through the middle of that ride. But answering back with some rail work is JR Esquivel, toes on the nose, Soul Arch 5, cleanly walks out of that tight 5 there, just comes off the foam, trademark style, setting up a high line with the bottom turn into the stool, into the 4 steps, back up for the 5. Great footwork. You will really notice a key feature of JR's longboarding is the criticalness of his footwork. In and out of those nose rides, never shuffles, always walks in and out of every rail turn and nose ride. So that's going to be a very strong ride again for JR and Wingnut. It's going to be really interesting now when we get the benchmark of perhaps more of a sweeping rail game on Kai's ride versus more in and out of critical nose rides on JR's ride.
Yeah, but I like JR's, rail cutbacks, and it's kind of the advantage on the goofy foot almost to do a cutback, because you can use the full pressure of the balls of your feet to come around.
Just saw a little bit of sea life coming out of the water there. Of course, it's a beautiful area. It's, the historic heartland of the Mayan civilization. 2,000 years ago, the ancient Maya developed one of the most advanced civilizations in the Americas. And right now, El Salvador is probably one of the more progressive supporters of surf events in the world. The energy and the impetus, the tourism Minister and the government have been putting in to world-class events is incredible as we get to analyze Kai Salas here, Wingnut.
That was a really beautiful nose ride, but where Rodrigo was able to get 2 in that same zone, Kai's wave just a little bit smaller, but that turn, like you were saying, buttery, smooth, and full of power. Again, you can see how much spray comes off the tail of his board when he's making those turns. Again, gets a little bit out almost on the shoulder there for that nose ride. Not far as deep in the pocket, that board carrying that momentum out and away.
And once again, flow, such a beautiful feature of the Hawaiian surfing. As you said, he celebrated his birthday yesterday. He's already got all the accolades any competitive longboarder could dream of, but he's still at the top of his game. And look at the composure here, opening out with this really nice, tight, locked-in 5.
Really nice. Stood up real tall there. Little adjustment as he brings his back foot in there so tight. Critical. Watch the wave break on the deck of his board. That'll bounce off 90% of the surfers I know. Doesn't even affect him, driving right through that.
Absolutely. The fact that he committed to that 10 and walked out at that perfect moment. And this is interesting because he's so deep in the wave, but doesn't need to grab the rail. And that says so much about his composure, control. Look at the way he stayed true and trusted that trim line. Didn't have to grab that rail for balance. Just knew that the board was going to do the work for him.
Some beautiful body English there. And let's look outside on the wave of JR that we saw him finishing. Little behind, maybe took off a little too deep on that one. Now he gets ahead of it, but look at the speed he's carrying through. Big, sweeping turn to knock that speed off and put himself back in the pocket.
So now I see this on the replay, Wingnut. This score for me grows because I really now recognize the ground covered on that sweeping turn. He dropped a 7 Wingnut for his first ride. This is his second score to come in. My instinct says it's going to go higher.
And I like they've kept Kai's score at a 6.5 because I did think JR had the better of that exchange, and he's going to get another good score with that, all the work that was done on this wave.
I just think that the ground covered by JR, it ticked all the boxes. In and out of critical nose rides, engaging the rail, using footwork to mix up that critical nose ride as well as that rail turn. But that one particular downturn into the bottom turn, back up to a nose ride, having taken off very deep. For me, I'm looking at the ride so far, and I think I would be very surprised if that doesn't oust his first 7.
Yeah, I think that I will agree with you completely, especially where that wave finished and the work that he did on the inside. Great call, Sam. That's an 8. There we go. Our first score in the excellent range here on finals day at the ISA World Longboard Championships.
There's Ben Skinner in blue. He's going to be coming up soon for Team England. There's Rodrigo Schweier in green coming up for Team Brazil. Also, Connie Ellis-Stewart for Team Hawaii is going to be out in this heat. Of course, both of those 2 surfers on your screen, former medalists, 1 a gold, another 2 times a silver, 12 times a European champion. So that's going to be an exciting 20-minute heat coming up very soon as we move down into the last 7 minutes. Situation is JR Esquivel out there in first with a 7 and an 8. In second, Declan Whiten up and riding straight to the tip. Locks a 5. Nice lock of the 5. Great footwork out of that opening nose ride. Comes right to the bottom of the wave and sets himself up tall. Walks with 4 steps into another nose ride. Good composure. Now into that rail game. Grabs that rail Wingnut. Strong start. How do you feel about the rest of this wave as he moves into the second part of scoring potential?
It looks like it's going to have power all the way through to the inside. We see Kai on the second wave of that set. Let's see if Declan gets the opportunity. That's what I was a little bit worried about, that first wave hugging in too tight and not giving him the opportunity to finish on the inside. Kai's wave having such a better wall. Beautiful, smooth rail turn, so much speed and power in it, and he just always looks so graceful through everything he does.
And you talked about the difference between those first and second waves. That 8 from JR was the second wave of a set, but his 7 was the first wave of a set, but Declan fell on the second wave of the set that did look like it had more scoring potential than JR's opening ride.
Well, I'm sure Declan feels so much better having gotten that last wave. That was a nice, complete ride, some really critical nose riding at on the big, steep part of the opening part of that wave as Kai finishes it in the morning glare. He's going to feel good. He needed a good, strong second wave to keep him advancing through this repecharge.
That was a really long ride for Kai Salas. He's got a 6.5, so he will most likely move up into second position, but we're waiting for that last ride to score for Declan Whiten. He's got a 3 and a 5.5 as we see Connie Ellis-Stewart now next to Kai. A little bit of communication between the two surfers. Let's analyze this, Wingnut. Chasing a good score because he needs to get excellent range to really stay in this heat.
That was a beautiful hang 10 right there. Feet really beautifully tight together, real critical part of the wave. That's your opening performance, and what a strong start to that wave. This is where Kai's going to be putting in his rail game. Smooth, keeping it moving. Little check back to see how far back he wants to bring that cut back. Throws a little spray at Declan as he's going by. Patiently waiting for this wave to stand up on the inside, keeping it clean. And again, it's a little downtime. We talk about that and how it affects the judges' thoughts about the wave, but I don't think there's a lot you could or should be doing in that situation.
Absolutely. I like the way he rode that downtime with composure, let the board do the trimming. And for me, the score happened on that outside 10. That was the halo maneuver, and I think this is going to go pretty high. It'll be interesting to see if it goes as high as JR's 8, but it could be close.
That outside 10 was pretty special. I really like that. And I'm really hoping to see the judges reward proper nose rides that have a lot of space and air underneath the committed nose ride. Not one that is a little bit farther out on the shoulder, but one that really has that dramatic gap beneath the surfer.
So we're down into 3 minutes, 30 seconds, Wingnut. This is going to be an important score for Kai Salas because Declan Whiten has dropped to 5.63. So he's carrying a couple of scores that he really doesn't want to be carrying if he's going to have a chance of not getting eliminated. And he's not got much time left.
I think JR's looking really strong in first position here. A couple of great scores to open up this morning. Kai's wave, I think, is going to give him that 4.63. I'm not concerned about that. The real question is Declan going to get another chance to improve his scores? So
Declan's sitting in second priority. So JR, of course, has got the kind of run of that first set that comes through. He can choose which one he wants to take. And Kai Salas drops to 6.93. Now, I like that opening 10. I like that first turn, but the wave didn't continue to have that steep wall that we saw on JR's 8.
Right, and when you think about where the scoring potential is on a wave, it's on the biggest part on the outside, and the judges rewarded Kai for that really great nose ride out there. But JR's wave had 2 nose riding sections on it on the outside before he even added all that through on the inside. So I like where they're keeping these scores. And I think these slightly smaller conditions have favored JR. I think it's really allowing him to demonstrate his footwork, which I think is one of his strongest components. I think there are very few longboarders in the world who have footwork as clean and precise as JR. That are still competing. We can't forget our friend Joel Tudor. There's many great longboarders that yeah, of course, who've got great footwork. But JR, he's got some special moves, and he referenced the inspiration of both Kai Ellis-Flint and Joel Tudor into his surfing in his post-heat interview yesterday afternoon. And as a goofy foot, having Joel as his visual spirit animal, as someone, there's a lot of Joel's surfing characteristics that he wants to emulate, and I think he's taken the best of Joel and made it his own. He doesn't look like Joel, but you can see that influence in his surf style. So we move down to the last minute, 15 seconds. Declan Whiten for Australia is chasing a 7.8, an attainable score for Declan as this little set comes through.
JR's in first priority, so Declan will need to be careful here, because if he wants this wave, JR is going to have the first chance to get it, and it looks like JR is going to take it, so Declan will hold back, but now Declan will be sitting out there in first priority. The goofy footer again demonstrating that incredible footwork, straight up to a 5.10. He took a lot of risk on that nose ride, but he recovers, goes into a rail turn down carve, 40 seconds remaining. Is there going to be more time for Declan as he sets himself up again through the inside, back up for a 5? Good move from JR, kept Declan from getting that ride, but I think there could well be a set coming through just in time, Wingnut.
I don't know, Declan, I could see the frustration he was splashing, but there it is. There's those waves in the background. I think Declan is going to get a chance to try to unseat Kai, maybe even move into the lead. He needs an 8 to take first place, and look at the wave he's taken off on.
Straight up for the tip. There's the 5. What a nice 10. Amazing how he rock and rolled that 10 and then puts that board onto a beautiful cutback and again into a second lock 5. And then there's that rail grab turn that he's been using a lot this week. Back into a drop knee. Wingnut, you already can see he's putting everything on the line for this ride. But is the wave shape going to allow an excellent range score?
It's so tricky here. I mean, his nose work on the outside, he almost got a little hung behind. He had to kind of do a little rock and roll to get himself back in it. Had he positioned maybe a little lower at the open, he could have locked in, you know, a full down the line trajectory 10. You saw when he got that nose ride opportunity, he got that beautiful body language, that arch. I think he might have had a slight hitch in the beginning that might keep him below excellent.
And if we think back to JR's 8 and Kai Salas's 6.93, those waves ran a long way and they still had kind of chest-sized walls all the way through to the inside. But he certainly gave it everything. It just feels like that wave might not be big enough. The conditions, of course, have been fantastic for nose riding, and it feels like JR is going to take the win, but we'll confirm the results after this short break, because coming up very soon, we're going to have Hawaii, England, and Brazil. Connie Stewart, Ben Skinner, and Rodrigo Schweier.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
There it is. Disappointment for the Irukandjis. Declan Whiten drops a 6.60 for that last wave. The wave just didn't allow that scoring potential. Incredible rock and roll 10 at the start, but it was Kai Salas who took second and JR Esquivel who took first as Ben Skindog Skinner kicks off his heat with a locked-in lifting 5 into a 10. Wingnut, you like that?
That was great. Ben has been putting on some amazing nose rides. There's been a lot of discussion. What has he been rewarded correctly for them amongst some of the competitors? It's going to be great to see that score, because that was a fantastic opening wave.
And Ben loves a quick start. One of the things that really sets Ben's competition run ablaze is when he gets quick starts in heats. If he gets an excellent range score from his first ride, you just see that confidence building, and that to me already looks like excellent range longboarding.
Yeah, you'll see him get one of the best scores you've seen all day, and that just promotes him, pushes him, and he gets better and better scores on top of it. So this is going to be a great start for Ben.
And if you want to get an opportunity to advertise your work, win a heat, do a post-heat interview, he got some great press yesterday winning that last heat.
Ben Way going deep into the background of Skin Dog surfboards.
So we're waiting for that first score to come through. Sitting out there for Hawaii, it's Connie Ella-Stewart. And for Brazil, it's Rodrigo Schweier. There's Carlos Bahia. Carlos has already progressed into that main men's round. He's got 2 Japanese surfers to compete against in that men round. And he's also got the Frenchman, Edouard Del Pero. So they're, of course, going to be behind Rodrigo Schweier. And that's certainly going to be a very exciting heat coming up as we continue to move through the schedule. We've got this repechage men's, we go to repechage women's, and then back to the repechage men, which is basically the winners of these heats that we're seeing right now. Then we shift into main round men's at about 9 a.m. local El Salvadorian time. So that will be the chance to see the surfers who've not yet got lower than a first or second in their heats as we wait for action for Hawaii and for Brazil, and wait for scores for Ben Skin Dog Skinner, with a big shout out to all of the people tuning in around the world, supporting your fellow Hawaiians, English surfers and Brazilians. There's surfboard factories, there's family, there's partners, there's children. There's so much support for these surfers, and it's finals day, Winged Up. We've had a great start to finals day, and we can expect a continuation of world-class longboarding. Yeah,
it's interesting to have seen the competitors move to different parts for the takeoff zone. Let's look at Ben's opening nose ride again. Look how high committed that long 5. There's a 10 and locked in 10 as that wave shuts down in front of him. Smoothly transitions down, gets on that inside rail, and comes out of it, allowing him to walk through the whitewater again and get on the nose. Here's a sweeping cut back using the whitewater to rebound. Now we're going to see the big carving drop knee turn. The water that sprays off of those turns, it's just amazing to see. That Big Ben with those turns adding in. Outside, that's where you want to see those nose rides. Inside, you want to see the rail game show up, and Ben is bringing all of that to this wave. That turn was a kind of mix of thunder and shh. It's like a combination of thunder and flow. Thunderflow. That's his Norse god name, Thunderflow. Ben Skinner waiting for a score to drop. Live action, Hawaii's Connie Ella-Stewart fades in, high line, swings it up for a 6 steps to the tip, gets a nice 10, gets back into a 5, again locked in a touch of a 10, stays on the 5, readjusts his stance, and then nicely walks into that turn at the very end, and then just unleashes off the rail, little drop knee, using that white water to set him up nice and high. So wave shape, difference in wave size and texture relative to Ben Skinner's wave? I'd say the wave was just a little short, little smaller, but I think the nose rides were just as committed and just as critical. But, you know, it's in the judge's hands to decide if the wave is, 6 inches a foot, 2 feet bigger, how much that's going to vary the score. So it'll be a slower start for Rodrigo Schweier. How will that affect him when he starts to hear those scores coming through for Hawaii and England? Well, again, a long-time competitor, never seems frazzled. You never see him rushing around. Stays cool, stays calm, and always stays really smooth. So it'll be fun to see his first wave, to see if he maintains. Again, look, he's letting a couple of waves go here. Again, from our position, it's like, oh, that looks like a good one, but not enough for him to pull the trigger. He's 5 minutes down in this heat, and Ben Skinner has dropped a 7.5 for his first wave. Feelings about that score? I could have seen it go a little higher, but we'll see where Connie's comes in, right? If they keep them comparable, I would think Connie's would be a little lower than that. Yeah. We'll wait to see that second score now coming through for Connie Ella-Stewart for Hawaii. 40 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil out there. But let me say that support for Team Brazil is incredible. The way they help with the lineups of the surfers as we get to really now look at this replay of our Hawaiian Connie Ella-Stewart. And we have that
reference point now of a 7.5 for our surfer in blue.
And look at the carving cutback. That first one, he keeps it high, comes back in the middle. This next one drops into the whitewater and uses that to flow around.
So Wingnut comes out at a 6.5. Like you said, just re-emphasize to the fans tuning in back home why you think that was a point less than Ben Skinner's opening ride.
I think Ben's wave was bigger. I think the success of the nose ride in the critical, the way it held so nice and high there, the 10, the long lock 10, smoothly transitioning around. And then I think 3 turns compared to 2. I mean, his cutbacks were so strong. Again, and that nose ride, again, another nose ride in a critical section. There's his rebound cut back into the whitewater, and here come the giant carving drop knee turns.
The thunder and flow.
Thunder flow.
There we go. Ben Skinner drops a 7.5. Did you notice that the fellow competitors watched that ride as well? It's interesting. Some surfers don't like to do that. Others will turn and watch what the other surfer is doing.
Part of it is, did he choose a wave that has power all the way through to the inside? And then you can put that in your mind that that wave shape will have power to the beach, and that's the shape that I want as well.
Absolutely. And Schweier and Stewart, they would have been looking to see, is this a big score? As we can see, Team Brazil, of course, they're a little bit nervous because Rodrigo Schweier has not dropped a score, but Carlos Bahia, I mean, he gets that hero award from yesterday. If you didn't get to watch the action yesterday, go back to ISAsurf.org and rewatch the webcast because Carlos Bahia put it all on the line for Team Brazil.
Yeah, and ISA.org on Instagram is a great place to catch up on photos, clips, all those things. And then you can comment as well which ones you like. Let everybody know. Let the ISA know which waves are your favorite. That helps this organization improve going forward. Looks like Rodrigo's going to finally get a chance to put some points on the board.
Live action, Rodrigo Schweier. He's got first priority, so he's going to stroke into this, sets up a high line, fades in. There's those 2-4 steps up to the tip on his Luffy built board. Drops low on that nose ride. Grabs the rail, just a little touch of the rail for control. 4 steps back into another nose ride. Big, nice, smooth, strong wall out on the shoulder on the nose, but gets the 10 and walks cleanly into a big sweeping roundhouse cutback wing nut. Good start for Schweier.
I think the second nose ride was better than the first. It just had a cleaner line on it, so I think he's going to be feeling really good about that.
All the way through to the inside for Schweier, so it'll be interesting to see where this falls in the scale. We got a 7.5 for Ben Skinner for England. We got a 6.5 for our surfer from Hawaii, Conniella Stewart, and now Schweier is threatening to really shake things up with this ride.
A lot of work, staying busy on the inside, but in a smooth and graceful manner.
Conniella Stewart, he's got a score, and let's wait for scores. And in the meantime, let's go down to J.R. Esquivel for Team Philippines. He's on the glass with Ben Way.
Thank you very much, Sam Thunderflow Bleakley. This is the winner of that round 8, heat number 1, representing the Philippines, J.R. Rogelio Esquivel. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Man, beautiful conditions today. This looks like a very manageable size. To me, this is the day I would take a longboard out there. The previous days for me, I would ride a shortboard normally. We talk about the people you looked up to, the surfing of Joel Tudor. Wingnut said he saw a lot of footwork, a lot of Joel-esque riding. How did you feel today? Do you feel like it's the perfect conditions for your skills?
Yeah, I feel more comfortable this time because the wave is a little bit smaller, and that's perfect for lagging and single fin, and I think that's the perfect size for me, and yeah, we'll do my best.
So in the very last wave, you were holding first priority next to Declan. Oh no, was it Declan? Yeah, it was Declan. And so it almost looked like he kind of sold you on that wave, and then I saw you on the inside look over your shoulder. Were you worried that you'd possibly left him an opportunity?
Actually, I'm like a lot of confidence because I'm on the first place and Kai Salas is in the inside section, and I knew that there's only 2 sets coming, so I'll get the first one and Declan will get the second one, and there's no more time and no more waves coming. So yeah.
And let's talk about the conditions for your board today. Is that pretty much the best conditions for that board?
Yeah, I feel comfortable on that board today because the wave is a little bit smaller and like a little bit slower. So I can do more turns, more nose ridings, and yeah, I can do more turns for this board.
Well, we're really excited. There's 2 more reps to make it to the final, but that's only 40 minutes of surfing, and on a day like this, I would surf for about 3 hours, so I'm sure you're stoked to get back out there.
Yeah, super stoked to go out again there and surf with another heat. And yeah, let's see what's gonna happen, and hopefully I get one good sets again. Yeah.
And let's give a message to everyone in the Philippines.
Yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin, sa lahat ng nanonood, nagpupuyat simula day one. Maraming salamat sa inyo. And yon, especially maraming salamat sa Philippine Sports Commission sa pagpadala sa amin dito, sa UPSA, sa Pilipinas Surfing, sa sponsors ko, Vans Philippines, Surftown La Union, Alima, sa mga sumusuporta, sa Cemento Surf Hardware, sa Salad Stoke, sa girlfriend ko kay Reyna, and kay Koda. And yun, panoorin ninyo ako ulit mamaya-maya after 40 minutes.
Salamat, and best of luck in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth with you guys.
Congratulations, JR. A lot of action wingnut has unfolded there. We've got 2 scores to come through for Ben Skinner. We've got a score still waiting for Rodrigo Schfeier. And we've also got a second score to come in for Connie Stewart. What have you seen?
Let's just think about that wave we just saw of Ben. I like the way he was able to wait. He almost drifted out of the back on the second half of the wave there, came back in and got a beautiful nose right on the inside too. So putting some good numbers. Ben with the top score so far in this heat. We can see the competitors getting ready for the women's Repecharge round 6. It's going to follow us.
That's Ruby Knox for Team Ireland. What an incredible result to get this far in the event. Congratulations, Ruby. Still flying the flag for Ireland. Hiroki Yoshikawa for Japan. Liv Stokes for Canada. And your good friend, Leah Diaz. How proud are you to see the progress that she has made for Costa Rica?
I'm so impressed with her surfing on this stage, and it's going to be really fun to watch her today and watch everyone today when the conditions really are going to favor classic longboarding.
So we'll have Shannon Hughes and Megan Godinez, Auntie Megs, coming into the booth to call the action for the women's rounds today. Wingnut and I will share the action for the men's rounds as we move into 6 minutes, 25 seconds remaining and still awaiting significant scores. Connie Stewart drops a 7.37 for his last ride. It pushes him up into first. Rodrigo Schfeier drops a 7.13 for his first ride. It keeps him in third because he's only got 1 score. Ben Skinner now chasing a score of a 6.37 to move from second to first as we really talk about that pocket area where the degree of difficulty is highest for those critical nose rides.
If you start running out onto the shoulder, your ability to add points to your nose ride dramatically drops. We want to see those nose riding in the pocket.
And you really get a sense of the quality of this right-hand point break here at El Sunzal. Of course, we've got the World Junior Surfing Championship coming up starting on May 3rd. And this is just one of the many surf areas in this fantastic country. As we get a little bit more time on the graphic. And Wingnut, tell us about the degree of difficulty in rail turns and nose rides in the curl.
Well, you really want to be locked up high in the curl, the tail of your board almost sucked in right where it says lip there. You want to see the tail there. You know, if you connected the lip dot and the pocket dot as a board, you'd be hanging 10 where the pocket is, your tail would be in where the lip is, and when you get out to the face, that's where you bring that giant sweeping cut back and reset it all to do it again.
Ben Skinner drops a 5.43 for his last ride. Not enough to go up into first, but he's carrying that very strong 7.5, which is the highest score of the heat, but also carrying good scores. We have Connie Stewart with a 7.37 and Rodrigo Schfeier with a 7.13. So you would anticipate that every single surfer is still right in the game.
Absolutely. Nobody has put such a big number up yet that they can't flip this whole leaderboard around.
4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Nervous moments. First priority, Connie Ellis-Stewart. Second priority, Rodrigo Schweier. Third priority, Ben Skinner. There's Team Brazil. They've always been compact. Always see them operating as a group, you know, and that really has a positive impact. And they've already looked like they've got fellow competitors to sign the Brazilian flag there. So they've already got a great memento to take home.
Great thing to bring home. Bring it back to your home country. And again, it's so nice seeing these national teams all together.
So what will be going through the head of these three surfers now, knowing they've all got good scores, but they need something else?
Is Ben Skinner with third priority going to try to push someone into a wave or a position that's not quite as good?
Here we go. There's something. Is Ben Skinner going to take it? Is Connie Ellis-Stewart going to take it? Connie up to the tip. Stretches out for that nose ride. Walks into a turn. Commits deep to that roundhouse cutback. And then kicks out, so potentially a mistake of wave choice there for the Hawaiian.
He wanted to keep that one away from Ben. That was a very defensive wave, and you could see by that high performance cutback, he was already kind of giving that wave away. He just wanted to keep Ben out of it.
Wow.
Gets a nice nose right out here, but not much, didn't lock in, and then little bobble in his cutback setup, throws that high performance turn in and gets out. So I think a strong defensive move by Connie, because it's a little less consistent. We're not seeing as many sets. They have a 20-minute heat, and there's now only 2.5 minutes left.
So knowing Ben well, he does like to sit just slightly inside when he's in priority. He's not one of those surfers who'll move too far out. He feels more confident and comfortable if he can be slightly inside and then react relative to where the wave is going to peak.
And I think that's a really wise thing. A lot of surfers will just run to sit out as far as they can. You need to let the wave expose itself to you. You see this lump of water coming in. It's not until it starts to really feel the shape of the bottom that you can see, oh, I want to be deep. I need to run to the shoulder. You have to let the wave show where that optimum takeoff zone is going to be. So I like that positioning.
And you can see now Connie just way inside there. He just knows now it's kind of almost in the hands of these other two surfers. Yes, there might be a 3-wave set, and he might get the opportunity for the third wave of that set, but he's purposefully staying in a little bit inside. He recognizes he's got third priority, but he is in an okay situation with that 7.37 and that 6.5.
Was Rodrigo too selective early on in this heat? Is that going to come back and bite him in the tail block?
Well, I think there could be a time for one little last set. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. You can see this wave coming close. We'll get to sense from the body language of Rodrigo if it's something of significance. It looks like Rodrigo's deciding to run a little bit wide for this. Ben Skinner now following him. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil. He doesn't need a massive score. He just needs a 5.81. Ben Skinner will know that he needs to get that backup score. He needs to replace that 5.43. Now Schweier is going to be in first priority, and Ben is going to have to let Schweier take that, but there is a wave behind. So Schweier's made a strong move. He's come through to the inside slightly to get ahead, and here he is on the nose on his Luffy board. Locks a 5. Skin Dog may well be able to get the wave behind him, but Schweier chasing a 5.81 as it stands. Soul Arches, Skin Dog out back. So Schweier's wave has got a nice wall ahead, but Skin Dog's got his toes on the nose, and Skin Dog's wave has got massive scoring potential as well. So Wingnut, this is really exciting because both surfers cannot make mistakes on these rides because these need to count.
They need to finish him well, especially Rodrigo has to put a complete project together on this wave. Good work on the outside. The inside looks like it's going to give him another opportunity. Get out there on the nose. You can see that wave closing out a little bit in front of him. What's his finish move going to be? What's Ben doing behind him? He's not worried about Ben. He's just going to try to find a way to put a final little exclamation mark on that. So that was a really good wave. Great work done on it. Ben has one too. this thing is still up in the air. It's going to take the judges quite a few minutes to deliberate at the end of this heat.
Ben feels it. Rodrigo Schweier's wave was wider, had a slightly bigger, had some wall, as we can see Team England there cheering Ben Skinner. Ben's already carrying that highest score of the heat of a 7.5. So as it stands right now, this is really important. Let's analyze this from Ben Skinner. Gets the 5, locks in that nose ride wing nut from start.
He stayed with that through that critical section where the lip of the wave was trying to break on him. Gets locked up in there again. So 2 good nose rides. Were Rodrigo's more dynamic. He had a cleaner face of the wave. I think maybe Ben's was a little bigger at the start, but then it came into where the whitewater from Rodrigo's wave was.
And how interesting, earlier in the first heat we were saying it was the second wave of the set that was stronger, and on this situation, this set, the first wave was bigger and longer.
And you can see how they had to reposition, how Rodrigo and Ben had to move a little wider on the point. Definitely that set had a different shape and feel to it.
But what about this 10 on the inside from Ben? Just sets himself up here, walks 6 steps into a 10, holds that 10, walks nicely out of that nose ride, and he's feeling like he gave that wave everything. He's carrying a 7.5, so we can get now to see Rodrigo Schweier's wave and really start to compare them, Wingnut.
Really clean. Look at the way that wave broke on the tail of his board as he was running out ahead of it. There he is setting up again because he felt the wave getting steep. Nice critical nose ride sliding through that. The board actually climbing back up. Puts a beautiful turn together there. A lot of rail in the water. Again, another repositioning turn. All flat-footed turns, no use of the drop knee there. We want to see some variety. A great nose ride again. So that's 3 really solid nose rides as he works this wave to the inside. Some nice clean footwork, not rushing it there, staying in the trim spot, gets another nose ride. 5 toes wrapped over. But that's where Ben got the 5 to a long 10-5 combination. And then this finishing move versus Ben's nose ride finishing move.
Wow.
Yes, wow.
Big moments, big moments. You know, there's a possibility that England and Brazil could go into first and second. There's a possibility that Schweier could go to first for Brazil and Connie could stay in second. There's a lot of factors here. Even Ben could go up into first. I think it's a 6.83 for Rodrigo Schweier. He's gone up into first. Now Ben's chasing a 6.37. So this feels like an attainable score. So that 6.87 for Schweier comes in now, meaning Ben Skinner chasing a 6.37, referencing his 7.5. Is it going to be enough, knowing that Schweier only got a 6.87 for that wave?
Well, you know, if you compare Rodrigo's 2 waves, I like that the score for the second wave was not as high as the first one, so those numbers are looking really good. Now is the tense moment for Ben and also for Connie. Think about it. Connie
Absolutely.
unable to get a 3rd high score has him in jeopardy if Ben's number comes through. Ben needing a 6.37.
Could that hang 10 on the inside, could it make a difference? The wave was smaller, but we didn't see any 10s from Schweier. We saw a lot of stretch 5s. Some of them were out on the shoulder. Are the judges really going to hone in on some of the criticalness of the nose riding despite the wave being smaller? It comes in at a 6.73, and Ben Skinner goes from 3rd to 1st, and that is a massive moment for the 12 times European champion, the 2 times ISA silver medalist for England. Ben Skindog Skinner takes the win. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil takes 2nd, and eliminated is the Hawaiian Connie Ellis-Stewart. I mean, we must reference the talent in that young Hawaiian. Connie Tsunami Stewart, what a great heat, Wingnut. Let's take a short break. That was exhausting, but we've got a lot more exhausting surfing to come. We've got Shannon and Auntie Megs coming in the booth to call the women's action. We'll be right back after these messages. Stay with us.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Finals Day here for the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championships. We are in Surf City, El Salvador. The break is called El Sunzal, and if you weren't aware of that already, it'd be surprising because it's been firing all week long. And these four women have been putting on incredible, beautiful displays of traditional longboarding. Ireland, Japan, Canada, and Costa Rica in the lineup, with Ruby Knox, Hiroka Yoshikawa, Liv Stokes, and Leah Diaz, looking for their opportunity to keep moving through. They've got a few heats to be surfing through today to find themselves in that grand final, but although it's a rapid charge round, they have the opportunity still to go for gold today. As we take a look at Leah Diaz straight onto the nose for the opening ride of our women's rapid charge round number 6. She'll have to pull back quickly as she was a bit deep on that opening section, but she was able to connect with that nose and she'll put a score on the board. Liv Stokes now of Canada in a similar position. Doesn't really get that locked in completed maneuver that we saw for the first of Leah. And now with the set approaching on the horizon, we're very excited to call the action today. Shannon Hughes alongside Auntie Megs.
Yeah, good morning everyone. Aloha kakahiaka. This is basically going to be a final every heat, and I am so excited to watch all of it.
It's so wild. Coming into today's draw, we had 10 men left in the draw, and we've got 12 women, a couple extra women due to the fact that they've got 4 surfers in these rapid charge heats. As we see Hiroka cross steps up to a beautiful hang 5 to start. Into that second hang 5. She's outside of the pocket. She'll now cut back into that on a beautiful swooping carve. Drives off the bottom and sets herself up with a little bit more footwork here through the outside section. There we can see Ruby Knox of Ireland with a couple cross steps into the nose as well, as Hiroka finds herself with another nose ride on the inside section. Hiroka now just finding that trim line, as we can see that Ruby is driving more off the bottom. Ruby's wave maybe standing up a little bit taller out the back, but Hiroka putting together some really dynamic footwork and keeping her trim, her line in this wave, in nearly the perfect position throughout, especially coming into these softer inside sections. Today the swell has decreased, there's less energy to it. It's going to be crucial to stay in the pocket in order to score the best waves. Liv Stokes locks into a hang 5 with a little bit of a soul arch moment there. That nod to a classic traditional style. Whips it around for another nose ride here. So all of the turns that we've seen from Liv so far, just to set her up for that next opportunity to get 5, maybe 10 toes over. We'll be looking for those hang 10s throughout competition today as well. And those critical nature, as we see a great looking finish from Liv, adding that variety, a dynamic turn on the inside section. We've got scores to drop across the board.
What an exciting way to start the first heat for women's today. I mean, they're surfing exceptionally today. As we could see, the first 2 waves were, everyone was kind of sitting deep. So I feel like with the swell dropping, they're going to want to keep pushing each other deeper and deeper.
It's going to be an interesting day on positioning. Leah Diaz locks into that opening stretch 5, goes for that quick tap to that tight 5, maybe a 10, and just carves back into that section. A little bit slower pace from Leah as she kind of hooks that board around. There we can see Ruby Knox of Ireland already up and riding again on the nose, so she's getting a quick start for her second ride. And Leah's been putting together some really incredible surfing as such a young competitor in the draw this week. Ruby now with a couple steps forward, gets close to that nose ride, but we will say, you know, today especially, we're going to be paying close attention to those surfers that lock toes over versus those that are a few inches off, like that last nose ride of Ruby. We've got scores to drop across the board. This was an incredible opening section. But Skin Dog, Ben Skinner, just put together a crazy display to take away the win on the buzzer. He's with Ben Webb.
Thank you very much, Shannon Meggs, winner of round 8, heat number 2, representing England, Ben Skiller. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ben. Stoked.
So you started really quickly, had a nice strong start, but there was a big lull in the middle there, and the other riders kind of got a few while you waited for something good. How was that moment of kind of tension, hoping a wave would come through?
Yeah, you know, I felt like I kind of made a mistake just trying to get a backup and got one that was kind of average wave and I had priority, but it's so stressful out there with that short amount of time and the long paddle that I just thought with the 7.5, even if I backed up with a 5, then you know, it would help me. And in the end it paid off, but felt like a mistake at the time.
And that last wave, I mean, really needing that score, knowing that Rodrigo had gotten a pretty good one right in front. Had that wave been not as good, you'd probably be a little bit more stressed on that last ride, but you managed to get that like 5 to 10 combination on the inside.
Yeah, again, it's so nice out there. The waves are firing. It's just like, it's so good, but you never know when you take off which wave is going to let you surf all the way through with a wall. It's so hard to read. So yeah, a bit of luck. I had third priority at the end there too, so I was pretty much against the wall, kind of checkmate, and I sold Carney on a pretty average wave, and he bought it and went, and that gave me the opportunity to get that second wave, and obviously there was nothing for him at the end, which would have been me if I hadn't made that move. So yeah,
that was a crucial moment, and the wave really didn't work out. He could tell quickly off the takeoff. Finally, for the people who are trying to decide which double scoop to buy, normally on a day like this, would you go for the OG model but the slower speeds?
Yeah, probably, but you know, there's still bigger sets. So, and the dynamic still nose rides just as good. So it's more about keeping my turns dynamic as possible. I think as much as the criteria is traditional, they're definitely rewarding some powerful turns as well as nose riding. So I think the combination is exactly where I need to be.
Whole wave, whole board, man. Great job out there. And let's say hi to Phil Williams. Was really sad that I hadn't mentioned him, and everyone else in England.
Yeah, Phil's always supporting us. Just everybody at home, thank you so much. Shout out to Levin School, Perranporth School. I know they're all watching, so yeah, love you all.
Couple more fun sessions out here with no one out.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, just keep going is what we're here for. So yeah, can't wait.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to the booth.
Love ya. Woo!
Thanks so much. Great to get those quick check-ins today with the surfers, knowing that they've got so many heats to be surfing through. You know, Auntie Megs, you've been in this position. Well, we'll get back to that in a moment because we got Ruby with a quick paddle there. We do have another set approaching just behind. A couple scores on the board so far for Ruby in that 4-point range, a 4.83 and a 4.67. For Leah Diaz, she just backed up her 3.17 opener with a 5.67. Ruby's in the lead, but has the 2 smallest scores on the board so far. She'd be hearing that as the scores are dropping from the beach announcers as she cross steps into a beautiful looking hang 5. Incredibly crisp and clear out there this morning. That wind just staying nice and quiet. Hopefully it continues to stay quiet throughout the afternoon as we're crowning our finalists and our champions today. Ruby's doing very well with this wave to just keep herself right there in that power section. Right in the pocket of that wave, decides for that early kick out. She did find that opening nose ride, which was really graceful. And out in the lineup, we've got Liv Stokes and Hiroka Yoshikawa sitting with those 2 biggest scores on the board. But Megs, you've been in this position before. It's finals day. Shannon Hughes here alongside Megan Godinez, Auntie Megs, affectionately known to the entire surfing population. What is it like to be in this position on finals day? You got a lot of pressure. You got those quick changes, especially surfing through repos, which you did back in the day to make it into your copper medal finish.
Yeah, it was very stressful. I don't think, you know, at a young age, I don't think I've ever felt that amount of stress, even in school and in college. It was very, very stressful. But as long as that's why I love the ISAs, because I had such a good support system. My dad was there as the team manager. I had Kai, I had Ned Snow, I had Honolulu Bloomfield. So it was a really interesting dynamic because surfing's such an individual sport, and to have a team and that supports you is really, really important.
It's so important, and that's something that the Japanese team has been really showcasing in that team support throughout this week. Hiroka getting her second wave on the board now. She opened up with a 6. She had a nose ride combination in yesterday's competition that we were pretty blown away with, feeling like it was one of those standout moments of the entire event. And I'm happy to see her putting together another solid score here to back it up. But for Team Japan, similar to what you were saying with the support you had from the Hawaiians back in 2013 to get you to that final round, Team Japan, it's the first time that as a whole group they've been staying together for the event, and they're really locked in and able to give that support.
Yeah, and I love this wave here. You know, a lot of the surfers will be staying busy today because the waves are smaller. So beautiful footwork by Hiroka here. I love the way she faded into that first nose ride, and beautiful cutback carving turn right into the pocket. And you'll see here a lot of the surfers are not going to want to look for very big double ups. Being the fact that it is smaller, there are going to be less opportunities for them to get that inside section. So you see she even redirected her board coming left towards the camera because that right point break is starting to lose a little power with this swell dropping.
Yeah, we've really noticed that change in the conditions today in comparison to what there was the rest of this week. Hiroka finishing off on the inside section with a moment of a stumble. And we've got a score to drop in for Liv Stokes. It's a 7.50 for this last wave.
Wow, beautifully ridden wave. I mean, she was on the outside. Again, we're going to see smaller waves today, but they are going to count. And you're going to see the surfers getting busy as Liv Stokes is doing so right now with that beautiful carving cutback with that nice, I think she's riding a round pin Maiko Takayama, and that makes a big difference on the turns because there's going to be less drag in the water with a smaller tail and a beautiful finish. I think that was the most maybe radical move we've seen from the women's side so far.
Yeah, it was a really clean section, also being just small enough to kind of allow that board to find its place within the wave really easily.
Yeah, and you'll see the girls and the men, the women and the men are going to be staying really active in their heats. You know, we don't have a lot of sets coming in, and when they do, a lot of the times they're going to be sitting really deep. As we saw in the beginning of our heat with 7 minutes left, around the 17-minute mark, there was already a set that came in and they were sitting too deep. So a lot of the surfers are going to have to pay attention to the swell today. With the swell dropping, the tide is low. I'm going to be interested to see how the waves react with the tide coming in. Is it going to push the swell a little bit more away? Is there going to be more opportunity? So it's going to be interesting. And because it is smaller today, in the other days of the competition, the waves were well overhead. You know, it was almost into this survival mode than surf skill. So I think we're going to see a lot more of this display of surfing today.
Yeah, it's going to be really excited. Hopefully, as we hit the very bottom of that tide, probably midway through this morning's competition, we don't get that long lull that we have been experiencing on the drop out of the tide. It then picks up and we tend to get that little bit of activity afterward, which is really nice. The positive thing is that for finals day, we're able to capitalize on the best of the tide conditions specifically. This wave wants to have a little bit less water on top of that reef to be able to have perfect peeling right-handers just like this. For Liv Stokes, you can see that energy within her changing. She's got a 7.5. She's heard that now from the panel, and she knows that she can continue to put a little more risk into things. Great opening start for Liv as we take a look now at Leah Diaz as well. Locked into a long hang 5 for Leah, but again, she's racing away from the pocket. Readjusts with that turn as Liv decides to not force anything else on the inside section. Big set approaching as we can see 2 waves just behind where Leah is, and Ruby's going to just calmly walk herself up to the nose as Leah goes down on the inside section. And Hiroka is now up and riding, but Hiroka goes down on the outside. That's going to be a huge moment for her to be able to reset with first priority. And Ruby on the inside. She's sitting on those couple of 4s. She's currently looking at an 8-point ride to take away the leading position. We know that there's scores to drop through for the other surfers, though, that could be making a difference. And Ruby, out of Castle Gregory in Ireland, is putting together some clean footwork here. She's looking for that readjustment through to the inside and really wanting to put it all on the line. I walked past her and her coach down on the beach, or kind of on the boardwalk where those all the like tents, the palapas are for all the teams to be kind of hiding underneath in the shadows. And she was in that full kind of warm-up mode of throwing that little like kind of handball, that tennis ball back and forth with the coach to the right, to the left, reaching, you know, up, down, high, low. and getting her into that mindset for those quick reflexes, which also helps with those, that mental attitude as well as that physical reflex.
Yeah, surfing is a reactive sport. We are the mercy of the ocean. So we are just reacting. If we want to, have a clean slate on it, surfing is reacting to what the wave is allowing you to do. We don't know exactly how the wave is going to break. As we heard from Ben Skinner earlier, he was trying, it was hard. It was a hard read on the waves today. Earlier on in the competition, there were much bigger waves. So when you see a wave and it's big, your first instinct is to go. I mean, most surfers, the first instinct is to go. But today, you're going to see a lot more of smart surfing because they are going to have to choose the perfect wave to get those top scores.
Let's take a look at some replays here. So Liv opened on that 7.5. Now she's backing it up with this one.
Yeah, and she knew she needed that backup score. She was only sitting on a 1.23, and she does so very well here with that backup of a 5.2. And again, she's not really taking off on the big sets, and that's due to because they're not setting herself up for success on the inside. She has got a lot of work done already on the outside, as we see Leah Diaz on the outside with this beautiful midline hang 5, a little bit out on the shoulder, but I think she is learning previous wave that she was sitting a little too deep. So with this being said, you're going to see a lot of surfers figuring it out almost in the morning and then readjusting maybe 4 or 5 minutes into the heat, because just seeing their positioning, they're much more wider on in their position.
Hiroka had this opportunity on the outside. She had to duck out of it. Ruby got some great work done on the outside and then continued to milk this wave through all the way to the shore.
Yeah, like we said, right, they're going to have to use that entire wave, use the entirety of their board to really get those scores up there. Right now, Ruby Knox is sitting on a 4.67 and a 4.83, and she's waiting for a score to come in. But right now, her requirement is a 7.87 to get up there.
It's fully changed. Just in the moment of watching those replays, scores has dropped as we're down to 2 minutes on the clock and there's a set approaching. Right now, Hiroka has jumped into first with a couple 6s on the board. Liv is up into second with a 7.5 and a 5.2 for her last wave. Leah jumps into that third place position with a 5.67 and a 4.1, and Ruby holding on to those 4s for her first 3 waves, still sitting in fourth. Big requirements in the 7-point range for third and fourth as Hiroka locks into a graceful, stylish opening hang 5. Now cuts it back to try and keep herself again in that critical section of the wave. This one you can see is feathering down in front of her. She gets up to the nose. Pulling off a nose ride through that section is so critical. It would have been awesome if she'd been able to do it. I love she was looking for it. As Liv Stokes goes in for that nice S-turn in that top third of the wave. Again, just doing everything she can to set herself up for the nose ride. Has a little look back there to see how far she can pull those turns. I'd love to see her really dedicating that line a little lower, hugging where that whitewater is really trailing all the way down into the flats. Now she's kind of starting to get there. And at the moment, she's sitting in a pretty comfortable second place position with at least those 7s as the requirements on the board. As we're in finals day, the top 2 surfers will be advancing through. The bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from competition. And Liv's got this inside section to be able to work with here. She's doing really well to keep things busy. Finds that 5 to 10 combination. Won't go complete on the inside, but put in a lot of work as Hiroka taking off on a smaller inside wave. She's just having a look behind as well to see what's going on out there.
Yeah, as we see Leah Diaz on the outside, a deep section here.
Oh, goes in for that quick nose ride as Hiroka's finishing off on the inside. Leah goes down. Now the question, will Ruby be able to get into this wave? Strong paddle. She's now chasing at least a 7.87. This needs to be well and truly her best wave, and she goes down on a critical moment. She put all that risk on the line.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see. A lot of the surfers really just pulling off Hail Marys really at the end of the heat, especially with the waves being smaller. So that was a really good effort on those girls.
Wow, well, Hiroka currently sitting in the lead. Let's take a look at the replays here. We've got Hiroka goes down on the inside, Liv on that outside section, looking to improve on a 5.2.
Yeah, I love the way that, she redirects her board very quickly. And that's very crucial for today, too, because that's going to set you up easierly for the next maneuver that's coming up on this wave. She did a lot of work on the outside. She had those beautiful hang fives, and now she's just really working that rail, really setting in that pintail to drive that board back into that power section. And I think that's what's allowing her to get those really quick maneuvers in, those almost quick snaps. But because she's on a longboard, it's very fluid, it's very figure eight, it's very drawn out, and that's really important because that's what's going to throw that spray, that's what's going to set that rail in. And she is proud. I think this is the only wave that has come all the way to the inside.
Hiroko walking up the beach, getting those electrolytes into the system immediately with Team Japan. Junya, who manages all of their teams. He's at World Surfing Games. He's at, he'll be at the Olympic Games with Team Japan. Juniors coming up in this next week. So he's a great figure for their team to have behind the scenes for that supporting role as we are waiting for scores to come in. Scores specifically required for these two women, for Ruby Knox out of Ireland, for Leah Diaz out of Costa Rica. Both surfers surfing absolutely out of their skin this week, doing so well to make it into this round of competition, given the names that we've already seen eliminated who have maybe more, have excelled already more, have more to their credentials coming into this year's event.
Yeah, and they're both very young and they're still learning. And the beauty of this contest is they had that chance in the repechage and they made it very, very far. They made it into finals. They represented their country and they should be very proud.
Incredible performances for both Leah and Ruby. They will not be enough to take the advancing positions, however, and we have had a momentary lead change as Liv Stokes takes a 7.47, carries herself in just behind that 7.5 to currently be sitting in that first place position for Team Canada. Hiroko, those last two scores were just small. She wasn't able to capitalize on either of those with a good set, and she'll finish out in that second place position for Japan, which means both of those women will be advancing through into the next repechage round. And it officially will be Liv Stokes of Canada with the win. When we return, we've got one more heat for this round of women's repechage round 6. We've got the former silver and gold medalists paddling out next.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back. We've just seen a great start for our women's surfing today. We'll be bouncing back and forth between men's and women's rounds all the way until our finals sometime late this morning, this afternoon, looking to crown champions around 12:30 likely, with the reality of having a few holds in between heats because we'll likely see some of those replays being watched and it will take a little time to get ourselves through the day. But out in the water right now, we have Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru, the silver medalist from last year's ISA World Longboard Championships, Sive Girard of American Samoa, Alice Lemoine out of France. She is the gold medalist from last year and the two-time gold medalist going for a three-peat right now. And Coral Bonilla out of Mexico, a younger surfer who had a great run in last year's event but has done even better this year coming into the ranks. Now, Megs, looking at this lineup, you've got those two surfers in Maria and in Alice who really have set the standard for global longboarding. They have had incredible results. Both of them should be sitting on, those world titles across multiple different tours around the world, up against two surfers that are, Sive's not an up-and-comer, but a surfer still to make her name really on that global stage of longboarding, and Coral Bonilla, who is that up-and-comer. What's it going to be like as we take a look at this heat?
I mean, you know, we're going to see I feel like for Maria and for Alice, there is going to be a lot of defensive kind of moves throughout the heat, right? The previous heat, we saw a lot of waves ridden today. And that's what's going to be crucial is that wave count, getting the feet warm, getting the body warm to perform at their best.
As we take a look now at Maria Mafa-Reyes into that opening nose ride, cuts it back deep in this section for her opening turn, sets that rail so that she can cross step up here and find the next hang 5, taking that like kind of stalled back angle off of her hang 5 at the start, just weaving through to this inside section now. Keeping her eyes focused forward, goes in for that little soul arch on the turn as she goes to a 5 to 10 combination. Cross steps forward, cross steps back, puts that back foot right over the fin to be able to really pivot that board around in that trim line, in the curl with that wave just breaking off the back of her board, and a nice bit of rail to rail work here as she looks for this inside finish. Will she go for that little re-entry like we were seeing from Liv Stokes in the last heat? Will she try and find one last tap to the 5? And she locks in for a moment into a second, maybe even into a third. This wave just keeps giving more. Goes down on the inside section with that pearl. As we take a look now at Coral, up and riding. She would have had some work done in the outside section. Will pick up there as she's going to kick out and get the jump on the paddle battle. 15 minutes remaining on the clock, and Liv Stokes just put together a buzzer beater finish for the win. She's with Ben Way.
Thank you very much. Shannon Meggs, winner of Women's Rep 8 Heat number 1, representing Canada. Liv Stokes, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ben.
So you had a 7 early on the heat, but Hiroka was basically leading the heat most of that heat. Your first waves were kind of on the smaller side, it seemed like. You're sitting a little bit wider, and that last one seemed to be your bigger wave that let you sit closer into the pocket. Do you think that fed to that score?
I definitely think so. I've really been playing around with my heat strategy because I feel like I've been getting too deep and then getting closed out on, or I've been too wide and then it's been too small. So since all's like a Rubik's Cube, I'm trying to figure it out, even surfing here so many times. But yeah, I'm really happy I was able to get that last one. I know I was in 4th for a lot of the time and Hiroka was in control, but I know I had that 7-5 and I just needed a pretty good backup and I'd be good.
And you're riding that round pin, Michael Takayama, on size, on the size of waves of some of those earlier ones. Would you normally use a wider tail block?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I would like at home if it was this big and I was at Sano or something, I'd probably be using my Mana T, but I've just been in rhythm with this blue board for so long that I think I'm going to stick with it. It's been working for me, so I'm excited for the rest of the day.
Well, it definitely worked for you there. You're back out in the water in about 30 minutes. I'm going to let you go, but congratulations and best of luck in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Back to the booth with you ladies.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Liv, for your time and running to get ready for her next heat. Now, that quick moment as Alice finishes off on the inside section, looking so pretty and dainty on that ending maneuver.
Yeah, she looked a little bit like a ballerina. She had a big smile on her face. She feels really good about that ride. We have scores dropping in for our surfers. And we said, right, the girls, the vets in this heat, Alice and Maria, they're really going to start to, you're going to see that smart surfing. You're going to see that strategy, as Liv Stokes said, right? El Sanzal is kind of like a Rubik's Cube, especially, you know, the waves being bigger earlier. They have dropped, but they still are offering a lot of wave, a lot of scoring potential. So we're going to see a lot of defense, a lot of offense, and you're going to see more waves ridden, I feel like, today. You know, the wave count under the surfers' belts are going to be much higher than the previous days.
Even though it's a little bit slower, it seems like every wave that breaks will be ridden as we take a look at the first wave from Coral from the outside section.
Yeah, beautiful ridden wave. Just a quick 5, just trying to redirect. I think the girls are really trying to figure out this wave now that it is smaller. They don't have a lot of chance to go out into that shoulder. So you're going to see a lot of redirecting as she's doing here. She's going to start kind of doing a little hop towards the left of the wave. You know, she wants to redirect, get back into this double up here as she does so well. And she stalls. I love the way that, you know, the longboarders will stall off the back and turn at the same time. You don't see that a lot, you know, in shortboarding because it doesn't allow them to. It's a 9-foot board. They have to be able to really navigate through this wave on a bigger board. As she works her way on the inside, and smart play by her, just a quick kick up.
A paddle now for Sive Gerard, American Samoa, representing her and her family, present at so many different longboarding events around the world I loved that takeoff, that kind of cross-step style as she drove into that opening nose ride section to be able to get the footwork in. Adds in that bit of variety once again. So she's going to try and use that to her advantage in this heat in today on finals day. Has a little bit of a stitch up there on that next section, manages to drop back down to the bottom of that wave, finds herself back into that curl, back into the pocket as she drives through looking for another opportunity to nose ride here, and finds maybe the more steady nose ride that we've seen of her within this wave. Looking now for that closing maneuver on the inside section, and she'll be putting together her first score on the board. About halfway through this heat, we'll have a score to drop.
Yeah, as we see her dad waving the American Samoa flag, her dad, being Caucasian and her mom being Samoan. So it's very cool to see the dynamic. She is the only surfer for American Samoa. I had a chat with her out in the lineup and she was like, yeah, all the guys had to work. So I'm here to represent American Samoa. I was like, you know what? Good for you. Kudos to you. That's amazing. I love that.
And she's doing an incredible job. She's gaining so many valuable points for that team, although she's not going to have the assistance of 3 other team members for those ranking next year. We haven't been talking about that too much at this event so far because there's been literally just so many waves. We've just been talking surfing throughout the entire thing. But today is really important for those team standings. We've got Team Japan that's in a significant lead by about 400 points overall coming into our finals day. Each result for these team members is going to help them with their seeding for next year's event, like that of the Mexican Coral as she goes in for that opening nose ride, finds that whip around back into the section and lines it up for another high line hang 5, trying again to get back to that nose, but just can't quite find it, so she'll pedal back. That wave's got a little bit of froth on it. There would have been that wave just before that broke a little bit wider, a little bit bigger, adding to kind of the complicated scenario happening on the face of that wave. And she's doing a beautiful job as she comes through to this next section. Looking for that 5, goes for that quick tap to that tight 5, and goes down on the finish.
Yeah, unfortunately, you see the way she walked back really square. And that's what happened was her footing was too wide instead of very linear on the stringer, and that's what caused her to have that fall.
Great bit of insights. We'll continue to pull that apart as even with today's swell dropping a little bit more, it's slightly easier for us to get a look at everybody's footwork. In the first few days, up until day 6 now, for 5 days, there's been so much footwork on those big sections out the back that it's been hard to be able to see all of those clean steps. As we took a look at Alice, charges through that section, but was way too deep.
Yeah, again, we're going to see the girls pushing each other deeper and deeper.
Maria up and riding. Her first score has landed, a 7.67. She goes into that soul arch hang 5, the sort of nose riding that has rewarded the 9-point rides in this event. It's been that locked in, that classic style. The judges have been heavily rewarding those hang 5s with that really relaxed nature to them. And I feel like Maria's a surfer. She's been watching so many heats as she locks into another long 5 right here in the pocket as well. She's someone that's been studying those waves. How have the surfers been getting into the 9s? She wants to emulate that within her surfing now. She's been hearing those messages from the panel, and this is the sort of surfing that could continue to take her into another close to, if not excellent, range as she continues to just trim through this inside section. Again, so much control. That footwork, absolutely precise as she now drives through off of her back foot, hooks it together for one more nose ride on the inside section, and kicks out with a clean finish.
Yeah, and this is what I love about Maria. She is such a student of the sport. She has so many accolades, but still is willing and to learn and listen to feedback and really pay attention to other surfers, the waves that's breaking. She even understands the tides, the way that the waves break, where the point is, where the lineup is. So, it's really paying off to really pay attention, really listen, and always constantly be a student of the sport and also in life.
Now we've got a little bit of a lull right now, which is going to be really helpful for the context of judges seeing those replays, dropping scores with enough time as well for those surfers to hear where their situations are sitting as we take another look at this nose ride with that little bit of lift.
Yeah, and I love that. And that's due to that really more of that high line. That's going to create more of that steep section to get those nose rides in. And that's what the judges want to see, is that commitment to that high line steep section as she works her way down here Nice, relaxed, high hang 5. Just a little steeze to throw that hand up. A nice carving cut back, straight back into that pocket, right back up into another hang 5. And every maneuver she's making is leading up to the next one. I can't express that enough for longboarding, is that, you know, a lot of the surfers, they're not going to be stalling a lot. And if it is to stall, it's to really run up to that nose and get that hang 5, that hang 10 in that pocket. As she's working her way into this inside, nice, just so arched there. And I love how much she leads with her shoulder in surfing. That turn right there, her left shoulder was really pointing towards that whitewash, like we say, right? Throwing the flowers into the whitewash.
That's right.
And she does display a good representation of that.
Yeah, it really is that kind of graceful leading hand that's not going with too much power, but just kind of placing it as that board can whip around and follow. I love that description of putting, you know, everything she's doing is leading to the next. It's highly functional surfing, and that's what should be rewarded. As we take a look now at Sive, straight up into the nose. Nice whip around on that takeoff as well for the fade, and links it back now after that opening hang 5. We can see Alice having a paddle on the next wave just behind. Sive hits this really dead spot. That was kind of actually wild, the way that wave just hit an absolute standstill. She's done very well to keep that trim moving forward, because a lot of surfers have gone down in that kind of section. As we see the reigning gold medalist out the back just behind, Alice Lemoyne, getting a little work done there. She's got some great rail work as we check with Sive on the inside section now. She's going to put in every last bit of effort she can here, which means some footwork. She's going to try and lean into that rail. That wave's going to soften out, and now we're going to check in with Alice to see where this wave may go, at least on the finish. We haven't been able to really analyze her outside section. She's also going to make a smart move in a priority decision.
Again, the veterans are going to be playing that defense. She's going to want that priority. And you can see for blue, Sive Gerard, the judges are still deliberating that first score because of that cross step kind of drop in turn that they did. You know, that degree of difficulty is up there. That's not easy to do, as basically you're standing up switch stance. As we see Alice out here in a really nice line for a hang 5, gets back up there, really committing to those hang 5s. Another one, working her way back, just a little pump up just to regain that speed to come back down. Had she not done that little pump, she probably would have dug that rail in. So it's really important to understand what the wave's doing for you and letting it work for you. As she's working her way to this inside, nice carving cut back straight into that power pocket. And she has a look at where Sive is, and she's thinking to herself, am I going to try and pump my way into this? Nope, I'm going to quickly kick out and make my way back out to gain priority.
That's exactly it. Not worth that extra time on the inside without big scores available. Coral now up and riding. Scores are dropping in across the board. She's sitting on a couple of 4s, momentarily in that second place position, but this score is going to help her greatly, taking off from deep on the outside with a good looking section in front of her, wanting to make sure that she keeps the right line through this wave. The judges have been quite critical of drawing that high line nose ride instead of those that are in that downward projection, as we see her having to just do that tiniest little bit of a kind of pump to keep that board trimming. Throws in that cross step cut back, adding in that variety, now just relying on that classic more rail work, back into that cross step cut back, little step forward. She's gonna try and take this wave as far as she possibly can. She's able to keep that board moving forward, but again, she's chasing something now in the excellent range in order to really secure herself in a secured advancing position, and that is because we've now got a 7.67 on the board for Maria, bettered by an 8.33. We could see by that outside section, it's the similar surfing that Alice Lemoine was rewarded a 9.774 yesterday in competition. The same type of surfing has now taken Maria into that 8.33 range. Coral's now sitting in a combination situation. Alice Lemoine has another score to drop to better the 7.83. She'll take that second place position, and Sive Gerard also with a better score to drop now. Maria on an absolute heater in this heat. 5 to 10 combination, dynamic in that critical section of the wave, comes in from behind the whitewater, drives all the way down to the bottom of that wave as well, as she now climbs back into the nose. She's not going to push too far on that shoulder nose ride. She's going to whip it back around, keep herself in the pocket, and continue doing that until this wave stands up. This is a surfer that many surfers in today's draw should be paying close attention to, Megan.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, former silver medalist, she is surfing to win that gold at the end of the day, and she's doing very well to do it. You know, usually in any other contest where, you know, there's 2 minutes left and you have priority, you have two solid scores of a 8.33 and a 7.67. A lot of the times coaches will tell you with that, sit outside with defense. But she was smart enough to take off on this wave because it's pretty high up there. I think it's going to be up there with her top scores.
Especially if the judges take note of that 5 to 10 held in combination in the outside critical section. That was unbelievable.
Yes, in that critical section, as you could see, that wave broke in front of her, making her walk back. That's how you know you were in the pocket. If the whitewash is breaking in front of you, you're in the pocket.
You are in the right section. We've seen a lot of shoulder nose rides throughout this week. Not so many right there in the pocket. As we take a look at Sive, coming through to this inside section, she's been putting together a very beautiful performance. At this stage, we didn't get to see the outside, so we're not sure what Sive was able to pull together there. Here, that great tight footwork, that 5 to 10 combination goes back to that 5 to tight 5 quickly as she pedals off the nose. Now she's sitting with a 4.5 on the board. Elise up and riding again, and we have still another score for her to drop before this wave. She's currently sitting on a 7.83 as her high score. I love the use of her rail work. So much power, links it back together for that locked-in hang 5, all toes fully dedicated and wrapped over on that pink nose. She's going to put together a good finish. She is feeling stoked as she kicks off into the shore break. She might even roll up the sand, but she's going to be fine with that because she's having a great time catching such good waves out here at Sunzal. And I feel in my gut that battle for that first place, it's going to be between Maria and Elise once again in this heat.
Yeah, I think so too. You know, she has already a score of a 7.83. Her backup score is a 1.17. And, you know, with that wave just coming all the way to the inside, that's going to definitely bump her up to those top positions. So I'm going to be interested to see what the judges drop for her.
The buzzer has sounded for Coral. It will be just too late for her to scratch into this next wave in a counting way. She would be chasing a 5.43 to take herself into the advancing position. Right now, all scores are locked in for the surfer out of Mexico with a couple 4s as her strong points. A young competitor, just 16 years old, has put together an incredible performance, making it into the top 12 for this year's ISA World Longboard Championships. Well done, Coral. Now we're down to that moment. All the surfers waiting on the sand. Maria Fernanda Reyes, already with that 8.33. She's got that 7.67. She only took off on 3 waves in this heat. All of them are going to be close to that excellent range with guaranteed. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
But yes, you'll see the surfers who are more vets in this, they're going to be surfing smarter. They're going to be looking for those waves that really give that opportunity to get that score into the excellent range. You know, she only caught 3 waves. First wave was a 7.67. Second wave was an 8.33. And this is a testament to her team. You know, she has Piccolo Clemente, she has Sebastian, and the way they study all together is they are true students of the sport and constantly learning, and she put that to work today.
That is a great description of the Peruvian team, constantly learning, constantly adjusting. We're taking a look at this wave now. At the moment, she has jumped into second place with a 7.4 to better her 7.83 in that leading position, still with another score to drop.
Yeah, beautiful wave from Elise. That nose ride was really in that pocket. She did have more of a midline, but that's due to her board allowing her to do that. And this carving cutback turn really setting that rail into that wave to get back into that whitewash as she's working her way. This wave stood up really, really nice for her. I think this is one of the most beautiful waves we've seen so far, being that there was a couple sections where it stood up again and again, allowing her to get that really tick off all the boxes for that judging criteria.
Wow, what an exciting finish. Now waiting to see if last year's gold medalist, the 2-time back-to-back gold medalist, will take away the win. Last of Maria drops in as a 6.83, so it's just shy of what those first 2 scores were for her, but she's in a significant lead, and Elise will require an 8.18 to take herself into first off of this last score. And it's in. The judges heavily rewarding the style, the grace, the combination of footwork, of nose riding and rail work. Alice Lemoyne has just bettered her 9.77 from yesterday with a 9.8 on the board. She takes out a significant lead for the French contingency and is sitting on those two highest scores of the entire event. We've got more action coming. We've got Sam Bleakley and Wingnut coming in to call men's repechage round 9. When we return, we will be hearing quickly from Alice Lemoyne.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. A pleasure to have your company here live on finals day as we move into repechage men rounds 9. Ben Skinner, Rogelio Esquivel, known as JR, Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil and Kai Salas for Hawaii. Scores already on the board. A 6.17 for the Hawaiian Kai Salas, a 4.67 for the Englishman Ben Skindog Skinner, but up and riding right now for Team Philippines. It's JR Esquivel. Toes on the nose, sweeps that cut back on his Michael Takayama board, sets himself up. This board, of course, hand-shaped, hand-finished by Michael in Oceanside, but also representing the flag colors of the Philippines as JR moves to the inside. And Wingnut, again, we have a massive heat on our hands, but the conditions are velvet.
It is so buttery smooth out there. It is so fun. You know, a comment on JR's wave is that how smooth he comes back when he realizes he's too far out on the shoulder.
And talking of smooth, going for her third gold medal, it's France's Alice Lemoyne.
Thank you, guys. Here with the winner of that Rep 6 heat number 2. We're going to let her get back and keep focused. She's right back on the water. Congratulations, Alice.
Merci beaucoup.
So I'm going to keep you with one question. There was that one point where you kicked out early to win that paddle battle to get that priority out into the outside. On days like this with less waves, how important is it to have that first choice of the set waves?
Yeah, for sure. I saw she was just behind me. I say, okay, my wave didn't have that much potential, so I want to go back in the lineup and to have the good one. And I was lucky I get one of the set and made it, and now I'm ready for the final of repêchage.
Well, you still have the highest scoring wave of the entire event. You're coming into this very strong. We wish you the best of luck in the next one.
Merci beaucoup, merci à tous.
Okay, back to the booth, guys.
Thank you so much, Ben. And Ben, what an incredible job you have done this week. We get to swap out of the booth up here. You have been on the glass this entire week, just doing a fantastic job. Thanks for everything you've done for us this week.
Thank you very much, Wingnut. Of course, well said. Very true. As we see Rodrigo Schweier on fire, back up to the tip there, gets that lock of a second 5, while Kai Salas already holding a 617. He's on that wave just behind for Team Hawaii. He kicks out of that wave, recognizing it's running away from him after a little bit of a wobble on the tip there, but Rodrigo Schweier looking active through the inside, leaving Ben Skinner out back. He's probably up and riding right now because I can see that there's a number next to his name coming through. It sounds like Ben Skinner has bailed out, but Rodrigo Schweier, he is going to drop a significant score as we can see these great conditions with Kai Salas back up to the tip. There's the 5. Can he lock in the 10? Here it is. There's the 10. 10 tootsies over the nose, looking cool and smooth. The Hawaiian so large 10 walks out of that with the hand up, and then beautiful flow as he just accelerates and then walks back to the tail to snap that back, redirect, and right in the pocket with another lifting 10. High degree of difficulty, critical, cool, smooth, nose riding, full soul arch.
Those are some beautiful combination nose rides right there. Really, the inside part of that wave getting nice and steep, allowing some fantastic nose rides in the second half. What a great combination on what looked like a smaller wave. Kai was on that bigger set wave that ended up shutting down in front of him, and the one right behind it really set up perfectly for him.
You could just see how that was hugging the cobbles, one of those shallower ones that had the real curve, the curl there, as we can see live action for Team England. Ben Skinner on the drone clip there. He's going to charge into this. He's getting a high line, 4 steps into a 5. Holds that 5, smooth section ahead, but just using the standing island kick out, recognizing that it was not worth staying on that wave. So he'll paddle back out there. We're expecting a significant score to come through for Kai Salas and for Rodrigo Schweier.
Yeah, I think Ben realized that he was a little deep on the point for that one, and that getting out early is going to allow him to reposition. And I think that's what really worked in Kai's favor on his. That first wave that kind of closed out on him allowed him to be in a great position for his last wave.
So J.R. Esquivel for Team Philippines and Ben Skinner for Team England. They will be the surfers in first and second priority. It looks like red for Philippines will get that first priority. There it is. There's the first priority next to JR's name. He would hear the beach announcer call that. He'll be able to turn around and look and see that visually as well if he didn't catch it. Ben Skinner will know he's in second priority. Typical Ben, he likes to sit just slightly inside, but of course not away from the takeoff zone. He doesn't want to be so far in that he can't attack the right line on a good set.
Yeah, but he definitely likes to let that wave reveal itself before he decides his takeoff position.
So interesting situation for Kai Salas in the sense that we saw him stumble out of a nose ride. He took a fall, but it turned out that the wave behind had incredible scoring potential due to that really smooth, curved, steep pocket. And the nose riding Kai did on that wave was world class. It was like watching one of the greats at Malibu.
That was really fantastic. Yes, that was such a Malibu-esque section, and he played that so perfectly and so comfortably, right? Relaxed throughout the entire thing.
So Ben Skinner's been busy, Wingnut. He's got 4 rides, but a couple of them just quick kickouts. We're waiting for a second score for JR. He's got a 5.77. That second score soon to come through. We're waiting for a first score of Rodrigo Schweier, and we're waiting for a significant score for Kai Salas because he kicked off with a strong 6.17 and then got that 2.5 where he just fell. And we feel as if what we saw from that last ride, it could be very good.
Yeah, absolutely. So Rodrigo dropping a very strong 7 and continuing his paddle outside. Does he see that set? We still have had a couple of the larger sets that kind of catch all the surfers a little deep, and I wonder if this is one of those coming now.
So obviously Schweier for Brazil, he came into that lineup in 3rd priority. opting to go deeper, wider and further out than deeper and further out than everyone. So will that have an impact on wave choice as this next set starts to come through? And JR Esquivel with first priority cleanly walks up with his really nice tight footwork into a 10, holds a very long, nice upright 10. Ben Skinner out behind in second priority. JR just getting now a little bit behind the section. He's going to have to use the rail grab. As we can see, Ben Skinner with a dynamic down carve, sets a high line. He's just using the front of the board there as he walks back into the tail. So he kicked off with a nose ride, a down carve, walked forward, and now this wave is starting to unleash for Ben Skindog Skinner.
Really, and no downtime on that one, unlike JR, whose wave completely shut down, and he's been doing battle with the whitewater ever since. Ben's wave gave him so much more performance opportunity, and he really took advantage of it. And I think JR is just going to have to bail and get out of that thing.
Skindog up to the tip there. That wave then just dying on him, so he will add to his scores. He's carrying a 4.17 as his backup. He'll need something big to stay in contention here, but we've still got 9 minutes remaining and waiting for that third wave of Hawaii Kai Salas, and we're waiting for a score for JR Esquivel.
And there it is. It's an 8, an excellent range score for Kai Salas. I think that number is great. That's, for me, the best wave I've seen ridden in this heat.
And the luck, you know, it's the fact that he fell and then the next wave just had all of that great curve. But what he did is he did the great surfing on it.
He did the work, and it shows you like where Ben likes to sit inside. Because he came out of that earlier wave, he was in far enough to really see the potential of that wave. And boy, did he take advantage of it. That was some special nose riding, real highlight for me.
Yeah, a lot of lock and lift, and even using the soul arch. I mean, what is the joy of like arching back when you've got all of that weight over the front of the tip?
I think there's two really beautiful things you'll see when you're going really fast in a nose ride. You'll see that surfer start to arch back, and the curve of the body matching the curve of the wave. And the other, the hood ornament, where you're standing tall and leaning forward. And the hood ornament is something that we see from Ben Skinner a lot.
Rodrigo Schfeier walks cleanly with 4 steps into a 5, touches the 10, and you can just see how he dropped down to the low part of the wave, walked out of that nose ride, off the bottom, off the top again, back up to another nose ride, stretching on this 5, a little bit out on the shoulder, but keeping composure as that wave starts to run. So he is right now under the pocket, so good read of that wave, and he gets a super tight 5 all the way through that section. So it had a lot of curl to it, Wingnut.
And I really like the way he's been focusing on his cross-step footwork coming out of those nose rides. He's keeping himself in the pocket. He read that really well and was able to capitalize on his score by walking out of it so cleanly.
All clean footwork. Of course, yesterday we saw Rodrigo Schfeier doing a little bit of shuffling out of some of the nose rides, but that was all walking in and out of those critical nose rides, and he's still going strong. 4 back to the tip, gets a little touch of the 10 into the Papoose section and just powers his way out of that.
I like the way
Juana Suarez cheers and Atalanta Batista cheers, and Team Brazil are feeling happy.
I like the way he rode out of that one. I thought for sure he was going all the way into the black sand with the nose of his board.
So
Nice.
Rodrigo Schfeier has already got a 7 minutes remaining. Kai Salas has got an 8 and a 6.17. JR Esquivel there, he's got a 5.17 and a 5.77. So at the moment you feel like the momentum is going to be with the Brazilian and the Hawaiian. They're going to be sitting strongest when we wait for these scores to come through. Ben Skinner also waiting for his last ride to be scored.
Yeah, we've got 2 goofy foots, 2 regular foots. We get to see compare very similar styles, I think, of Ben and Kai. Big, powerful surfers, putting the board on rail better than anyone frontside we've seen at this event. And then we've got the beautiful footwork of JR and Rodrigo. And I think JR wins overall in footwork between the two, but the nose riding that Rodrigo has been doing has been very, very excellent.
Of course, Kai Salas Longboard Company, of course, the Ben Skinner surfboards, of course, Luffy represented by Rodrigo, and Michael Takayama being ridden here by our surfer from the Philippines. But what about this score? Is it going to go higher than his 7, Wingnut?
I at first didn't think it could, and then all of a sudden the combination nose rides where he stayed with that, he realized the pocket was going to get better, steeper, and he could hang on to that nose ride so long, potentially has a score that could be the best wave of the heat.
And there it is, it's an 8.4. So Rodrigo Schweier goes into first position for Team Brazil with a 7 and an 8.4. Kai Salas in second with an 8 and a 6.17. J.R. Esquivel for Team Philippines. He is sitting in third with a 5.77 and a 5.17. Ben Skinner for Team England in fourth. He's got a 4.17 and a 3, so he requires a perfect 10 to move to second. JR requires an 8.4 to move to second. So with limited time left, it's very important for JR and Ben Skinner to get something big, as we see JR straight up for a touch of the 5, a second stretch of the 5, walks in and out of those nose rides, and a nice arcing down carve, throwing spray, stalling, high line, up to the tip again. And the pressure on JR's shoulders here, how will that affect the way he performs?
You know, I think he is a really savvy competitor. He likes it. He likes being pushed. Let's just hope he selected a wave that's really going to give him the opportunity to do everything he has in his arsenal, because we know he can put up some incredible numbers. We've seen him free surf so much, Sam. Look at that 10. Look at him hanging on there. Just a little slow dropping out of the back of that one. I don't know if this is going to be a big enough score to help him get into advancement position.
So considering that Kai has got an excellent range 8 and Rodrigo's got an excellent range 8.4, these surfers really essentially needing waves up in the pretty much 9s to carry a low backup. So as it stands, the figure is an 8.4. He's chasing, but there's still time for Kai Salas to improve his backup score of a 6.17. But now Ben Skinner is going to be chasing a big score, but he drops a 5.57 for his last ride. So now he needs an 8.6. He's sitting with second priority. Kai Salas with first priority. Wingnut, what's going to happen on this one?
Well, Kai definitely using his priority there, and I like his fade setup. The left go right, a very classic part of classy longboarding. Kai with a long 5, now standing tall with a really clean 10. Beautiful carve, and I like the way actually Kai does, almost a reverse shoulder cutback, where his upper body is still turned toward the face of the wave, and then he comes out of that turn.
So this could well replace his 6.17, which will improve the situation for our surfer from Hawaii and increase the need as we see a 10 lifting locked. And that's one of those moments where you really experience the ultimate sensation in longboarding, when you get all 10 toes, all body weight over the very tip, and you feel the tail locked and lifting, and you really feel that sense of weightlessness and time standing still.
And that camera angle really showed us how much space, how much his board was lifting while he was standing locked out on the tip. What a great shot that was.
So he's probably not going to paddle out for more with only 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining. He'll feel like he's going to replace his 6.17, and that could well go up into the excellent range.
He was checking to see if he had creased the bottom of the board. You saw that right there. What a great performance. I'm feeling really good about him improving on that 6.17 for sure.
So 2 minutes 10 seconds remaining. Ben Skinner out there with priority, chasing at 8.6, but that requirement may well change when Kai Salas replaces his 6.17. So that was a one-wave set. It was Kai Salas's priority. Ben Skinner couldn't take that, so he didn't get the opportunity to go for a score, but Kai Salas rode that wave impeccably well.
Really did. That second nose ride, that really locked, lifted nose ride on the inside, added an extremely special moment to that wave.
And it comes in, Wingnut, at an 8.3,
there it is,
like we thought. So it's not the strongest score of the heat, because Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil has already got an 8.4, but it puts Kai up in the lead. Hawaii in first, Brazil in second, Philippines in third, chasing a 9.63, England in fourth, chasing a 9.83. So it needs to be perfect performances from the Philippines and England. Priority sitting with England, Ben Skinner. Philippines not yet out in the lineup. Second priority is with Rodrigo Schweier, who's in second position. So if JR does enter the lineup, it does give Rodrigo Schweier an opportunity to potentially control the last set if one comes through in time.
And you can see JR starting to enter the playing field, but he's also probably going to keep himself wide, knowing those two have priority on him. And maybe Maybe there's enough time for a wide set to come in, but it's looking pretty slim. Those bumps are coming, but I don't know if you can catch one of those with the 36 seconds left.
This is so difficult for the competitors to know that that clock is ticking and you can see a set, but my feeling is they're not going to arrive in time.
Yeah, it's not going to be there. These Reprecharge heats are only 20 minutes. When we get back into the main round, we're going to be upping it to 25, and then for the finals, it goes to 30.
So Skin Dog will have right of way over Rodrigo Schweier, so he is going to have to pop up so quickly for this to count. Is he going to pop up in time? Is that in time, Wingnut? What do you think? I don't know. It seems close. But up and riding is Ben Skinner, walking up to the tip. He walks in and out of that first touch of the nose and then puts that board on a down carve. But just that big wave out behind for Rodrigo Schweier looked to have the biggest scoring potential, but it was after the clock. So whether this will count for Skin Dog, we'll have to wait and see.
Nice 10 there. At least he's finishing it off with a classic Thunder Flow hood ornament. Such great surfing we've seen from Ben. I just don't know if that one was in time, and even if it was, I don't think the scoring potential was there on that wave for him to move up into advancement.
So it wasn't in time, so Skin Dog will end with that 5.57. That ride won't count, and Hawaii's Kai Salas will take the win, and Brazil's Rodrigo Schweier will take second. But what about this 8.3 from Kai? All cool, all flow, and this is why he's the reigning WSL World Longboard Champion and a former gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championships.
What beautiful footwork. Even when he was getting caught back on his heels, that was great.
And what about an opportunity to celebrate the lift and the lock of the 10? And really, Wingnut, this is one of the reasons why we really love to longboard. So stay with us, surf fans, because we'll be right back as we shift gears back into the women's very soon. But here it is, Kai Salas, toes on the nose, taking the win for Hawaii.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. It is finals day, and we're getting that much closer to crowning gold, silver, bronze, and copper medalists. Within the lineup for the women, in the draw, we've got last year's gold medalist and last year's silver medalist straight back out there. They just took heats out in that last round, and they're already back into the ocean. Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru in the green, Alice Lemoine of France in the green, Maria in the blue, and we've got Liv Stokes from Canada in the red, and Hiroka Yoshikawa of Japan in the white jersey. Quiet moment for the start of this heat. There is a small score on the board for Maria Fernanda Reyes, a 2.83 she opened up with. The rest of the surfers have not dropped a score. As we're down to 17 minutes on the clock, let's go down to the beach quickly to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you guys so much. Winner of that Rep 9 Heat number 1 representing Hawaii, Kai Salas. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Man, beautiful surfing. You started with an okay score. The second wave, you took a fall, but it kept you out there to get that really good wave. Some of the most beautiful nose rides I've seen to get that 8.0. The question is yesterday we talked about how you've dropped some weight since previous events. That with a lifetime of experience on the tip, plus a little bit lighter body. Of course, that science you've got in that KSL concave on top of that moontail. Is it just making things easy to stay up there?
For sure, you know. I lost about 15 pounds just working out and eating better, and I love this so much. Like, the waves are insane. It's the kind of day where if you were just free surfing, you'd pull up and look out there and just be like psyching to get out there and surf, you know. And like, we get to compete. You know, big shout out to ISA and Fernando Aguirre for running this amazing event. I just surfed a heat with a surfer from Brazil, England, Philippines, and Hawaii. That's insane, you know. I really hope this longboarding goes into the Olympics, and like, I think we're proving that it belongs there. And you know, if anyone out there is watching, like, pay attention to what we're doing and consider, you know, putting longboarding in the Olympics.
In this event, if they're watching, they haven't been able to turn the TV off because this is just insane. I say TV because I'm old. They're probably on their laptop. Back into the business side of things, you were holding priority on that last wave. You kept Ben from getting that wave. Did you think that it would provide that potential to even better that already great score of an 8.0?
Yeah, it was nothing against Ben. It's just simple contest strategy, you know. We're out there to compete. It's like we're playing a game against one another. So I wasn't going to go on a wave unless I could better a 6. That wave was just had like a 7 or 8 written all over it, so it was an easy decision. You know, and I didn't know if there was one in the back for him. It was just not to keep him off. It was just that wave was going to better my 6, so it was an easy choice.
After a great birthday yesterday and some amazing rides, how many orders are coming in for that Blue Moon model from KSLCO?
I don't know. We'll probably get a few, but yeah, if you guys are watching and you want a Blue Moon model, just DM KSLCO on Instagram. We'll hook you up.
Well, I'm so stoked. I'm going to let you go and get charged up for that next one. We got that tide turning. I think it's getting even better.
Awesome. I can't wait.
Thank you so much, Kai. Back to the booth with you, ladies.
Thanks so much. Quick words from Kai Salas. Very hopeful that we can see longboarding enter to the Olympic conversation. LA 2028, the official formal ask has been put in from the ISA to the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, and that decision will be made in the first quarter of next year of 2025. So this event here is a great opportunity to showcase beautiful traditional longboarding and also the development of the sport globally, to be able to see how many surfers are represented, to see that there's at least 39 countries that have flown here from around the world. Like Kai was saying, you know, the kind of whole work behind the efforts to get surfing into the Olympics overall has really allowed this global feeling for events like this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and being from a small island in Hawaii, and you know, the kind of the holds that history of surfing. It's really in our Hawaiian history that it's really important for it to be in the 2028 Olympics. It's just because also, like, that's how you start surfing. You don't put a surfer on a shortboard. So I feel like the beginning and the tradition of surfing started with longboarding. So I feel like it's only right that the Olympics would put that in.
I could not agree with you more. And it all began over 100 years ago with a dream from Duka Hanamoko.
Yeah, and he went to the Olympics for swimming, and it wasn't even for surfing. And he was a traditional beach boy growing up on the sands of Waikiki. And it's so awesome to see, 100 years have passed and his legacy still lives on. And we, as surfers, as international people of the world for surfing, we hold that and we cherish that every day.
It's a beautiful thing, as we can see a little bit of a line coming through. A quiet heat start for this one. 12 minutes, well, just about 13 minutes really remaining on the clock. We've got a 2.83 on the board for Maria. We've got a 0.67 on the board for Alice. Liv Stokes sitting in that priority position has a look at this wave, fades in for the takeoff. Now draws off that kind of mid-face line, sets her rail once again, couple quick steps back and forth, engaging that rail. The wave's not offering her that early nose ride. Talking from a coach's perspective, the opportunity to build points as you go, what are your thoughts on that wave?
Yeah, like I told you, it's very much an equation. As soon as you stand up, you have to look at it. All right, I stood up. I'm going to get down the face of the wave. That's a point, right? How am I going to add to that? Every cross step, every turn, everywhere that I go on this wave is going to add a 0.05, a 1 point. You know, those hang 10s really get up there in that point system, or a really traditional surfing of really setting that rail in and coming back into the power source. Everything becomes an equation, right? How can I add? The last thing you want to do is subtract, and that's the only thing to subtract is if you fall. So really completing waves, really linking turns together, really having each maneuver lead up to the next. That's how these girls and these men, these women and these men are gonna grow their campaign.
It's been an exciting week of seeing those campaigns grow, to be seeing big excellent scores, but to be seeing a lot of heats decided. Some in that kind of mid-range or even that high mid-range where it's like just below an 8-point ride in those 6s and 7s, where the surfing has been so tight amongst so much of the field. I think it really speaks to the growth of the sport globally to see where we're at, and the fact that prior to finals day, coming into many of the heats yesterday that we walked into call, Megs, we were like, oh my gosh, it's another final again. The quality of surfing has been all time. Surfers having that understanding of putting a jersey on, knowing what they need to do the moment they stand up on the wave to be able to build into that equation, to build into that score line, but also having put in all that work in the background, all of the years of riding longboards, of getting to know the ocean, has come across with the grace in their surfing just so evidently.
Yeah, and it's all about, you know, being that student of surfing, really constantly learning. You know, you go to a new spot, you're going to learn where the lineup is, you're going to learn how to surf it. You might even change up your board in order to surf that specific wave. As we see that a lot of the surfers changed up their equipment. You know, we saw a lot of thicker tails the other day to really get them through those chops. Today, a lot of pintails just to get them driving through the water. So yeah, a lot of compartmentalizing for these surfers.
Stokes, under 4th priority, decides to go on this first wave. Underneath everyone else, finds that opening, quick 5, locks into a second one after her first bit of rail work. She's now behind the section, and she's going to jump out of that one quickly, kind of recognizing also the amount of downtime at the end of a wave has not been adding too much to the score line, unless you've maybe had something very exceptional at the start.
Yeah, again, and we're going to see a lot of these girls. Like I said before, we're going to see them pushing each other deeper. And it's not necessarily a defense kind of a thing. It is in some situations, but a lot of the times they'll push each other deeper because they want to be the one to get that wave, that right-handed point break wave. So they're all going to try and be sitting, if they're looking at the ocean, lookers, they're going to be trying to sit on lookers right of everyone just so they can get into the wave faster. But sometimes that doesn't work out, as we saw for Liv Stokes going down on a deeper wave.
Yeah, she would have been way on the inside of that wave as well. You can see the positioning and how wide this last little set is swinging around and hitting kind of that next bit of the reef. Liv just gets pulled over that wave, so she's got a bit of work to do to get herself back into the lineup. That tide is really drawing out, and we haven't seen such a low tide yet with the smaller swell. That's starting to look like it may even be breaking up those lines much more significantly than earlier in the week when it was big enough to still carry through those low tide conditions.
Yeah, and that's due to a lot of the sand missing on the beach, right? It's getting washed out. The current actually goes from right where the surfers are into the channel. So it's creating this bank. And with that, it creates a lot of peaks eventually as the sand keeps moving. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they navigate where to sit.
Hiroka held on to first priority for a long time in this heat, now locks into a beautiful looking hang 5. You can see the depth underneath the nose of her board. No spray flying off of it in that opening nose ride, into that carve, back to that footwork. Now just driving back into the section here. She put together such an incredible performance yesterday to lock herself with these advancing positions. Up and riding behind her is Alice, who goes down behind a big section. Hiroka on the slightly smaller wave is going to have this wave continue to stand up for her on the inside. It's going to hug the reef well, and it's not going to close out in front of her because it's just a little bit smaller in size. She's got a little bit more to work with here. Maria Fernanda Reyes out the back with priority. Has a look at a couple waves already, has still decided not to pull the trigger as we take a look at Hiroka. Just gliding through the inside. She's looking for that final tap to the nose, pedals back off of it, and holds on to the finish, single-legged for just a moment, but she's back into those 2 feet to land clean. She's looking for just a 3.03 at the moment as Maria is finally up and riding for her opening ride. Into that first hang 5, Soul Arch. Drives hard off the bottom. Now resets that rail and looks for that hang 5 through the next section. Frothy out in front of her, doing very well to find that 5 to 10, that full commitment, weight all the way on the tip of the nose. No longer on that back foot like we've seen from so many of those hang 5s throughout competition. Using those kind of that Soul Arch still to just weave that board rail to rail, locks into another long hang 5, goes for that tight 5, not quite a 10, but just that tight 5 in a great looking section, pedals back, sets herself up here into another 5. Beautiful. There you can see that weight on the back foot, but it's really poised her in that classic hang 5 style. Goes in for another quick tap to the 10 and a clean kick out on the inside section. She won't be able to entirely ride out of that, but had so much good work done throughout the rest of that wave.
Yeah, I think so far that's going to be the best wave ridden. I mean, the way that she committed to those hang 10s, that one hang 10 really had her weight over that nose of the board, and that's really hard to do. It's basically balancing on a beam, like in gymnastics, you know? So that was awesome. And this was a hard way to navigate. As you see all the foam on the face of the wave, that's creating these little air pockets that's not easy to navigate through. As she's driving up into this wave here is forming perfectly for her. It's almost coming at her at an angle, allowing her that levitated hang 10 as she's working her way in the inside. And I love how much she's not really, you know, we're going to see, like I said, we're going to see a lot of smart surfing. She's not overturning anything, especially with that wave. Being the student of surfing, beautiful tight 5 there, she is really going to react to what the wave is allowing her to do. She's not going to overturn it, because with a lot of surfers we saw earlier, they're really, when they overturn, their whole tail, their whole board kicks out. She does that really nice tap hang 10 to finish off a beautifully ridden wave.
Scores to drop as we see Liv Stokes sitting out the back. She has first priority. Elise Lemoine has second priority. Liv with a 4.33 and a 2.53 on the board. Elise with a 2.7 and a 0.67. Both scores are in for those surfers. They're not waiting for anything else. What we are waiting for is the opening ride of Hiroka Yoshikawa, currently in 4th, and the second ride, that last ride of Maria Fernanda Reyes, which is going to be exceptional. As we see Liv, at least sort of forces Liv into this wave, maybe, using that bit of experience that she has over a slightly younger competitor. Liv perched onto that hang 5 that the judges have been highly rewarding throughout this entire event. Drives back, sets herself up on that rail. Again, not quite dropping to the bottom of that wave, but it's because she can see this next corner opening up. Now she goes in for that deeper turn. Beautiful as she picks it up off the bottom here, throws a bit of spray off the rail, whips it back into that whitewater section for just a moment. Couple of quick steps, looking to just keep things smooth here as she comes through the inside. Remembering that she's built on that scoreline from the moment that she stood up. Now wanting to really capitalize as she comes in for that finishing moment. Locks into a couple quick, nice hang 5s and just drives back into that section for a clean finish.
Wow, what a beautiful exchange.
Lemoine now up and riding, and she would have had something decent on the outside section. She's got that real emotion within her surfing today. It's finals day. She's found herself in the repecharge round, which was a shock to her out of competition a couple days ago. She's done very well in the battle back from that.
Yeah, and I had a little chat with her. You know, I said, the main round is, you didn't make it through the main round. Focus on the repecharge. It's a whole new entire contest, so focus on that.
Let's take a look at this outside section for Elise.
Beautiful hang 5 out the back. Stretched hang 5 here. Just waiting for that section to pick up and working her way back. Nice down curve. Again, not overpowering, not trying to overdo anything. Nice tap 10 there. Cleanly in that pocket as she makes her way back down the wave. And she only directed her board to the left maybe twice, because this wave allowed her to do a lot of nose rides. And that was a really good read on her, because had she overturned, there was going to be a section she probably would have got stuck behind. As we see a replay of Liv Stokes' wave here, a nice hang 5 out the back. That board beautifully trimming. There's no really spray at the top by her feet, and that's her from that levitating on that hang 5. Really maybe putting that weight more on that back foot, just so that front foot can really stay there and plant there. Nice swooping down carve into the power pocket here, working her way on the inside. And her wave IQ has been really good. She's been picking really great waves and really surfing, capitalizing it all the way to the inside as she works her way in here. And I love how much she just slowly distributes that weight on each foot to cross step to the nose. Nice hang 5. Feeling stoked on that wave. Nice carve. Kicks out for a quick paddle back out.
All right, well, scores are starting to drop. A huge score has come through for Maria Fernanda Reyes. Well rewarded for the risk of those hang 10s. Goes to an 8.67 and sets her up in a significant leading position. A 7.18 is now the requirement on last of Liv Stokes. Hiroka's opening ride, a 6.00, has her sitting in third. And Alice still with that last score to drop. We have yet to see it from the judges as we take a look now at Maria up and riding. She's found herself down into second momentarily and will be chasing a 3.46 to take herself back into the lead. Good bit of kind of back and forth on that board. Slow, drawn out, cross step, cut back, nose ride as she drives back into the section once again. And she's got some work to do to get herself back into that leading position. This heat is going to be so tight. You know, we expected it when we saw the draw, given the context of the scores that have been dropped from each of these women throughout the event. As Maria comes through for this ending section, a lot of great kind of mid-board footwork here, a lot of great rail work. Now able to find herself into one more hang 5 on the inside section. Graceful as she just goes for this last hang 5 to finish off cleanly with. She also gives that quick pump. She's looking for a big score. Only 30 seconds remaining on the clock. These heats are going so quickly. And another big score on the board for Alice Lemoine, an 8.00. Has Alice currently sitting in third place, chasing a 3.51. We do have a score to drop, though, for Maria Fernanda Reyes, which will take her back into the lead. It's going to be the battle of the backup score, and Megs, I think it's going to come down to this last exchange. With 5 seconds on the clock, it's Hiroka up and riding. She could have a shot to take an advancing position as well, as she's straight up onto a long locked-in hang 5. Lovely trim line as she cross steps back from the nose, drives through this section. She's been the sleepiest surfer within this heat, having only caught her second wave with 3 seconds to go on the clock. Back into the nose ride on the inside section. It's a smaller sized wave, surfing very well, very graceful, adding in, you know, all of those dynamic bits of footwork into this classy little end section here. I love that crouched moment. Gets clipped by the lip and unfortunately goes down, which will just leave that little sore taste in the mouth of the judges on the finish. Comes up with a big smile. And we're now awaiting scores. For Maria Fernanda Reyes, a 5.73 comes in, and she takes away the leading position. Liv Stokes in that second place spot right now, a 7.80 and a 4.33 is sitting in second with a chance to continue into the Repecharge final, Repecharge round 8. A score to drop for Hiroka Yoshikawa. She's going to be the only one to make a difference here, needing a 6.14 megs. As Alice comes in over the rock, she was unable to get a final score and will not be having anything to drop in to chase that 4.13. Scores are in for last of Hiroka. It's just shy of the requirement, a 5.40, and Hiroka takes third, knocks the reigning 2-time gold medalist in Alice Lemoine out of the event in Repecharge round number 7. Takes Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru up into first. Liv Stokes of Canada advances through in second as the newer name, the younger name to be fighting into this end of competition. I am covered in chills over my whole body. That was such a wild finish to this last heat.
I'm so sorry. I stood up and I almost hit you. I was like, I didn't know what to do. There's so much excitement.
This is crazy.
Oh my gosh. I don't think I was breathing.
It's not even the final yet.
I know. What, guys? You guys need to chill out, man. Come on. This was so stressful to watch. And it's so exciting when you have, like, you know, a 2-time gold medalist, a silver medalist, and they're fighting for it. And you can see how hungry they are. It makes me so exciting to watch surfing.
Unbelievable. Well, excellent scores, and Liv Stokes takes herself into an advancing position into the Repecharge final. That's the top 6 competitors she'll find herself in, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, Sam and Wingnut back in the booth.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission.
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Thanks for tuning in. This is men's main round 6 as Carlos Bahia surfs in a 25-minute heat. These are the surfers who have not yet been eliminated into the repechage round. The Brazilian, the silver medalist from last year, sets himself up after a nice nose ride. Big swooping figure of 8 roundhouse cutback, goes into a cross step turn. He's surfing against Eduardo Del Pero, twice a bronze medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship, and the 2 Japanese surfers, Taka Inui, Kai Himasi. Of course, Japan have just gone down. Hiroka Yoshikawa has been eliminated, so that will dent their chances of winning team gold, but they're still the front runners as Carlos Bahia works this all the way through to the inside. Bahia looking strong after seeing his teammate Rodrigo Schfeier progressing through the last men's repechage heat.
Yeah, what a nice, I would have liked to have seen him finish that one, get a complete, but there's Kai Himasi on the outside.
Straight into a soul arch, full lean back, right arm up, nice posture, on the shoulder a little bit though, but walks back in behind the pocket for that second touch of the nose. Now with the foam, what technique will he use? Will he stay with this wave, hoping he can get back out on the open faces? Eduardo Del Pero for France, soul arches as well with his hand up. Kai Himase still going. Eduardo Del Pero locked in that 5-wing nut.
And there's the difference that I think Edward's wave had shifted over just enough that he's going to be able to get around that section, the one that Kai was doing battle with.
Opting to ride his Torque model, a collaboration between Alain Minvel from Anglet in southwest France and Torque surfboards, as he walks back up to the tip and locks a 5. Great read of this wave, the way he was able to stay on that nose through that section, but just taking a fall on a nose ride in the inside. Uncharacteristic, and that will disappoint Edward because he knew that that was going to go really big and it could just take a little bit off that scoring potential.
And how do you think that affects him going forward? Will that get in his head? Somebody who's been complete on every wave he's ridden so far.
I think he'll know that he's done a lot of strong surfing on that wave, but both Edward and Kai, they had to deal with a lot of foam after their opening nose rides. And it'll be interesting now relative to the coming rides that are on offer. I feel as if the benchmark may be a little bit lower for these averages. We'll wait for that, but let's now go down to the glass because the Peruvian won silver last year. She's going for gold this year. Maria Fernanda Reyes is with Ben Way.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is the winner of Rep 7 Heat number 1 for Peru, Maria Fernanda Reyes. Congratulations, felicidades.
Gracias, Vin.
Bueno, so the first question is, since her morning heat, we've seen her just kind of adding all these style points, making sure she puts those soul arches on the nose rides, just adding a little spice to every ride and just making sure she stamps down and like squeaks out the highest scores that she can out of every nose ride. I'm going to ask her if she studied some of those earlier heats and some of the top scoring rides to see that the judges are really rewarding those extra points. Bueno, desde el surf de la mañana, los nose rides, los bottom turns, das el extra soul arch y todo, como todos esos puntos del estilo. Y quiero preguntar si has estudiado algunas olas de las notas más altas de los días anteriores, para ver que los jueces quieren ver esos puntos, esos elementos extras para darse una nota excelente.
La verdad es que no he visto mucho. Es que he estado solamente concentrada en poder disfrutar y surfear qué es lo que más me gusta, entonces solo entré temprano y quise disfrutar de lo que a mí me hizo iniciar en este mundo del surf, entonces solo quería entrar y divertir y encontrar esas olas como si fuese un free surfing, entonces eso es lo que me ha ayudado, ¿no? Y ahora que al fin me tocó el mar glass, he podido disfrutar mucho más mi surfing y nada, contenta de poder seguir avanzando.
So she said, yeah, she actually hasn't watched any of the other days. She apologized for that. But she said, as always, she goes out there to have the most fun, enjoy her surfing, and she had that little extra bonus of having some glassy conditions to have that much more fun. Bueno, muchas felicidades y te voy a dejar porque tienes otra pronto, pero saludos a tu novio y los demás.
Bueno, nada, agradecer a todo el Perú que está viendo, a mi familia, a mi novio, y nada, vamos paso a paso y a disfrutar. Arriba Perú.
Muchas gracias, Mafer, y lo sabes. Back to you guys.
Silver last year for Reyes for Peru, going for gold this year, but up and riding right now. It's Japan's Taka Inui, looking to switch things up, riding a different board than we saw yesterday, and what a fantastic opening nose ride. And the flow and the finesse, this is a fantastic talent.
I think he has had a good conversation with his coach, and he has listened and is applying all those great skills that he has. Look at that nose ride on the inside right there. That was fantastic. It's less the frenetic Taka, more the one that has that little bit of steez, just unable to stick the final maneuver. But I think that is going to be a great score for Taka.
So we're expecting a strong opening score for Carlos Bahia for Brazil. He got a big wave, a lot of face, a lot of long nose ride at the start, big sweeping turn. I like the degree of difficulty, the technical surfing we saw from Taka. It reminded me of one of those smaller waves that we saw from Kai that went into the excellent range, where we were really seeing very critical nose riding. I love this board switch for Taka. I think it's a smart decision. It just looks like it's encouraging him to emphasize more of that smooth rail work in and out of those nose rides.
And let's take a look at it again. Look how straight up he's standing with those 5 toes over now. That was originally a 10, and here comes the arch, the lean, the curve of the body matching the curve of the face of the wave, really laying that arch in there. He even moved his back foot up closer. Such elegant nose riding right there. He's starting to run away from the pocket, and you see the adjustment he's making. Gets back on the tail to fix that turn, Sam.
But really nice footwork as well. So yes, coming wide of the pocket here, leaning back, but it looks cool. And then great footwork, and then widens into the drop knee turn there on a single fin today, back up for another nose ride. Well, not a nose ride in that section, but looking for the nose ride, using the cross stepping to accelerate with trim speed. But because of course, when you're right on the tip wing nut, it's a stalling maneuver.
Correct.
But when you're surfing in the middle of the board, it's an opportunity to trim and accelerate.
Right, you start to carry that speed forward. The accelerator on the board, on a longboard, is that chest part, that front third, just before you get all the way out to the nose.
So looking back at some of the middle of this ride, I start to kind of maybe in my head think it'll go lower than I anticipated when I saw it live, but I like the control we're seeing from Taka.
And there, that nose right here at the end, that's where Kai was also able to add so many points to his ride. So I think that was really strong, much like Carlos, who was unable to completely finish the wave, you know, stepping off in the sand, but some really deft footwork from the young Japanese surfer.
And this is the benchmark wing nut, the 7.5 that you will just see if you're watching live scores at home on your tablet, your laptop, your iPad, your phone, for Carlos Bahia for Brazil. So he will move up into first, but of course when Taka adds to that 493, it's looking like he's going to move up into first position. So the question is now, with this scale set wing nut, where will Eduard Del Pero's score fit? Because Kai Hamase's got a 5, Carlos Bahia a 7.5. Taka Inui will be the only surfer with a combination of 2 scores. You'd expect him to move to first, but what about Eduard Del Pero, and what about this bolt upright hood ornament hang 10 from the young talent from Japan?
I really like the way he's slowed down his pace in the water and really put some nice work on the nose there. Let's see what Del Perro is going to do while we're still waiting for his first score. I love the footwork out to the nose there. You can see that board holding in well, but didn't quite have the pocket that he needed for a tight nose ride.
But he pumps it back up for a second nose ride, locked in that 5, arching, right arm up, just staying on that nose for a long time, walks into this rail grab cutback. We've seen the use of a rail grab cutback regularly from Edouard, also from Declan Whiten, who was eliminated this morning as Edouard Del Perro accelerates into the bowl section and then puts that board into a low cutback stance, back up for a stretched 5, nice and active through the inside here, eyeing up the inside section as he keeps that board moving on his single fin today, back up for another 5, walks out from the 5, down to the tail, into the pupusa section, and then no water to land on, but he's done a lot of damage on that ride so far, as Bahia is going to add potentially to his 7-5 wingnut.
Right, Kai had priority, but he let Bahia have that one. We'll find out if that was a tactical error. Gets a good opening nose ride, but that shoulder got soft, and he had to cut back right away. So you can see how much less of a shoulder. That was a good choice by Kai to let Carlos get that wave.
Yeah, and Carlos didn't walk cleanly out of that nose ride. It was a bit bouncy, a bit hoppy, but that wave didn't have massive scoring potential. So he paddled back out for more, with Edouard dropping a 7-1-7 for his opening ride. You could see that it was going to have the edge over Kai Hamassi's 5, but I wasn't sure how that fall on the inside or how that foam, that downtime in the middle where he did grab the whale, would keep that score low.
Yeah, and Carlos didn't finish his either. I think Carlos had a better wave, had a better performance on it. I'm not surprised to see Edouard score above Kai's.
Now, the big interesting score for us, Wingnut, to start to dissect is when Green, Japan, Taka Inui drops that second score, because we loved a lot of features of that surfing. We liked the pace, the patience, the critical nose rides, the fact that he really kept flow. For me, it wasn't the biggest wave, and it did have a small shoulder through the inside, but certainly the quality of longboarding on display was very high.
Yeah, and now we're going to get to see Kai Hamase, who really is going to want to replace that 5 or get a stronger wave than that, and maybe the 5 stays as a backup.
Kai Hamase motors up to the tip, gets a quick touch of the 10, holds the 5, walks back, as you can just see the drone just moving through the screen there as he just kicks his leash away. That can be frustrating when the longboarders have that leash wrapped around their foot or in their toes. This wave's starting to die in size. So relative to some of the high scores we've now seen from Edouard and Carlos Bahia, you feel as if it's lacking in scoring potential through the inside. But of course, Kai Hamasi is back up to the tip, as you can see.
We've had a number of these waves look like they just start to soften and fall apart and then stand up, but not the completion, not the inside work that's going to give him a high score. I think that one's going to fall short of getting him real tight behind Taka, who just threw up a 6.87.
Yeah, and I like the way he surfed on that wave. For me, it was flawless. Yes, I would have liked to have seen him just not rush that last double hang 10 on the inside and just maybe 110 and walk out of it. But on replay, I really did start to recognize that it became quite a small, slow wave through a lot of it. So I think he really created a very strong score out of a wave that didn't really have huge scoring potential. So I think he'll feel strong about that score.
Yeah, I think he'll be very comfortable with it. Carlos Bahia still has the highest score so far in this heat. He's out the back patiently waiting. We've got 10 minutes left. There's enough time, as we've seen, for everyone to get 2 more waves if the ocean cooperates.
So the interesting thing about this, Wingnut, this is the main round. So this still means that these are surfers who have not yet finished in 3rd or 4th in a heat all event. So it's a non-elimination
heat. That's right.
So top 2 go to the grand final for their chance at gold, silver, bronze, copper. And surfers in 3rd and 4th will move into that repechage round for another opportunity to get a 1st or 2nd and get back into the grand final to go for gold.
So a little bit of breathing room here. This isn't going to send you home and out of the medal round.
But I think that the climatic impact of being in a country where the water's warm, the air temperature's warm, and the wave quality is so good and the paddle's so long means that the surfers who do have to surf extra rounds are at a disadvantage.
Correct. They will be drained a little bit more. And it was interesting to see Kai Salas yesterday pull the plug after he got 2 really solid scores. He's like, I'm done. I'm going to save it.
Carlos Bahia on the 5, silver medalist from last year for Brazil, representing Marseilles, Sao Paulo. Started surfing in the late 90s on a board given to him by Bonga Perkins. He shuffles out of that nose ride, sets up again for this wall. This is strong from Carlos, but a little bit shuffly on the footwork, winged up.
Yeah, and he was running out of the pocket. Even the original nose ride was pretty far out on the shoulder. And I can see that he was looking down the line, and you realize how far that wave was running, and he needed to keep speed. And if he had put himself back in the pocket sooner, he wouldn't have made it around, but he doesn't make it around that section anyway.
Wow, Eduard Del Pero drops an 8.5 for his last ride, and he takes off late on this wave, and he's up and riding, walking towards a critical touch of the 5 there. That was a high degree of difficulty to go for the 5, but the tempo, the pace, all a little bit tangled up, and then he takes a fall. Eduard Del Pero in first, though, with a 7.17 and an 8.5.
So definitely didn't need that wave the way this is looking with that strong 8.5 and a 7.17. He is our dominant leader in this heat so far.
So Carlos Bahia did damage the board he was riding yesterday, but this looks to be more of his small wave board, his backup, but it looks to be the right board choice with the conditions decreasing in size today relative to some of the bigger surf we had yesterday morning.
Yeah, the board seems to look perfect for this. He's very smooth on it, very comfortable. Everybody's got enough time to put another wave on the scoreboard. Well, we're still waiting for results from Carlos, and well, Eduard's quick in and out. I mean, it was a dramatic takeoff, yes, but I don't think that's going to be a number that'll sit in his scoreline at all.
And it's not even low tide yet. It's going to be low tide in about 10 minutes. And of course, when we start to get that pushing tide, that's really going to be favorable for wave shape as we move towards the finals. But we just got to be lucky with that wind. We got to hope that that wind, that onshore sea breeze, which is so common in the tropics, doesn't blow too early today.
Yeah, there's a little texture on the ocean surface already, but we were extremely fortunate yesterday that it never came up. So let's keep the ISA mojo going and give us these beautiful conditions for the rest of the day.
And there's been mojo for all of the representation here. 39 countries, 129 athletes, and of course record participation of women. 48% of the field have been women, so let's make sure that's 50% next year for the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship. Back-to-back world titles here will be crowned because we had Antoine Del Pero for France winning the men's at El Sunzal last year, and Elise Lemoine for France winning the women's, but Elise Lemoine has been eliminated, so she won't be able to go to for those 3 consecutive golds. Of course, we had that break during the COVID pandemic, but she won gold in 2019, last year in 2023, but she will not be in that grand final because she's been eliminated.
Yeah, that streak has ended. And a surprise for all of us. Great performances, but you know, some athletes, some surfers peak at the right time and some are just a little early.
And she did get knocked out into the repechage yesterday, which you could sense the frustration and that need to really dig deep. And like we say, with this long paddle, these long rides, it takes not only a massive amount of stamina, but a massive amount of management of your space to find that cool space to get away from the chaos of competition and zone in on the things that you need to focus on to perform nicely, to perform crisply, to not hesitate to catch the good waves.
Yeah, and here comes a beautiful set. Priority in the water is with Taka Inui from Japan. Farthest out is Carlos Bahia, but he's going to let, Taka didn't take the wave, but did he make a concerted paddle? Will that change things, Sam?
Kai Hamasi up and riding, toes on the nose, locks a 5, locks a 10, stays in that soul arch, all cool, all style, a great snowboarder and skateboarder, a multiple Japanese champion. Kai Hamasi on rail, and then he sets himself up through this section. As you can just see, a little bit of texture coming onto the wave, but still fantastic conditions, Wingnut.
It's like a groomed run when you're skiing or snowboarding. That little bit of chatter that you're going to get, but it's not going to affect you. As we see, Del Perro's on one out the back as well. So here we go. Nice, beautiful inside nose ride. Look at the arch. Look at the high-hanging nose ride of Kai Hamasi. I think he's found a wave he's going to be very happy with, and he needs it. He needs to get this thing going because he's got to put a 7 at least on the board if he wants to get into second place.
Yeah, chasing exactly that, pretty much a 7. Kai Hamasi for Japan all the way through to the inside with a nice down carve. Sets himself up one more time, gets the soul arch, puts that arm up. Great shot moment there for the photographers on the beach, but it's Edouard Del Perro also waiting for a score to drop. And typical of high-profile heats, Edouard always able to get the best shape waves. As we see, Taka Inui was out there with priority. He got the 10 there, he got the cutback, but this wave looking a little bit more peaky than that bigger wave Edouard was riding earlier.
Right, and again, age and experience, when you've got Edouard and Carlos out there, maybe picking off the better waves. But Taka is sure finding the most opportunities on the inside of any of the competitors so far.
He's got the mojo. It feels as if he's got everything in place as far as technique, energy, using that rail and using that tail and then walking in and out of nose rides, and just about flexes out of that pupusa section and claps himself. But what we need to see from Taka is this type of performance on the types of set waves that Edouard has been riding and Carlos Bahia has been riding for Brazil and France respectively. So there's a possibility, despite all that brilliant surfing, is it on the right waves, Wingnut?
Right, that wave selection is so important. Let's look at the wave we missed from Del Perro. Gets on the nose really quickly, carrying a lot of speed out on that shoulder. He is flying out there. Wave finally steepening up for him. Let's see this big sweeping, a drop knee with rail grab assist. Gets a little water throwing over the shoulder there. Again, a power carve with her. It falls down, gets disconnected. How does that affect this, Sam?
I think that affects the scoring potential. I think he's got a strong score so far, but I think that affects the scoring potential, and of course, he kicks out. But what about this from Taka with a bolt upright 10 out back? We didn't see that on the live action, and that was a great bit of nose riding, Wingnut.
Right, because he stayed with 5 toes locked over as the board was falling down the face of the wave. He trusted that the board was going to find its path through that, guided it so nice with the 5. Then another great hang 10, Sam.
Wow, I like the commitment to the 10s. At times lacking a little bit of control, but he knows he had to put it all on the line. So this is a better way for me than his 6.87. So this could be very important, but it depends on what Carlos Bahia does, because I get the feeling that Taka's going to go up into second. I think Edouard's running away with his heat, and it's going to be a battle for second between Carlos and Taka.
Yeah, I feel strong as you do that this wave is going to put him there. Now, let's watch this. I still haven't figured out how this happens. He has completely fallen down. He's completely fallen down on his back, kept both feet on his board, and somehow resurrected himself.
It's a testament to the Japanese diet, Wingnut, one of the best diets on the planet, as Brazilian Carlos Bahia locks in a nose ride. So this is going to be significant because he needs to replace a 5.07. Great footwork out of that nose ride. I like the finesse. Flow into a top turn there. Now it's going to get foamy. He may stay with it. He decides to press the eject button, but he still could have done enough damage to drop that 5.07.
I don't think that's going to give him enough to replace that 5.07. So I think he's in jeopardy as we're waiting for Taka's score to come in. We're still even waiting for Kai's score to drop. So I think the only one that's safe in this heat is Del Perro.
So, Taka Inui for Japan, he needs a 5.71. Kai Hamase also for Japan. Incredible performance for both of these men to still be in the main round. He needs a 6.98, but none of these surfers will be eliminated.
I was just going to say, I'm able to calm myself down just a little bit, realizing that the 2 that drop out of this heat hop right over into Reprecharge, and we're going to see them a half hour after this heat finishes.
But they would like to have that opportunity to have a break and save themselves for the grand final. As Kai Hamasi gets a small one, takes a fall. We move down into the last seconds. Is Edouard Del Perro going to be up in time? He's not, so this won't count for our surfer from France, Edward Del Pero, still waiting for a score for his last wave as he just nose rides through that section. And the significant scores now will be for Carlos Bahia for Brazil, Taka Inui for Japan in green, and Kai Hamase for Japan in white. Expectations, Wingnut, as to who might go into second, because we feel as if Edwards got first.
Yeah, Edwards got first, and I'm going to give the nod, I think, to Taka on that exchange.
Me too. I'm feeling as if they've got a good benchmark with his 6.87.
And he only needs a 6 to do it, whereas Kai needs a 7 in order to hop up. So great sportsmanship. I mean, so much fun.
I think as well what we saw from Taka was that opening 10 on that wave, which we didn't get on the live action, but we had the opportunity to realize on the replay. Should he have stood up then? I don't think he should. I think that was a mistake. I'm not sure if there will be any penalization, but it is not the thing to do to stand up on the way in. You do need to stay on your knees.
Yeah, absolutely. Youth and exuberance I wonder if that's going to be a problem.
Well, David Kinoshita is going to give him some firm words.
Yeah.
In fact, David is on him right now. He is making sure that he says, do not do that again.
Yeah.
If you get away with this, you should not take that risk.
Yeah.
But we're waiting for scores, Wingnut. And there it is. One for Kai Hamasi. That makes a difference. So Kai Hamasi's gone up into second. The judges liked it. It's a 7.03. So now Taka Inui needs a 5.77 to go up into second. Carlos Bahia needs a 5.13. You know what? I don't think we can rule out Carlos. I think there was a lot of good damage done up to that point.
Yeah, that 5.13 can get him ahead of Kai, but we're still waiting to see what Taka is going to get. So, yep, there's still some, once again, another nail biter as we're coming down to this most important day of the whole event.
I mean, that was a great score for Kai Hamasi, you know. But like we said, the surfers in third and fourth, they will not be eliminated. This is a great moment. Haroka there by David Kinoshita. There's Edward Del Pero. He's got an 8.5 and a 7.17. He's going to be able to rest for that grand final. You know, the experience of twice getting bronze, once on home turf at Côte de Basque. Last year, his brother had said to him, this is your time. But yeah, his brother beat him in the final. Antoine, if you're tuning in, though, I'm sure you're pleased to see the performance of your younger brother, Edward. And there it is, as we thought, a 7.17. So Taka temporarily goes up into second. Now Carlos Bahia, Chase, it's a 6.54 now for Carlos. I don't think it's going to be enough, Wing.
Yeah, I don't think that number will show up for Carlos on that one. The wave just didn't give him an opportunity to finish all the way on the inside.
It's not. It's a 5.77. So Edward takes the win. Taka Inui takes second. Edward and Taka, they can go for gold. They're already in the grand final. Carlos Bahia, Kai Hamasi for Brazil and Japan respectively. They're not eliminated. They move into the repechage. They'll still have another chance to get in that grand final. But congratulations, France. Congratulations, Brazil.
Well done.
That was brilliant. A 25-minute heat, and we'll shift gears into another 25-minute heat as Shannon and Auntie Megs come into the booth to call the action. The excitement will continue. Stay with us, surf fans.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. We are into women's main round 5. Each of these surfers has an opportunity to take off on their first waves, as we did see 2 surfers take off on that wave. We'll just call it a live action, and then we'll reassess that situation with Zoe Gropillon out of France into this opening section. She got that hang 5 to start. She's now driving back onto the tail and setting herself up down the line. Couple quick steps forward. She'll pedal back, keep herself on the rail of that board into the tail once again. Nice smooth surfing from Zoe that we have seen throughout this entire week. Her sister and her brother-in-law live right here on the hill at El Sunzal. So she's had more opportunity to surf this wave than a lot of the surfers coming from different locations around the world. That's why she feels like she just knows it so well. She links into it very well. She walked away with that copper medal at last year's event here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. And now Rachel Tilley up and riding, swinging into this opening arched hang 5. Holds it for a very, very long time through to the critical section. She was in that pocket the entire time, deep, and has to drop down to the bottom of that wave to now set herself up off the rail here. So very dynamic opening nose ride, something I think the judges are going to well reward as she now looks to connect the dots to continue adding to that scoreline. Great bit of footwork through this middle third of the board, whipping it around, cross steps up to the nose, sets that rail, drops down lower on the face of that wave as she has this inside reform starting to stand up for her again. A little bit of rail to rail here, uses that cross step cut back, one that I don't think we've seen from Rachel so far in this event. And now back into that hang 5. So adding some variety. Back to the 5, she may look for a 10 here on the inside. She won't, she'll just go for that beautiful S-turn, sets it up for that finishing maneuver right onto that shallow section. And a great start for Tilley as well as for Gropillon. So we've got 2 waves ridden. Bloomfield now up and riding for Hawaii into that tight 5 to start. Locks into another 5. Pedals back off the nose. Frothy section in front of her. She's going to drive back into this, keeping that board on rail and really getting a lot of power out of her back foot. It's what we see a lot from Honolulu surfing through the years. Coming out of the North Shore, she's used to all the bumps and waves like these, and they tend to not really phase her. She's able to just maintain her balance and her momentum. Great footwork as she connects through with the nose. Arms kind of going a little bit wild here. She comes through the inside section, but lays into that finishing turn. Has one more opportunity for a nose ride, and she's going to put together a dynamic combination on the finish. That was really exciting to witness. 21 minutes on the clock, and let's go down quickly to check in with Edward Del Perro, who has locked himself a spot into the next round.
Time check, 21 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Winner of the men's main round 6, heat number 1, representing France, Edward Del Perro. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ben.
So, first of all, I mean, it's as good as it gets here in Sunzal, I'd say, as far as longboarding goes. And I just want to say how important is seeing waves like this and really wanting to go surf those heats to really help you into your motivation.
Yeah, you just arrive in the morning here and you see perfect waves peeling all the way. So it's super exciting to have such good waves during the contest. And you just have to be lucky with the rhythm somehow. And hopefully there is some set, because sometimes there is like a quiet hits. So yeah, there was a few in our hits, so that's cool.
I'm noticing this beautiful Minville and Torque. It's your model. You got a nice, like, wider tail block, but still with a lot of curve. What have you changed in your equipment over the last season to really fit into that criteria and tune your surfing into what the judges want to see?
Yeah, basically I have my 2 models, like the 9.1 ED Pro by Torque and Minville, that I surfed all the days before in the contest because the conditions were more solid, so it's better for like flow in turning and nose riding and making good links between both maneuvers. And now I just rode my ED Classic from Torque and Minville 2, and it's a 9.2. It's holding the nose way better, good for hang 10s, and still turns super smooth, so it's a really good board.
One thing I noticed is you do have a wide tail block, but you still have a lot of curve back there. Does that help you kind of adapt your surfing back and forth between the 2 models rather than having one of those big square tails?
Definitely. Helps do both, like good turns, smooth maneuvers, and good nose rides.
And those are available?
Yeah.
Right on. Well, I'm going to let you rest up and get ready. You've been doing some great surfing. I'm sure people in France are really excited.
Ouais, voilà, merci à tous ceux qui regardent. Il en reste une. À la chaude. Youh.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Merci.
Okay, back to you, girls. Ladies, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Edward. He's booked himself a spot into the final alongside of Taka Inouye out of Japan. So our first 2 men's finalists decided. We will be seeing 2 of our women's finalists decided right now within this heat, and Rachel Tilley is on her way to securing that position, dropping an 8.00 for her opening ride into that excellent range. Zoe opens up with a 6.33, a very strong start from Gropion as well, and now we're waiting for that opening ride of Honolua to really kind of set the tone for where we're matched up out of that opening exchange, Megs, and we've got Natsumi sitting and waiting with priority.
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a 25-minute heat, so I think that extra 5 minutes adds a lot more thinking. Again, it could be the longest 5 minutes or the shortest 5 minutes added to a heat, but as we can tell, you know, this is going to be another like a final, and the girls are hungry. We got such an early start to the heat, and I mean, it's only been a little over 5 minutes and they've already only Natsumi has not caught a wave yet. So the exchange that I'm going to see in this heat is going to be some heavy ones, I think.
Yeah, this is a really heavy heat. Each one of these surfers as well at the ISA World Longboard Championships have made it into the finals of some event in the past. Rachel Tilley, the silver medalist in 2013. Zoe Gropion was the copper medalist just last year. Honolua Bloomfield took out the win in the juniors category in 2013 for the gold medal, as well as taking a bronze in 2018 in Hainan, China. And Natsumi took out the copper medal in that same event that Honolua took out the bronze in. So we've got each woman having had that big experience of the marathon that is an ISA contest.
It really is a marathon. It's all about that long game. I mean, again, 25-minute heat. This is, you know, in the main event. So if the 2 bottom of the heat will go to reprecharge, but it's not something they want to be in, because it starts to play a mental game where, you know, you have those losses, and it's really harder to sit in that loss knowing that there's another heat to surf. You know, usually when you lose, you're just, all right, on to the next, you know, but now on to the next is literally 20 minutes from now, and you have to regroup, get your things together, and just really concentrate on what's happening, that step forward.
That's so true. I've also seen a lot of surfers, once they grab their jersey, standing under the shower to just cool themselves down before paddling back out again. Rachel Tilley opened up with this 8-point ride.
Nice, beautiful, high hang 5 there. And you can tell she was in the pocket because she was very much well behind the whitewash. That whitewash broke in front of her because she stayed into that power section. And she's just beautifully working her way into this. Nice swooping carve back to find a high line, working back and forth. And I love how much Rachel capitalizes on the wave. She really doesn't have any sitting moments. She really is redirecting the board back left, as she's doing here, back right, setting up for the next maneuver. Nice, beautiful cross step turn. And again, just working her way into this inside and really reading these chops. There's a little bit of texture, as you know, Wingnut said earlier. It's kind of like skiing. There's that corduroy on the water, but you know, with these women in the water right now, I don't think anything can faze them.
Not at this stage of competition, that's for sure. Now, Honolua Bloomfield dropped a 7.67 for her opening wave. She's in the leading position. Natsumi has been the most patient, waiting 10 minutes to get her campaign started. Locks into a beautiful carve. I love that she went all the way back into that white water, kind of hugged that bottom turn as she set up for the next nose ride. Now back into that power section of the wave. This one does have those kind of bumps to it. It has that funny little line of where this wave is breaking over the shallow inside sections here at Sunzal, and she'll kick out confidently. She's looking for a big score at the moment, but really just to get herself with a wave on the board. Zoe now up and riding. She's gotten some important work already done on the outside section. She'll kick out though, rather than forcing this through to the inside, which seems to be like maybe what we'll be seeing from a lot of the surfing today, with that swell slightly smaller and more broken up on the low tide.
Yeah, and it's definitely a tactic to get priority. You know, now that we have priority in surfing, it really makes a difference in playing that game. It's going to be that defense and that offense. As we see Honolua's replay of that 7.67, beautiful nose ride out the back, and how much she just stayed. She doesn't fully walk back until maybe the just right here. So the beginning of the wave, a lot of the work was done on the front of the board, and that is very, very hard to do, because it's really just all about getting that flow, and to get that flow from the front of the board is not easy. As she's working her way back, I love the way she just really sets that rail in. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of that, like, really sit down low carving cutbacks that she likes to do. She loves to throw a lot of spray. You know, she has a background in shortboarding, background in supping, a great background. Both her parents surf, so she's gonna want to put that board on rail.
I remember an event in Chinese Taipei for the Longboard QS, partnered with a shortboarding QS, where Honolulu surfed in it. It must have been 2000, maybe 15, 2016, and she finaled in both the shortboard side and in the longboard side. She's such a well-rounded surfer on both types of craft. As we can see, Tilly now up and riding. Rachel straight into that nose ride. Really had to dig deep to get into it, but takes a stumble on the pedal back.
We're going to see a lot of those committed hang fives, really trying to drive that board through that power section, and that's what got her off. It was a very powerful section of the wave. But, you know, she did fall on the outside, so she does regain kind of that position again where she can maybe catch one on the inside. She has lost priority, but as you can see, she's kind of paddling around, might end up staying a little wide too.
Honolulu now up and riding. She opened on that 767. Finds a quick tap to the nose, redirects here. She sets up for a better line. Locks into that tight 5, right in the pocket. Quick tap to the 5 once again. Staying in that front third of the board, not pedaling all the way back to the nose. Finds another locked in hang 5, gets a little lift out of it as she comes to the finish. Drives around into a really fun and dynamic looking turn. Puts that board again on rail, a small size board, but like you said, Meg, she's so good at just putting it into the right sections, putting that power in the turn while still keeping that finesse in her surfing.
Yeah, and she's an all-around well surfer, and I think that really helps surfing. You know, I know a lot of shortboarders who will end up longboarding because it actually brings finesse and grace into their style, and it actually helps them time where to hit on the wave. So I know a lot of surfers back home who are shortboarders who will jump on a longboard maybe on a mid-sized day, and they'll figure out the turning. So I think she has a lot of background in that and a broad kind of spec on surfing.
Yeah, and it's a great thing to be able to ride those longboards, even if you're not going to be ever longboarding in a competition like this, but being able to just smooth things out as we take another look at this wave.
Yeah, I love the way that she stomps on that tail to really stop the board almost at that high line, so she can quickly get up to that nose as she's working her way down. And like you said, she's really on the front half of her board, pretty much that beginning of the wave. And this is where she starts to do that rail work. This is exactly the criteria and checking off those boxes that the judges want to see. They want to see that footwork. They want to see those committed turns. They want to see those hang 5s, hang 10s. And she does so very well in that wave.
Now this is a main round event, a main round heat, sorry. So that means that the top 2 surfers are heading straight to the final. The bottom 2 are not eliminated. They will be matching up in the next repechage round number 8, where we saw Maria Fernanda Reyes take out the win for repechage round 7 and Liv Stokes take out the 2nd place finish. So bottom 2 from this heat will match up with those 2 surfers for a chance to gain themselves an opportunity back into the grand final and walk away a medalist at this year's event. Rachel now up and riding once again, still waiting for a score to drop through for Honolulu, as Rachel perches on the nose into a very soulful hang 5, drives off the bottom, sets herself up for another high line. Into that hang 5, holds it for a very long time, back arm high and poised in position. You can see that line really, a lot of those surfers on the outside section now keeping mostly that nose riding line the entire time until they come to this inside. Rachel getting that rail work lines her up for another nice looking section here, drives off the bottom, cross steps forward, finds another locked in 5. So a lot of great combination surfing that we're seeing displayed from everybody. It's really going to be the surfers that I think are able to put on those finishing touches, as well as capitalize on the most critical possible sections out the back that we should be seeing those better scores going to. Zoe now up and riding as well. Great bit of footwork here, finds the opening 5. As we see Natsumi Teoka locked into a very long hang 5 out the back. So again, it's quite a well-matched heat. Everyone kind of has their differences in their own style, but their approach to this wave, their ability to put the board in the right sections and really capitalize clean footwork throughout is so well matched among all 4 surfers, as we see a great exchange going down right now between Zoe kicking off on the inside, Natsumi continuing with that beautiful footwork into that hang 5 on the inside section. She goes for a quick 10 as well, fully committed. Now as she drives around the section to the inside for our Japanese competitor and puts a little bit of power into that final turn, looking for the steps. She's going to kick out right ahead of those cobblestones. Great decision. And she'll just pop over this next little wave before she gets sucked into it. Oh, except that there is a big section right in front. She goes for the turtle roll.
I mean, I thought this pupusa section wasn't going to be as bad today because it's smaller, but I just had a little walk down at the beach, and it is just as scary. Smaller, but just as scary.
But so many more rocks as well exposed.
Yeah, it's very true. I had a surf yesterday, and I walked out probably 50 feet just to get away from the rocks. Beautiful ride outside Natsumi, as we see Zoe on the inside just working her way in, and beautiful stretch hang 5 from Natsumi. That was very well in the pocket. That whitewash was right above her. This nose right here, just a little bit out on that pocket, but it's that beautiful redirection back into the whitewash to set up for this next hang 5. And she's nicely and I love how much she really leans into her shoulder, how much she really utilizes her shoulder to get that board around and really looks at where she wants to turn. And that really makes a difference, because where your eyes go, your head goes, your body goes, the board will follow. And she does a very good, very, very good example of that.
Especially on that inside finish, even that final turn, you could see her whole body torquing, her whole upper body, and her eyes knowing exactly where she wanted to land. Scores in for last of Honolua was a 6.87. She's now up and riding with scores to drop and has taken away that leading position. Great footwork. The dedication to hooking that foot over the nose, it's basically just her heel on the tip of it as she gets that nice combination of nose work on the outside section. She's now coming through to the inside, and she's starting to surf in that really great bit of variety. A little bit of a catch there to her rail, but maintains control somehow as she kind of redeems that moment, brings that board around here to the inside section, and the 3-time World Longboard champion puts on a clinical display of good longboarding.
Wow, what a stamp on that last turn. And I know she's been wanting to hit that section, and that wave is definitely going to feel good under her belt.
We've got scores to drop, remember, from even the previous exchange, not just the exchange that we're just witnessing. They're on the paddle on the way back out. Rachel is trying to catch up to Zoe. Zoe's just got that edge, and she's just been awarded that first priority next to her name.
Yeah, those paddle battles are going to be a big difference for today, but they have to keep in mind they got to really conserve their energy. Today is the sunniest day we've had in the past 6 days. It was sunny since 6 a.m. So they're going to really have to conserve their energy. But at the same time, they're trying to battle for that gold. So I don't blame them for the paddle battles.
Zoe gets the paddle battle. She gets priority and has her pick of this wave. Long hang 5, holds on to it, clips the nose in the water for just a moment as she now drives into a really nice carve, swoops back off the bottom. Couple cross steps here as we can see that Rachel Tilley is up and riding. She's perched on the nose out back as Zoe is continuing with that footwork through to the inside section. The wave tap has turned on, and this heat is basically a final, being that every single surfer in it has been in those finals before. Rachel will have to kick out of her wave early as Zoe comes through to this inside section looking for a stolid finish. There you can see, I like that camera angle, you can see how much sand, how much grit there is in that shore break. It is a heavy, gnarly area to get stuck in, especially on a longboard, especially with how many little lips are coming up within it. Now we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, and this is tight.
Yeah, the exchanges that they've been having is absolutely incredible. Just, like we said, it's going to be like a final, especially with this tide dropping out. It bottomed out at 9:45, so that's why you see all that water rushing out. That water is rushing out to deep water, and from deep water, that more of that water will start coming in. As we see a replay here of Rachel's beautiful, relaxed, high line hang 5. I love how much she just puts that arm up to really just put a stamp on those hang 5, hang 10s to really be like, I can do this. And I love that she redirects her board. She unfortunately just gets too stuck on the top and didn't get to finish that wave. And I think that's what made that paddle battle.
Now, we were waiting for a score for Rachel to drop from her previous wave, the one where she then had that paddle battle. It's come through as the highest wave of the heat, an 8.13, and Rachel Tilley moves back into the leading position with a couple of 8s on the board. We're waiting now for this score of Honolua. Her last is 6.87, has her sitting in second as we take another look at the replay here.
And here we are. She's just patient. She's waiting for these sections. She knows that there's these chops in the surface of the wave, and they're creating more lips to try and navigate on the top of the wave. So she really takes her time. Beautiful gouging cut back. I love when she cuts back like that. She really puts all that weight on that rail to sink it in and really get that board. Has a little bobble there, but regains composure for that beautiful, really in the pocket hang 5. Beautiful carving turn. Just working her way in, and a beautiful off the top, putting that stamp to that finish of that wave.
Well, scores to drop, 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. 3 of our 4 surfers are out at backline. Zoe will be the only surfer paddling herself back out into the lineup. Right now, Red is sitting with first priority. She's the surfer off to the right-hand side of our screen. She's out the deepest. She's also on that inside position. She's needing a 9.71 to take the advancing position. But we do have a score to drop through from her before, and so far she's just counting the single score. So she's going to chip away at that requirement. For Zoe, she's waiting for a score to lock in. She's currently sitting on 2 6s as her high scores, needing a 7.17 to take second place away. Honolua will need an 8.46 as Rachel Tilley has dropped in 2 8s on the board and is sitting in that leading position. So big requirements across the board. We just know that Natsumi's going to chip away at hers potentially. She can improve on that 4.83 specifically to make it that lesser requirement to take away the leading position.
Yeah, these poor judges, they are going to be working very, very hard today. They've been working very hard all week, but today it's all about that crunch time. They really are taking their time deliberating all the waves that the surfers are catching, because they really want to make sure, certain nose rides are in the pocket, certain turns are driving to the next maneuver. So, it's going to be a long day for them.
It is a very long day as we've got 2 minutes remaining on the clock. We're close to those finals. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through. On the men's side, we've already seen that. We already have 2 of our finalists decided, and now it's getting even tighter in the women's field as Natsumi Teoka has just dropped in the single highest score of the event, an 8.33. She may have heard that from the beach announcers as she paddles into this wave. Only needs a 6.21 to overtake Honolua in that second place position and book herself a spot straight to the final to avoid repechage. Gets a great outside section, finds that turn back into the nose for the second time here on the inside, drives through. That last score, if she's heard it, is going to give her all of that excitement, that confidence to continue knowing she's right here in the battle, although the other competitors are dropping huge scores on the board, Megs.
Yeah, and it was a fully composed heat from Natsumi. She didn't catch her first wave till, 8 minutes into the heat. So patience is really paying off for a lot of these surfers. Really calmly just trying to get their strategy under their belt, really stick to the strategy. A lot of the times, you'll have that panic of, oh no, I need to keep chasing more waves. But she's displaying that, 2 waves is all you need.
That's exactly it. These surfers have been in these situations before. The conditions are perfection. They can all surf to an excellent criteria. And Rachel Tilley has that quick look back as she drives through that turn, nice and springy off the bottom, into that next nose ride, into that second wrap, keeps those arms held wide as Honolua is perched back up on the nose. This is going to be a wild finish. We could see the lead change. We could see that second place and that third place change as well. Honolua on a better sized wave maybe behind Rachel as Rachel comes through here to the inside section, getting a little bit more work done, that 5 to 10 combination, and looking to just put on this finishing maneuver. She's already got a couple of 8s on the board. That'll be the question, if this wave can improve on it. I have the feeling that she has that feeling. It's not quite going to improve her scores. Now it's going to be down to the rest of the women in the lineup. Honolua chasing an 8.46 to take first. Natsumi chasing a 6.21 to take second. We'll take a look at Zoe up in riding as well, who's been dropping huge scores the entire day. She only needs a 7.17 at the moment. We do still have scores dropping from the previous exchange, so it's going to take a few minutes off the end of this heat to figure out which of these two women is going straight into the grand final. As Zoe continues through to the inside section here, she's also just keeping things calm, paced out, beautiful footwork, nice hang 5 to finish off with here. Really wanting to make sure she gets that work done. And when the wave is smaller, it's a little softer. She's doing a very good job to just ride out calmly. She could step off nearly with dry hair right now at the end of that wave, and she does. That's the cleanest finish that we've seen from a lot of surfers throughout today, because that end section is gnarly.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, you know, more people fall in that pupusa section more than make it. So, I mean, today is going to be easier, but that short break is still very, very dangerous.
Tense moments now on the sand. Let's look at some replays. We didn't see the outside section for this of Zoe.
Beautiful carving for Zoe here. She sets into that hang 5, sets for another hang 5. It's a little out in that shoulder section, you know, that whitewash is almost chasing her, right? We want to see the nose rides more in that pocket where that you're almost equal to where that whitewash is. Beautiful drop knee turn back into this whitewash, just working her way in, and she's really just trying to redirect, really try to capitalize on this wave, and she does so very well. She really didn't have any moments of stalling. Every time she's always looking for the next maneuver, and as she finishes off here, she knows it gets a little tricky in this section, and you can see all the chatter on that board. That's all that water sucking out now that the tide has fully dropped.
This heat is unbelievable. Currently, heat totals as the lowest a 13.16, as the highest a 16.16. This wave is going to be important for Natsumi. Her requirement has shifted. She just needs a 6.21 to take that advancing position.
You know, what's crazy is I feel like I said this yesterday, we're going to see the screen here do the Dance Dance revolution of colors, and I feel like exactly that's what's going to happen. You know, Natsumi here really waiting to the very middle of the heat to start her campaign, and that was smart. I mean, it really paid off, being calm, cool, collected. As she works her way onto this inside, she did a lot of damage on the outside and works her way to this nice hang 5, finding that little double up again, another hang 5, really capitalizing on these waves. Every surfer so far, and the scores says it themselves, every surfer has capitalized on the entire wave from outside all the way to the inside, and that's what we're going to see for the rest of the day. The surfers really utilizing their board, capitalizing that entire wave. As we see Hono's replay of her last wave, just working her way in.
She's
beautiful
looking
carving cut back
to improve on a 6.87 as her lower score. If she does that, she puts more pressure on the field. She would be chasing an 8.46 to take the lead away from Rachel Tilley. Now, a couple scores that have dropped. Zoe Groth-Bion dropped a 7.17 for her second to last wave. That's put her into third at the moment. She's chasing a 7.70 to take to take second, as Honolua, for her second to last wave, has dropped a 7.20. Honolua betters her whole situation. Can't take away the leading position yet, but it increases the requirements, and now I believe we'll be down to the final exchange. We've got so many scores to drop through here, but it will be Zoe chasing a 7.70 for France in the blue jersey, and Natsumi chasing a 6.54 for Japan in the red jersey to take second away from Honolua for Hawaii in the white. Rachel Tilley for Team USA right now still holding on to that leading position in the green.
And what's so wild is even the beach announcers are doing a great job at giving them live scores and telling them the time and priority. But these girls aren't even probably just wanting to surf their butts off, and they did.
They did just that. Now we have had a situation change. Natsumi Teoka drops a 7.10 for her last wave. Calm and collected, like you said, Megs, the entire heat. A later start to it, capitalized on her final two waves. She's now taken second. Team Japan would see that, but they also know there are scores to drop for blue, for blue and for white. All scores in for last of Rachel Tilley, a couple of 5s. They don't help her situation in the leading position. Now a 7.17 is the requirement for last of Honolua Bloomfield to go from third into second. And the requirement has jumped greatly on Zoe Groth-Bion out of France. now requiring an 8.27 to take second. The reminder to myself and everybody else is that this is non-elimination. The top 2 surfers are booking straight into the final. The bottom 2 surfers can take a breather for a moment and surf in the repechage final to gain themselves a spot back into the grand final.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, I went all the way to the final doing repechage, and I almost found it. I had a conversation with my dad last night, and he was like, I'm pretty sure you went into the repechage in like round 2 very early.
Like super early in the event?
Yeah, and he was like, how did you feel about that? And I was like, well, one, I was probably 18 and just wanted to surf, and I was so hungry, so I was like, yay. I thought of it as, yay, more time to surf. Now that I'm older, I would have been like, oh my gosh, I have so much heats to surf. This is going to be wild. I'm going to have to be tanking emergency. Someone's going to have to hook me up to an IV drip, like, you know, so it's going to be, I mean, these girls are surfing so good, and how the level of surfing from these women, I mean, the requirements to get up into second and first place are near perfect, and they're dropping scores in that requirement.
That's right. It's been so tight across the board. The heat total's now well above the 14-point range for just that 4th place even. Last score in for Honolulu Bloomfield out of Hawaii in the white jersey, a 7.03. It's not enough to take her into second. She'll be heading to the repechage round guaranteed. Last wave of Zoe to come in from the judging panel. She improved on her previous 2 waves. The 6.83 and the 7.17 were her last 2 attempts before the final. And she's now going to be needing, though, an 8.27. Highest wave of the heat going to Natsumi was that 8.33. She's in that 2nd place position now. Behind that, a couple of other excellent scores. So the judges will be paying close attention to those excellent scores in order to see where Zoe's will fit into that equation. It's not enough. It's a 6.53, and we officially have Rachel Tilley from Team USA booking herself a spot into the finals once again here for the ISA World Longboard Championships, alongside Natsumi Teoka from Japan, also into the finals once again. These 2 women will be taking home medals for their country. They'll be proudly flying those flags, and we will see the Hawaiian and the French woman, Honolulu and Zoe, into the repechage round. More action to come as Sam jumps into the booth.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the ongoing action live from Finals Day here for the 2024 Surf City ISA World Longboard Championship. I'm now back in the booth with Megan Godinez. Megs, you're bringing some color to this men's repechage round. We've got Carlos Bahia, Kai Hamasi, Kai Salas, Rodrigo Schfeier. It's a big one, but the Hawaiian Kai Salas just seems to be building momentum.
Yeah, and he switched his boards yesterday. He was riding that orange Kai Salas company surfboard, and he switched to a yellow one. And it's funny, his wife actually pushed him to switch to that board. So Alphon, if you're watching, very, very good call.
Yeah, and it really delivered some critical nose rides, and it was the model, the Blue Moon, that he used to win the WSL World Longboard title last year at Malibu. And with that, let's go down to the glass, because Rachel Tilley for Team USA has just booked herself a spot in the grand final.
Thank you guys very much. Winner of the women's main round 5, heat number 1, USA's Rachel Tilley. Congratulations.
I can't believe that. I'm getting a medal. I'm so excited.
This is so insane. You have surfed so solid. I've seen you here a number of times this event. First thing, I mean, I've mentioned a lot today, but how amazing are the conditions here? And every day of this competition seems like it would be the best day in California of the year. And how incredible is it to be surfing all of these heats and perfect waves?
Yeah, it's so incredible. My dad told me before I paddled out, he was like, this is just like you're surfing at churches at home, which is a beautiful right-hand point break we have at home that I've surfed like a bajillion contests at, sessions at, and so to just try and feel at home out there was key.
I mean, all fun aside, you're in the main round. It's a non-elimination round, but how does that affect your confidence not dropping into repecharge?
I guess it gives me a boost of confidence. I can't believe that I'm in the position that I am right now. I'm so over the moon. I really struggle with energy levels on that paddle back out. And I just kept thinking, like the girls right now that just got third and fourth in that heat, you know, obviously you're not out, but they just checked in and they're about to paddle back out. And so I was just thinking, like, please don't have to do that. And yeah, now I get to like sit and maybe eat a banana, I don't know, or some water and regroup and watch. But contest isn't close from being over. A lot of hard work still to do.
Finally, a huge nod to Josh Martin. That board has been working so good in a number of conditions. One of the most versatile designs that I've seen. Is that going to become a model that people can order?
Yeah, I mean, they already can. Josh, just contact Josh and
So what do they ask for?
the board that Rachel rides. I don't know. The pintail. I can't remember if we made a name for this one or not, but he'd know what you mean if you asked him.
I think we should call it the Dancing Queen.
Oh, I like that. Josh, you're listening?
0.5% of the proceeds go to Ben. Just kidding. So everyone at home that's super stoked to see you just punching on through with a lot of force.
Yeah, normally I'm in like a really, as we've been talking in past post-heat interviews, normally I like to like listen to music and dance and kind of just relax and have fun, but today was like game face. I like wasn't in the mood for talking. I was just like trying to keep in my own head and go out there and do the job, and so I'm really happy to have that one done, and now it's just about what can we make of the finals. Everyone's surfing amazing, so yeah, like I said, it's far from over.
Message to home.
I'm so stoked, and I hope you guys enjoyed that, and I hope you're not too stressed, and I'll call you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
Thanks.
Back to the booth.
Great stuff. I had a fantastic message from Josh Martin a couple of days when I was asking about the fabric inlay, and he explained how it's from Hoffman Fabrics. Of course, Aaron Hoffman, Indy Hoffman's father, helped Rachel find the fabric, and of course Hoffman has a huge catalogue of all their vintage fabrics, hallways of stacks and stacks of those incredible fabrics, and that's what Rachel chose to have that inlay into her board, and it really does give that board a beautiful feng shui, a great flavor. And of course, you know, how proud will all of these surfboard shapers be to see their boards being represented on the global stage right now. As it stands, we've got a nice lot of shapers represented, but you, Mega Godinez, one of the very few female shapers, you know, and that is game changing because we need more women shaping surfboards out there.
And you know what's funny? Being in the room with, you know, a male shaper and a female shaper, the way that women almost look at it like it's like literally their baby. When I'm shaping, I go into like this maternal instinct of, you know, really making sure the rails are very even, making sure they're, you know, for me, my rails, I really like the 60-40 tuck, meaning like 60 of the slope down and then 40 kind of tucks underneath. And yeah, and I think being, you know, my dad having 2 girls and 1 boy, he really like honed in on teaching his girls and his son how to like do a lot of things, and shaping's one of them.
Absolutely. As we see live action for Japan, it's our surfer in blue, Kai Hamasi, straight to the tip, locks in a nice long 5, stays right in the pocket on that nose ride, and then just widens out into a big sweeping off the bottom, off the top as he sets himself up with a drop knee cut back right in the pocket, walking up to the high line there, touches the 5, the wave gets a little bit peaky, sweeps that cut back, and this is a really nice start for Kai Hamasi. Getting busy, getting lively, and looking good, Megs.
Yeah, I love his style. I love his flow. His body looks so proportioned to where he's turning, and I really appreciate that. And, you know, his arms are very structured. His body, his legs are staying very sturdy, and that's very important because that adds a lot of style to your surfing and gets you, it's really noticeable in the lineup.
And how important do you think it'll be now for Kai Hamasi to have had the quick start here?
I think it puts pressure on everyone else. I mean, he's going to feel good. You know, he looks lively and ready to get back out there, just trying to, you know, navigate that little pupusa section. But to have that under his belt, that's going to give him a lot of confidence. You know, he got his campaign started early, and that's what you want in a lot of these heats coming up, is to not only offensively, you know, take that lead and have that score, but for defense-wise, it puts pressure on them to now chase what Kai Hamasi has.
And it's interesting to see the mentality that some of these surfers are getting themselves into. What we've noticed from Kai Salas is he just has got himself in this very positive space. He looks relaxed. He looks like he's enjoying being here. And we're starting to see that shine through in his longboarding.
Yeah, like even in his interview, he seems so lively and so emotional. And I love that about him as we see the other Kai Hamasi on this beautiful long hang 5, really navigating through that whitewash. That is not easy to do, folks. That board was in that whitewash pretty much, you know, so he had to really trust his fins, really trust his stance to stabilize in that position. As he works his way nicely in here, I love the way he draws out his turns. He really comes up that face when that face allows it to, and really drives down back into that power section. And I love the way he just looks very proportioned, very composed, very relaxed in his surfing. Nothing's, you know, he's not trying to pump. He's not trying to do crazy radical maneuvers. He is just trying to really set himself up for success with looking very smooth and very buttery.
And he gets a 6.5 megs for that first ride. So now we see the other Kai Salas, our reigning WSL World Longboard Champion, 2018 ISA gold medalist. He strokes towards that one, but he recognizes that it's not going to be worth going for, because actually, as it stands right now, there will not be priority with the other surfers. So it will not change the priority situation, because those 3 other surfers still haven't ridden waves yet. So it's about the deepest surfer who has first priority, first right of way. There's not a priority deemed yet, other than for Kai Hamasi. When he gets into the lineup, he will be 4th priority if these surfers haven't ridden waves yet.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Yesterday, we saw a lot of those mistakes happen.
Kai Salas, there it is, on the lock, in the 5. Can he get the 10? Yes, he can. Nice, smooth 10. Holds onto the 5, walks out of that nose ride, 4 steps to the tail, and then really nice down carve. Good bottom turn setup for another high line. Smooth lock of the 5. Probably going to get the 10. Soul arch 10. Lifts that back arm. Goes to the tail, and then roller coasters through that and rides out cleanly. Kai Salas is going to be feeling strong with that ride.
Yeah, he is. You know, he even kind of, that last wave, he knew he was sitting a little bit too deep, so he probably moved over a little wider just so he could make those sections.
Great technique. You know, he really used the paddle and the line lying on his body to just really eye that up, and then repositioned himself for the next wave. But answering back, 4 steps to the tip, it's Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil. Locked in that trademark 5, goes into that 10 on his Luffy built boards. As we can see, another Luffy rider, another Brazilian, Carlos Bahia. Carlos more on the shoulder for that nose ride. We can really see a point of difference there between the location of the nose rides for both of those Brazilians, Meg.
Yeah, and I love to see both their styles on display, you know, on this beautiful wave of El Sanzal. You can really see and start to compare the different styles, the different techniques that each surfer is using, you know. With Rodrigo being a goofy footer, you know, he really is looking over his shoulder. The only time really when Carlos is looking over his shoulder is to turn back and roundhouse into that whitewash.
Rodrigo Schweier moving through to the inside. I can hear Team Brazil clapping, applauding. Carlos Bahia, there's great energy in Team Brazil. They're operating as a unit. They're always together. They're compact. They represent themselves with pride, and you can see them on your screen right now. Luana Suarez, of course, the coach, Karina, who you would have competed against regularly in your competition career.
Yeah, I mean, the last contest we did was, I think, in China when we had that contest in Hainan. And I remember I had her in my heat, and I think I was probably 20, 21. And she looked at me and she was just like, you need to keep surfing. That was one of the first things she told me. She's like, your style, you need to keep surfing. Of course, she's very intense, so she looked at me and like pointed her finger, and I thought I was in trouble. But she was just really passionate about me continuing surfing. And you know, I love paying homage to the veterans of our sport, especially the women. You know, they really catered to what we have now, and I appreciate them so much.
That look reminds me of a moment I shared with Lance Ukana, where I beat him at a game of chess at a contest in Brazil, and he looked at me. I thought he was going to headbutt me, but he said, you need to teach me that move. And I did teach him that move, and he appreciated it. But right now, up and riding in blue, it's Kai Hamasi for his second score. He's got a 6.5 to carry. He wants to add to that, and he's adding to that with style, with a nice soul arch nose ride as he goes into a big sweeping roundhouse cutback, rebounds off the foam. This wave now starting to peak up, but he's putting that board back on rail, going into the pocket. He'll just want to get behind the section here, using those cross steps cleanly up into the nose, but just takes a little bit of a wobble there moving through that section, Meg.
Yeah, this inside section is going to get really tricky with this tide coming in. You know, it is smaller, but remember, there's less sand now. There's more rocks exposed, and that surface of the rocks, it's creating more of these lippy sections, meaning that there's more lips on the wave, as we could see there. That wave was very thick on the inside. So it's going to be interesting how the surfers navigate that inside section. A pupusa section, we'd love to call.
Absolutely, and typical of the beginning of a South Swell season, where it's quite sandy at the start, it now becomes quite rocky as those big swells start to take that sand out to sea. But what about this from Bahia? Wide on the opening nose ride, but then a lot of damage done second section here.
Yeah, I think this one he was sitting pretty wide, as this is probably one of the biggest waves we've seen so far in the day. He really was sitting wide, and that's what got him to get into more of that shoulder for that nose ride. Unfortunately, you know, we'd love to see more of that on finals day. I want to see those hang 5, those hang 10s really in that pocket where that whitewash is just, you're almost chasing that whitewash on that nose, as we see as he does this really nice arching relaxed hang 5 there. And you'll see a lot of the surfers doing more almost progressive moves now that we've seen, you know, Kai Hamase's wave here. Beautiful, long, relaxed, arching hand up, little Endless Summer homage to Wingnut. And that's the turn that I'm talking about, that real almost progressive turn into that whitewash, like almost a full roundhouse. And it's really not easy to do, especially with these surfers. Maybe now that the waves are smaller, they're really riding single fins, and it's really hard to drive that board into that whitewash, and he does so very well at really redirecting that board, using that wave to work for him.
I love the way he walked into that nose ride off the turn. He did take a wobble, but the commitment, the way he was so deep in the section as he bottom turned and walked into the nose ride, demonstrated that he knows he needs to be doing all the work in the pocket. 9 minutes remaining, waiting for scores to come through for Kai Hamasi. Up and riding, it's Kai Salas, straight to the tip, locked on a nice 5, soul arch, arm up into a 10, dynamic. This looks like the kind of surfing that could take the Hawaiian to gold as he goes into a sweeping turn, and this wall really is starting to operate as he sets himself up again with a cut back, using that foam just to kind of get that right line. He'll drop down into the wave. He'll start to eye up those opportunities to get his toes back on the nose if he can just get behind the section, which he does with a stool. There's the 5. Might well get a lock of a 10 here. There's that walk out of the 5 cleanly. back into a cutback, now onto the inside, and Kai's got to be feeling really strong about this, Megs.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the best wave so far of the heat. The way that he read that wave and really committed to every, oh, beautiful hang tang on the inside, just to rub it in. Why not? You know, and that's his flair. That's his sass. You know, he's so good under pressure. It's insane how good and how amazing he does with this really beautiful high line of that steezy hang 5. You see that back of that board, that tail really catching that the wave there as he does that beautiful trademark swooping cut back down, and the way he comes back up to really redirect that board.
I love the way he mixes up using the middle of the board with just putting that foot at the back for the rail turns.
Yeah, and you'll notice the middle of the board, his feet are closer together, and that's to really put that board onto rail as he does this really steezy, tight hang 5 on this wave.
And then something I'm looking forward to seeing again on this replay is the 10 to look back on the beach, which I think he does on this inside section here, Megs.
Oh, yeah, he is feeling so good about this wave. I mean, this wave is that one right there. He was just doing a little sass, little flair. And, you know, mentally, I mean, he's feeling really good about that wave, and he's letting people know how good he feels about it.
Carlos Bahia drops a 7.5 for the first wave. I didn't think it would go that high because I felt like the nose riding was on the shoulder. So I was surprised it was a bigger wave. But it's a strong score for the Brazilian. Kai Salas has dropped to 6.7 for his opening ride, waiting for that second score to come through for Kai Salas. We feel like that's going to be the biggest score of the heat so far.
I definitely believe so. I mean, that hang 5, hang 10 out the back was just insane. Yeah, you see how Carlos's wave, he's very much almost just trimming. He's kind of planing across towards that shoulder section. But that was a beautiful cutback, rounding cutback into the power pocket just to come back up. And here he's just kind of waiting for that section to start to stand up. Again, a little bit of more of that, you know, Shannon and I had a conversation about aggressive surfing and progressive surfing. They're very, very different. You know, a lot of the surfers are doing a lot of both right now because we are on the finals day. So they're going to have to pull a lot of rabbits out of the hat and do some magic tricks out there.
And now I see the replay, Megs. I start to respect what happened in the second part of that ride. Yes, the opening nose ride was on the shoulder, but there was a lot of good surfing done through the rest of the ride as he answers back deep in the pocket. Carlos Bahia kicking off with a 7.5, the Brazilian who won silver last year here at El Sunzal in the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship, wanting to book himself a spot in the final for the 2024 edition as he just takes a little nosedive through that section there. So he will add a score to that 7.5. Kai Salas will still be waiting for his second score. Kai Hamasi, Megs, drops a 7.4 for his last wave. So added to that 6.5, it puts Kai Hamasi in first. Carlos Bahia will certainly be in a strong position when he drops the second score, as will Kai Salas, probably leaving Rodrigo Schweier down in fourth because he'll be the only surfer carrying just one ride. That one ride is a 6.87, but he's out there with first priority for Brazil.
Yeah, and this is going to be tricky, you know. The waves are smaller, so they have to be way more selective on the waves they choose. As we saw earlier, Kai really didn't, that first wave, he really stayed on his belly, waited for it to really read it, and then he kicked out of it because it didn't offer him that 8-point ride, that 9-point ride that all the surfers are going to be looking for. But what it did do is put him in a better position to get a better score.
I mean, you could have given that a perfect 10.
I mean, I was very well close. The way he utilized and capitalized on that entire wave, he tore that wave to shreds in my books, for sure.
It's an 8.67 for Kai Salas's last ride. It puts him up into first position. It shifts Kai Hamasi for Japan down into second. It means that Carlos Bahia is now in third. Carlos has dropped to 4.57 for his last ride. It means Rodrigo Schweier is chasing a 7.04. Rodrigo not doing too bad here because that 6.87 is a decent backup score, considering that Kai Hamasi's backup score is a 6.5 and Kai Salas's backup score is a 6.7, but the driving gears all now with Kai Salas with that 8.67.
Yeah, I feel like it was very well up there in the 9s. In my
Yeah.
opinion, I think that could have definitely been up there in the 9s for sure.
That nose riding, the commitment, the control, the flow, the in and out of 10s, mixing rail work, and the fact that he had the steez to do the hang 10, look to beach move on the inside says a lot about this man's confidence right now.
Yeah, I mean, he capitalized that whole wave. The way that he used his board, you know, he turned from the back half of the board, he turned from the middle of the board. You know, you could even see him on his hang 5, hang 10s. He's really using his knees to pick up momentum on those hang 5s. And that's not easy to do. And that was a very, very well-written wave.
Looking to replace his 6.5, which is his low score. He's got a 7.4 as well. It's Kai Himase for Japan. Locks a 5, walks out of that 5, and then just readjusts his feet to a cutback. Smaller wall here, but he's going back into a second nose ride. He needs to get super critical on this section if he can really go into the excellent range, because it's a smaller wave. He does lean into another soul arch 5, and you can see already that there's something about the shape of this wave that just feels that it might not be able to go excellent range.
Yeah, and you know, he could. Well, he is sitting on a 7.40 and a 6.5. It will be, you know, close to up there, but I don't see it replacing a 6.5. If it does, it'll do it by tenths of a point, I believe. It is a little smaller of a wave, and there was a lot more wait time on the wave. Like, I saw him kind of thinking a lot more. There wasn't maybe as much fluidity, but he definitely stamps it and loves that stamp on the end of that wave.
Yeah, I think that really grew on me as he started to work that through the inside. So I think the judges will really reward a lot of that work. I think there's a good chance it's going to be a replacement for that 6.5, but whether it will rival the 7.4, you know, was there enough critical surfing happening out back, and was it a little bit limited by the wave size, would be the question as to whether that can oust his 7.4.
Yeah, you know, his hang 5 was very much in the pocket, though. I will say that, you know, there was that little foamy kind of lip section that started to break, and it was well in front of him. So, you know, I would consider that more in the pocket. So, yeah, I think maybe he'll actually better, and he does with the 6.9. Yeah. I was right there on the tenths of a point, but it was better than his 6.05.
I think that's right on the money. It bettered that backup wave, but it didn't rival his 7.4. But watch out, Rodrigo Schweier is chasing a 7.43 now. Long 5, holds that 5, clean, walking out, rebounding off foam, setting up a high line, stools it, 2 steps, 4, up to the nose. As you can see, Kai Salas out back as well. Schweier gets a 10, leans over that 10, committed to that nose ride. Look at the cool, sweeping, smooth surfing of Salas. The regular footer out back as well, locked in a 10 as Rodrigo Schweier works this through the inside, and it looks like Carlos Bahia is up and riding right now as well. So Megs, as we move down into the last 3 seconds of the heat, this last exchange is going to be very important for all of the surfers.
Yeah, again, we're going to see that dance revolution of those colors jumping up and down, you know. I think Kai is pretty safe with his 8.67, you know, being the highest score of the heat. But we've seen a lot of heats where even if you have one single high score, might not get you far.
Rodrigo Schweier like that. You could see by his body language. Kai Salas comes through to the inside. The Brazilian team were cheering. Kai Salas keeping it cool. He's also looking to replace an 8.7. So, of course, that 8.67 was spectacular. I'm not sure that that is going to be ousted by the other surfers on this last exchange, but it's those backup waves that are important. So it's possible that green or red will not matter. So it will come down to whether Rodrigo Schweier can oust Kai Himase, Megs.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, man, this is a final on its own. You know, 2 Brazilians, 1 Japan, and 1 from Hawaii. And it's such a cool international heat.
And this is no longer a chance to stay in the event for surfers that get in 3rd or 4th. They will be eliminated. So the surfers that get 1st and 2nd will be moving into the grand final to go for gold. As we get the replay of Schweier, Megs, bear in mind he's chasing a 7.43 to get a spot in the final.
Wow, I mean, That beautiful long nose ride out the back. He really utilized that trimming technique that he has so well down. He really, and this beautiful 10 right here, really throwing his entire weight on that nose. That is not easy. His whole, you know, the only things really staying on that nose was all of his toes.
Wow, Kai Salas also had a very good nose ride out back. I think that this is going to be a very important score for Schweier, but I think Kai Salas could replace his 6-7. In fact, I'm going to say just from the feeling of what I saw of Kai, he will replace it. But this is going to matter because Kai Hamasi is going to really be put under pressure because he didn't get a chance to replace his 6.9.
Yeah, and you know, Rodrigo did that little hang 10 all the way to the inside. This is Kai's replay, still waiting on this score, but beautiful hang 5, hang 10, and you see how he uses his knees just to do those little movements of just driving the nose back into position as he does that beautiful stalling technique. Another beautiful long hang 10. That was the longest hang 10 we've seen in the contest. I will say that for sure.
For me, this has already replaced his 6.7.
I think it'll be pretty close to that 8.67 that he has. I think this is, I'm going to say it, I think he might drop another 8.
But did Schweier do enough to move up into second? That's the question. Bahia had a 5.10, so it feels like Bahia's going to get eliminated. In fact, sitting in third, he definitely will get eliminated. It's now a question of Brazil and Japan. Can Schweier go up into second? Can Kai Hamasi stay in second? Because we get the feeling that this man from Hawaii has booked himself a spot in the grand final to go for gold.
Yeah, and I had a chat with him the other day that he was like, you know what, Megan, just say my age. Because I'm actually really proud to be 43 years old and still surfing and being able to represent Hawaii, our nation within a nation, and being able to just pay it forward. You know, a lot of the kids are riding his boards now in Waikiki.
Just got some ice pack to keep that head cool, which is actually really a good technique in a tropical climate as he drinks his electrolytes, waiting for scores to come through. So Carlos Bahia will not get through to the final. It's about if Rodrigo Schweier can get the 7.43 he needs to move up into second, and if the requirement will change because Kai Salas may well replace his 6.7. So massive moments for Schweier in white for Brazil and Hamase in blue for Japan. So as it stands, Bahia will be eliminated, but Schweier has a chance, Hamase has a chance. We feel like Salas has got that spot in the final already.
Yeah, man, you can hear a needle drop outside, and then all of a sudden there's going to be this crazy roar of expression. This is why I love the ISA, this sport, because it comes down to crunch time, but then at the end of the day, there's so much camaraderie and so much love because, we're all surfers at the end of the day who are just constantly chasing that high of finding the next wave.
And you have to admit that there was a moment in Schweier's ride where he really leant over that 10. So that was an important statement of his commitment to one of the nose rides. So he does drop a 7.7, moves up into second. So Kai Salas will stay in first. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil has eliminated Kai Hamase for Japan and his teammate Carlos Bahia, who got silver last year. Schweier already a gold medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2010. Last year, Carlos Bahia silver, but you can see that camaraderie for Brazil. That was incredible. We'll be moving to the women's next. Shannon will be coming back in to host along with Auntie Meg. Stay with us because that man Kai Salas has made a spot in the grand final along with Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to Rapid Charge Round 8. Just one heat. Top two surfers will be advancing into the grand final to meet up with Rachel Tilley and Natsume Teoka as Honolua Bloomfield lock into a soul arch hang five off the opening maneuver of this wave. Couple quick steps here, and she's just going to trim through this very frothy section of her opening ride. We can see that Zoe Grolpion for France is up and riding on the inside section. Honolua still trimming and staying with this wave, doing very well to just manage the power of that whitewater coming down across their feet on the deck of that board. Now lays into the rail, whips it back up into a great looking nose ride, pedals back here, and we can see that Liv Stokes is also up and riding out the back. So a great exchange right off the buzzer. 25 minutes on the clock, an elimination round heat where the top two surfers will be matching up in the final round with an opportunity to take home that gold medal. Honolua doing some great work here to the inside section as she just goes in for that clean, collected finish. She'll exit the board and she'll have a score to drop, as well as Zoe, as well as Liv, and that will leave Maria Fernandez out of Peru sitting out the back with priority. 22 minutes remaining on the clock, and it's been a big day of surfing so far. On the finish of that last heat, we saw an 8.93 drop in for Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, taking away one of the biggest scores of the men's draw. He's down on the beach, and he's booked himself a spot in the finals.
Thank you very much, Shannon Meggs, winner of the men's Rep 10 heat number 1, Hawaii's Kai Salas. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So watching the beginning of that heat, up until the 10-minute mark, people were waiting on scores. There was only 2 scores that were in for Kai in the beginning. Kai Hamase, of course. And were you basically kind of waiting to hear what they'd given you on the first one to plan out your next attack, or did it just take that long to have a good wave come through?
Yeah, just, these 4-man heats, you kind of, everybody at the beginning kind of just jocks deeper and deeper. So that was my mistake. I just started off a little too deep, and I paddled for the first couple. Thought I was in position, and then looked down the line, and I was like way too deep. And after I pulled off, I just, don't want to wait too long to get a score. So I caught that first one, and I knew right when I kicked out of that first one that the plan was to go out there and just wait for, try to get an excellent range wave, so yeah.
So they were commenting on those 10s where you look towards the beach, and I just love. Are you looking at the judges to make sure that they're paying attention to your toes over the tip?
Yeah, just making sure they're paying attention, watching. No, it is like that wave just felt good. So I was like, that was like my number 6 nose ride on that one. And I was just like, getting a little cocky, but I was just playing around, all in good fun.
No, you look like you're having tons of fun. You have talked about the training that you've been doing, and this place is such a leg burner, even for one heat. And to be able to keep that control, and there's a lot of muscles in your toes and your feet and your legs activated on those nose rides. And each ride, man, I'm sure it's just activating you.
Yeah, you get a little leg burn towards the end, but it's the heat when you're paddling back out. You can feel like the water is, I don't know, like above 80s probably, and the air is like close to 90s, so I can feel my head throbbing. So, probably people watching back home are like, why are they paddling so slow? But man, I'm just like trying not to get heat exhaustion on the way back out. So that's the hardest part, is those paddles.
Yeah, and on a shortboard, you're actually breathing the vapors coming off of the water.
Yeah, I can't imagine paddling a shortboard back out.
Well, I'm going to let you get ready. We're going to start that final up pretty soon here for this amazing Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. And what a day and what a show you're putting on. We love it.
Thanks so much.
Back to the booth with you, ladies.
Thanks so much. Kai Salas needing to keep himself cool. It just, the reminder of why we've seen like Team Japan with those ice packs straight on the head to literally cool the body down. It's funny that as he was saying that, Honolua jumps off her board, ducks her head underwater to keep that paddle going, because these surfers in the rapid charge rounds, they're looking at 4 heats to include the final at the end of the day.
Yeah, and these paddle outs are not easy. You know, when you're paddling, you're using your entire body. As you can see, right, she's kicking her legs a little bit to help that momentum of her arms to keep moving. And it's a whole body situation, right? You tighten your core to make sure you're stabilizing on the board. You're not tipping over, tipping back and forth. So, I mean, and another surfer also dipping underneath the water. It's hot out there.
The sun is shining. That wind is just staying light. There's that tiniest bit of offshore ruffle, which is the greatest thing to show up to when you're going out for a surf and you paddle, or you drive over the hill, whatever it is, you pull into the car park and you get to see conditions like this. So dreamy. As we take a look now at surfer in green, Maria Reyes, up and riding into that first hang 5 in that downward trajectory down to the bottom of the wave. She manages to maintain her control, though, whips it up into that first turn. Now she's caught deep behind the section. She's waited a long time to get this opening ride underway, and now she's capitalized on the outside, a nose ride to turn combination. Resetting here, mostly using that back foot to drive herself into the right position. A little bit of cross-stepping, just cruising through to this inside section. Scores are in for the rest of the field already. She would have heard those scores being announced as well, knowing what she would be looking for to keep herself in a good position while opening up on her first wave. She may be able to hit this double up as well on the inside section. It could give her that last opportunity to lock into a 5, maybe 10 combination, and just trimming here, gets that quick tap to the 5. She's gonna have one more. 5 to 10, there it is. Locks in for a long hang 10, actually in a small size wave, but beautiful surfing from Maria.
Yeah, amazing. And that, she wanted to catch that wave. This heat is 25 minutes. So she wants to get that early start. Again, right? All these surfers are wanting early starts so that they can put pressure on their competitors. And it's starting off really, really great with this, oh my words, this really beautiful wave from Honolua. Just that really steezy hang 10 out the back, really trying to navigate this foamy section. Just staying very, very low because she doesn't want that whitewash to buck her off that board. We saw a lot of that yesterday. A lot of those surfers really getting bucked off that whitewash, that really backwash that was hitting that section.
Yeah, so challenging yesterday with those ones. Honolua does so well with this. The score is in, Megs, as a 7-3-3.
Yeah, well deserved. I love the way that she really sits into that turn and still puts that weight on that back foot to get her back up into that high line for that quick hang 5. And she does that so very, very well. And I love the way she's surfing this wave, constantly redirecting that board, setting up for the next turn. Nice little jazzy turn at the end just to put a stamp on that end of that wave.
Well, rapid charge round number 8. A lot of surfing that these women have been putting together. For Honolua and for Zoe, they have just fallen out of that main round. So they've surfed the least number of heats within this event. This is the first time that they kind of had that feeling of defeat coming out of their main round loss about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And having to reset, what's that like in that moment?
I mean, especially now that we're on the last day, it's really, almost you have to let yourself feel those moments, but you can't stay there. You have to make them really quick and understand, all right, I got work to do in the next heat.
That's right. Let that motion sink in for that moment, but continue moving forward. As we see Zoe locked into a long hang 5, that wave curling just behind her, and she'll now wrap it around for a great little spring off the bottom turn into that high line once again, finds that quick tap to the 5. That was a great looking nose ride from the outside. Now with that work, all of that momentum to carry through, her opening ride came through as a 5.77, and she just digs that rail and goes down, unfortunately. She's going to be feeling that because that was an exceptional outside.
Yeah, and I feel like she could have done a little bit more work on that inside just to gain those another point or two. So, I mean, it's a score on the board for her, so she's going to want to back. She gets that back up. She still has a little less than 15 minutes left, so she does have time. And these are the moments where they're really going to have to try and slow their heart rate down, really regroup and get back out there to get another wave.
Let's take another look here because that outside section looked beautiful.
Yeah, this beautiful high line hang 5, really committed, really. I love how much the only thing moving is slightly just her hands, but her legs stay strong and sturdy. And you can tell she's really putting all that weight down on that nose to have it plane through the wave. And I love that she does this beautiful sweeping cut back here. Nice turn into that power section, and she just gets slipped off. And I think it was because she wasn't looking where she was going, to be completely honest.
It's those eyes. It even is down to the most basics of learning how to surf when you're paddling in and catching foamies for the very first time, that whitewater, and you're on a soft top surfboard. If you stand up on your feet and you're looking at a marker on the beach that's right in front, if it's a person, if it's your towel, if it's a tree, you can keep gliding straight into that sand. The moment that surfers will look sideways, they tend to just fall straight over, like kind of head over toes. And the exact same thing happens as you continue to develop in surfing. Eyes lead where the body goes.
Yes, exactly. And just that her getting getting stuck on that little turn was because she was thinking a little bit too fast on what section she wanted to do another nose ride.
Now, looking at some of those scores, Maria's opener was a 5. Liv Stokes has put a 5.83 on the board. She's sitting with priority. The young Canadian, 22 years old, and she is looking for an opportunity to walk away a medalist here. She put together some really incredible heats at last year's event, and the Canadian team having all 4 of the same representatives back in El Salvador as they had last year was a great opportunity for them to have that camaraderie, that team unit, you know, that contingency together in that same pack that they had last year. And I think that's also really helping Liv up into this moment, knowing that she's got that support. She's got her mom that's been down here with her, paying attention to these heats, watching from the shoreline, watching from Casa de Mar where they're staying right here on the tip of the point, and kind of just analyzing things as we go. And we've been hearing from Liv in her post-heat interviews about the fact that she's one of those surfers who's decided to actually switch up her strategy in different heats she's paddled out on, wanting to adapt more to what the conditions and those current conditions offer than just kind of going out with the same game plan every time.
Yeah, and that was my, you know, talking about being a student of the sport. It's really paying attention to the lineup. It's really paying attention to where the surfers are sitting. Kai said it in his last heat. He knew he was sitting too deep, too far into the pocket, so he readjusted.
Fade takeoff for Zoe under 4th priority. She's sitting in a leading position now with a 5.77 and a 6 that she improved on with that last wave. Had she not fallen, and she goes down and get on this one. But thinking of that 6 for Zoe's last wave, if she hadn't fallen, had she finished off on the inside, she could have added that extra point or 2 to her scoreline.
Yeah, again, like we talked about, that surfing becomes a math equation if you want to look at it that way. It's just to see what, from this moment we stand up, how can I add to my score?
Liv doing that right now, looking to add to that score line. Gets that tight 5 to start. Quick tap on it here. She's on that high line and now needs to lock in. That's a longer hang 5. Now pulling that rail together, whipping it up in that top third of the wave, getting a little bit of a lack of control within that kind of combination turns. That's one thing that she'll need to kind of keep together, especially given the field that she's currently competing against in this Repicharge round 8.
Yeah, she's really going to have to compose herself on that turns, and she learned just from that earlier part of this wave previously, she did that turn and kind of wobbled. This one, she moved her front foot a little forward, and that's what stabilized her to get the rail digging perfectly and not having the rail slip out.
That's a great adjustment in the moment on the same wave. Now she gets another one. We could be seeing her really connect those dots smooth throughout the entire wave. Honolua with a solid size set. She's sitting on a 7.33 as her opener, locked into another long hang 5. She already had one at the start. She's still holding on to the 5 for, you know, that 5 to 10 seconds up on that nose ride on the outside section. Judges, again, have been loving those sorts of nose rides throughout this week. Now she's looking to just connect the dots through the inside, continue building into that scoreline, continue building into that campaign. She wants to find herself with a final here in the ISA World Longboard Championships. She's done it before, but that was in the juniors division, in a mixed gender division when she was just a grommet back in 2013. She walked away with that ISA gold medal. Now she wants to do it against her peers here once again, some that were competing in that event back in the day, as we see a solid finish for Hono on the inside.
Wow, beautiful ridden wave, set wave, and this is why, you know, it comes down to that smart surfing. She knows that there's less than 10 minutes left. She wants to solidify another solid score, and now it's going to give her more time to paddle out and find even another one.
Maria up and riding. Maria looking to improve on the 5-point ride she started with. Right now, she only needs a 6.77. Little stumble there on that first turn, but locks back into that hang 5. Little arch back. Has that weight on her back foot the entire time as well, instead of onto that front foot. Drives around that section, setting herself up here. That wave's really slopey. You can see that wave behind standing tall, and I was wondering if anybody was going to come shooting into the camera, and it's Zoe out the back in that blue jersey for France, as Maria's doing some great rail-to-rail work here on the inside section. And we will have a big exchange that's dropping in as we see the finish of this wave for Maria. She was able to get that nice dynamic hang 10 on the inside, but that wave didn't have quite enough in it on the outside section to give her a great score. So her opener was just that 5. She would have heard that. She would have made those adjustments knowing she needed to commit to a big outside section. It's exactly what she's done on this wave. Now Zoe up and riding. We saw that outside section for the start. She's now coming in for that finish. Quick steps, gets that quick tap to the nose on the inside. Now both of them have big requirements in front of them. Zoe, to take away the lead, now needs an almost 10, a 9.66, as Honolua Bloomfield has dropped in an 8.33 to better her 7.33. Now the quest for second feels very, very strong.
Yeah, as we see Zoe up and riding, beautiful long hang 5, committed. Wow, beautiful. I mean, this must be the longest hang 5 and then a hang 10. Wow, that board's really working for her. What a beautiful, beautiful nose ride. I love that she stayed committed. She really knew she had to make up for those 2 mistakes she did earlier, falling on those earlier waves. And this is what's going to separate, you know, the veterans almost, because they understand that they need to put in work on every single wave, regardless of the mistake they made prior.
That is right. That outside nose ride was unbelievable. She held it for so long. Being able to pull both those feet up tight together as well, that's something that we've been wanting to see those judges keep a close eye on, right? Getting that full commitment to those tight 5s, to those 10s specifically. And now going to look at the 8.33 from Honolua.
Yeah, I love this drone angle shot here. She stomps on that tail to really move up to that top of that wave to get this really beautiful hang 5. I mean, half her foot was already off that nose. She really committed to that hang 5. And she really dug that rail deep off the top of that wave to throw off that spray, that little rooster tail out the back. As she works her way onto this inside. I mean, this is her 8.33, and this was well-deserved. The way that she's really redirecting that board, stalling when she needs to, but really using the board to do that. She's not using any of her hands. She's not using, you know, killing time in that way. She really is using that stall to set up so she can do nose rides just like that.
Incredible finish for her on the inside section. So at the moment, Hawaii sitting in first. Canada has jumped up into second with a 6.13 to back up the 5.83. So her top 2 scores have her sitting in second for a moment. France needs a 5.97 to move from third up into the second. Peru needs a 6.96 to move from fourth up into second. Not giant requirements on third and fourth place at the moment, given that we've been seeing them both dropping those 7s, those 8s throughout competition, even in today's competition, to be making it into this repechage final.
Yeah, I mean, wow, what amazing surfing from all across the board. You know, these women are really putting it out on the line. I mean, these are women that have won and have so many accolades under their belt, and they want to add that gold medal today to that roster.
That's right. And for someone like thinking of who's still in this draw, Honolua Bloomfield, Rachel Tilley, both of them with WSL World Longboard titles, they would love to back that up with an ISA World Longboard Championship.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Hono, like you said, Honolulu won it with the juniors, and she won it against the boys. She wants to win this gold title against surfing against her peers, the women that she surfs with at every single contest. So that is definitely going to be a really, really big win for her.
Also, thinking of the events, you know, thinking of the other tours that are happening, these are the women that are pushing themselves. They're pushing our sport farther and farther. This current pack that's into this kind of top 12 conversation, we've got some others that have fallen out before that as well that were here present this year. But really the surfers that answered the call to represent their nations this week are the best in the world. They're the best at the sport, and that's incredible to see them now pushing the level of performance here at the ISA World Longboard Championships.
Yeah, and it's amazing. You know, they're still all very young, and they still have so many years ahead of them to better the sport, and that's what's so exciting. You know, we might even see these girls, these very much girls at El Senzal right now, be at the 2028 Olympics if longboarding gets in.
Oh, without a doubt, these are the surfers that are going to be fighting for those positions, and it's going to be hard for them to be knocked off of those Olympic qualifying opportunities should that opportunity open up. Now in the water, we're down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Big score has dropped in for Zoe Grospion. We knew it was going to be large looking at that outside section. And 8.1 sets her up into second, and it changes the requirements drastically on third and fourth. Now Liv Stokes for Canada finds herself in third, chasing a 7.98. And Maria Fernanda Reyes, she dropped a 5.97 for her last wave, sitting on those 2.5s as her only two. She's chasing an 8.13. Priority is working in favor of the young Canadian. Priority is not working in favor of the Peruvian right now.
Yeah, and they're sitting at the two bottom spots of the heat. You know, Liv Stokes with first priority with just about 3 minutes left in this heat. She needs a big score, a 7.98. She is very capable of doing that. Now it's the matter of fact if there is going to be a wave that provides that type of score for her. You know, Maria needing an 8.13. Now, she can definitely pull that off, as we saw in the heats prior. But again, the waves are smaller today, so they might not have as many opportunities. So starting the campaign early, it seems to be paying off for the surfers in this heat and for the rest of the heats for the day.
That's right. We'll see how it continues to shape up. We've only got 2 heats remaining in today's competition, which is unbelievable. Into day 6 now, it's been a big week of surfing. It's been huge when it comes to our day-to-day competition because we have had so many surfers in the draw for this year's event. Over 129 athletes in the draw, 39 nations represented. That means that we have had a very stacked field of the rounds being full, and we've led into about, 9, 10, 11 hours of competition a day, starting at 7, clocking out around 5 p.m. every afternoon. Back-to-back heats throughout every day for the first 5 days. This is our first short day of competition. It's really speaking to the participation of countries from around the world wanting to get their feet in the door. Some of those surfers, developing surfers in the longboard context, it's been so exciting to see them here. Others with world titles, with gold medals to their name, wanting to continue their reign in modern longboarding.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, you know, we had 3 new countries come into this contest. You know, we had South Korea, we also had Nicaragua and Wales. For them to represent their nations is amazing. On this platform here at El Salvador, at one of the best right point breaks I've ever seen in my entire life. So they are going to be very proud to go back home to know they represented their country and their people.
That is so true. This week, we had 48% of competitors women, nearly equal, 61 in total in the draw. We're down to the final 6. Right now, we already have the top 2 finalists, or the 2 of the finalists already locked in. Rachel Tilley for USA, Natsumi Teoka of Japan. Right now, it's looking like the ocean has some lines coming, but we've only got 20 seconds on the clock. Honolulu Bloomfield of Hawaii, Zoe Grospion of France are hoping to find themselves in that final 4 conversation. Liv Stokes of Canada, she's calmly kind of stroking along, but she needs a 7.98. Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru needs an 8.13. And the time is going to work against them with another incredible set about to break. If the buzzer was just a moment later, Liv Stokes would have an opportunity to get this, but instead we may be seeing a party wave on the way in from 4 of our top 6 women at this year's ISA World Longboard Championships. And what a fun and dynamic way to finish out this heat. Incredible surfing from both Maria Fernanda Reyes and Liv Stokes throughout this event, but well done in a tight heat for Zoe Gropion out of France and Honolulu Bloomfield out of Hawaii. Red and blue advancing through into the grand final against Rachel Tilley and Natsume Teoka. Up next, our men's final, Sam Bleakley jumping in the booth to watch Edward Del Perro, Taka Inui, Kai Salas, and Rodrigo Sfayer battle for the gold medal.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome to the men's grand final. 4 surfers going for gold to take that ISA World Longboard Championship at Surf City, El Salvador. For France, Edward Del Perro. For Japan, Taka Inui. For Hawaii, Kai Salas. For Brazil, Rodrigo Sfayer. It's a 30-minute final, and it looks like Kai Salas is up and riding straight to the tip. Locks a 5, locks a 10, good lift on the 10, drops down lower into the wave and then climbs back up, still staying true to that 5. Goes into a nice sweeping cutback and then sets himself up with 2 steps, 4, all the way to another 5. What a great start for Kai Salas into a nice bolt upright hood ornament 10. Walks out cleanly and sets himself up all cool and smooth and composed for another 10 and lift and lock and hold on his Blue Moon model board. Kai Salas Longboard Company hand-built boards under the feet of this reigning WSL champion, going for his 2nd ISA World Longboard title and locking in a wave that is putting my hair on end and making me feel that this could be a perfect 10, Megs Godinez.
Wow, oh my gosh, that was an amazing first ride for Kai. I don't know how much I can, keep composure. I'm already getting emotional. I have like goosebumps on my arms at how he started this heat. It's so beautiful to see, like that wave just came to him and he really capitalized on that entire wave.
So, Megan Godinez, considering that he's already got excellent range scores today, I just feel like that could set a scale so high that if I was judging this, I could potentially give it a perfect 10.
I would agree 100%. The way he redirected that turn, but that nose ride before that, how it started high and the wave brought him back down, but he used that board. He really understands his board shapes, that it brought him back up to a high line. That is very hard to do. The intricacy of how much your feet are just doing the work as he gets this beautiful hang 5. And here he comes with oh wow, probably one of the longest hang 5s we've seen so far, with the tap 10 and another stretch 5 as he's working his way inside. Nice swooping turn and a beautiful kick out. That wave, I don't know, like I think maybe because I'm so, I'm very in touch with the Hawaiian culture, that to me really epitomized like Duke Kahanamoku.
There it is, a 9.5. I would have given it a 10. I reckon that some of the judges would have given that a 10.
Yes.
What a start for Hawaii, Megs.
And that was so amazing. I'm like getting emotional
Me too.
already. And it's, it's a 30-minute final and I'm already in tears after his first wave. This is insane.
Wow, so Taka Inui is in blue, Rodrigo Sfayer is in white, Edward Del Perro is in red, and no priority, so the deepest surfer has right of way, and it's Rodrigo Sfayer, and the ocean gave that special moment to Hawaii right then, because what a start for Kai Salas. But I have to say, he did position himself perfectly. And from one Hawaiian to the other, let's go to Honolulu Bloomfield, who just booked her spot in the grand final, and she's with Ben Way.
Thanks so much, Sam. Here with the winner of the women's Rep 8 Heat number 1, Honolulu Bloomfield for Hawaii. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So Kai's had an amazing day. He's brought so much momentum to Team Hawaii. How does that go into your confidence going in with your team doing so well today?
Yeah, pretty stoked. I'm stoked that he's getting to shine on the final day where it matters most. And it's firing me up. He's like coming in when I'm going out. Yeah, and I'm just hoping to, I'm happy I even made that heat, so yeah.
Well, you surfed amazing, and I haven't really talked about your equipment. Is that the Carson Myers shape you're riding?
Yes, it's a model that he hasn't even come up with a name yet, but I got it like a month or like 2 weeks before I left maybe, and it's been working good, so I'm stoked.
9.3?
9.3.
Thing looks beautiful. Well, I'm sure you're stoked to get back out there on it. I'm going to let you go.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
All right, we're going to see you in the final in just a moment. Thank you very much. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much, Ben. Congratulations, Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield, as we see the Japanese talent blazing, looking smooth and strong. It's Taka Inui, back up to the tip, touches the nose, walks out of that nose ride into the Papusa section, rail grab, rock and roll, roller coaster. He's stoked.
He loved that, you know, and we're going to expect a lot of that ending stomping stamp from Taka Inui on those inside sections. You know, he loves to be a progressive, aggressive surfer, but when the time comes when he can slow down, he really can put a wave together.
So Rodrigo Schweier also had a wave behind him. Rodrigo got a 0.5 to kick things off, but will be a significant score coming in for Brazil, a significant score coming in for Japan, but an incredible start, a near perfect start for Kai Salas. Almost felt like if that happened later in the heat, it would have been a perfect 10. But what about this from Schweier relative to the fact we've seen a 9.5 as a scale from Kai Salas?
I love his high line on this. You know, he's a beautiful, beautiful surfer, especially surfing backside on this wave here. It's not easy, and I love on that outside he had that hang 5 and really used his legs to get a little higher so that he could get that hang 10 and back to that hang 5 as he's really capitalizing on this wave, utilizing all of that board, really spreading that stance out to really try and stay in this section, but just gets the better of him.
It's going to go big. We're waiting for that score to come through as Kai Salas 6 steps up to a 5. Holds that 5, goes into a nice 10, hovering, lifting, locked in that 10 on his single fin. Blue Moon model, Kai Salas Longboard Company surfboards there as he sets himself up nice and cool. But Edward Del Pero on a big wall out back, of course, setting himself up now for a big sweeping roundhouse cutback as Kai Salas goes back into another 10, walks out with a nice glassy section ahead. 2 surfers trading licks. What a fantastic show here between France and Hawaii live on your screen as Edward goes back up for a second nose ride. He sweeps that down carve and Kai back on the tip through the inside. This will be a really strong second score for Kai Salas as he kicks out coolly and Edward is still going there. He's got an opportunity to just connect with this last bit of face. There's the kick out, and wow, the judges have got a task on their hand to really start to pick things apart, knowing they've set that scale with Kai Salas's 9.5, and we saw some great surfing from all 3 of the other competitors just then on that last exchange.
Yeah, and this heat being, you know, the final heat for men's, as we see Team Brazil here cheering on Rodrigo Schweier, you know, really trying to get those spirits high, really wanting that gold. And I can appreciate that about this Brazilian team. They're very passionate about the sport.
Absolutely, and of course, Team Gold's at stake. Japan, France, and Hawaii still in contention for Team Gold. Brazil not in contention for gold, but certainly in contention for a team medal. But what about this for Edward Del Pero, twice a bronze medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship?
I love how much he just that back foot just moves ever so slightly to transition that weight and that beautiful grab rail cut back turn as he's working his way into this inside, nice drawn out drop a knee turn, looking for this pick up again, nice hang 5, really going from top to bottom. That's what I appreciate about his surfing. He really uses from the top of the wave to the very bottom, and to really use that bottom of the wave to project him back out to set him up for another nose ride or for another turn.
So Taka Inui for Japan is dropped in 8.77 for his last wave. What about this for the backup for Kai Salas?
I think this was a really smart move on Kai. He knows he's got a big heat ahead of him, and he needs to get that backup score. He heard his score of a 9.5, but he really needs to keep his composure, because we can't count anyone in this heat out. They are all phenomenal surfers. They are meant to be in this final, and Kai knows he has to get himself moving with this beautiful in the pocket, almost behind the pocket hang 10. And you see how quick he had to cross step his feet back to regain composure on that face of that wave, and really loving how he redirects the board back and forth, utilizing that tail to stall and to get up to the nose again. And this is where he just nicely clean exit.
And this was the 8.77 for Taka Inui, Meg. So
beautiful. Oh, so arch hang 5. Those are not easy to do. I mean, the way he does those makes my back hurt just watching him. And I'm like, wow, you are flexible, my friend. But I love his drop knee, really digging that rail in, getting into that whitewash. Nice, beautiful roundhouse. And I love how fast he really projects that board back into that high line to get back up to that nose. Nice grab rail turn, little soul arch turn back up the face. Just working his way in, that really beautiful drop knee. And the drop knee term really comes from dropping the knee onto the board, and he does a perfect example of that. As you could see, his leash was touching his board for his little stamp at the finish. There, the judges are loving this ending, and this is why I mean the surfers are going to start from start to end. They're going to surf it all the way through.
And Taka drops an 8.77. Rodrigo Schreier kicks off with an 8.73. Eduard Del Pero kicks off with an 8.97. And up and riding still now, an incredibly committed nose ride. Is he going to be able to make it out of this? He's staying true to that nose there, but it would be very difficult for him to ride out of this. But he's still going, and that was absolutely incredible, Megs. He stayed on that 5, and he's now back on the opening face there as he sets himself up again to walk back in to another nose ride, locks right under the pocket. That was outstanding. We've seen all surfers going into the excellent range on their opening rides, and we're going to see the continuation of the highest level of longboarding as all 4 of these surfers go for individual golds and contribute to the points for team golds. And that was quite breathtaking what Rodrigo Schreier just achieved then.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that. I don't think I've ever seen anyone ride through the whitewash like that on the nose still. As we see Taka working his way onto this inside, I wouldn't be surprised with a big finish right here. And he just goes down. Thank God he went right down before his board went and almost caught him in the head. But he is really putting everything on the line here.
Wow, so the scale was set by that 9.5 from Kai Salas, and there would have been many people who would have given that a perfect 10. I'm sure some of the judges did, but the average was taken. You lose the highest and the lowest ride, and then the remaining rides get that average. And also a very, very strong ride for Eduard Del Pero for France at 8.97. But then look at those big scores for Taka and for Schreier, and the fact that Rodrigo Schreier has already got an 8.73 with another score to drop. You wonder how the judges are going to really analyze that, because it was interesting. Degree of difficulty super high, but there was, of course, a lot of foam in a lot of parts of that ride. So despite the difficulty in what he did, in my instinctive feeling, it might come out a little bit lower than we expect, as we see our surfer in red, Eduard Del Pero, up and riding in a 5, in a 10, locked on that nose ride, staying true to that 5, a little bit out on the shoulder here, but he stays locked on that 5, and there it is. He walks out of that nose ride, and then he goes into a nice drop knee turn, sweeping it low, and then walking back up to the nose. A peakier wave, but then it's starting to glass up, and what fantastic conditions we have for this first final. We've had 142 heats so far. This is the 143rd. Of course, this will crown gold medalists, and then that final will be for the women's coming up after this as we start to tabulate those last scores, Megs.
Yeah, and Kai, you know, his backup score is a 7.83. That's high up there, and requiring Rodrigo's Fires to get an 8.61, Eduardo requiring an 8.37, and Taka an 8.57. But these are all scores attainable, very well attainable with the scores they've already dropped.
So let's have a look at the replay from Taka. Waiting for this score, kicks off with an 8.77. This is strong.
Really using his hand to stall there. Nice hang 10, nice into a steezy hang 5, tight hang 5. Dealing with that foamy section, as you can see, there's a lot of air underneath that board, so he really has to stay sturdy on that nose to navigate that, so he didn't fall on that. Nice drop knee turn, straight back into the pocket. Another nice turn, just really using that board to work for him. I love the way that he sets himself up in here. And he's just waiting for this end stamp. He really loves to make that dramatic finish and put all of us at the edge of our seats.
Absolutely. Attacks the pupusa section every time into a final 5. Little arch, walks back, and then slams this one, but doesn't quite ride out.
Yeah, I mean, that's that section, the way that wave explodes, that's how you end up breaking boards. That's how you buckle boards. You end up, you know, decreasing the board, and that's something you don't want to do in the final. So I think, you know, with that big ending finish and that nice score that he got, he is going to attack that. You know, he's putting everything on the line. This is the final. I bet you in their heads right now, they're like, you know what, I'm in the final. If I can win this and it breaks my board at the last 10 seconds, so be it. I can be a medalist.
Absolutely, and I'm super interested to see the score come through for Rodrigo Schweier. I think Eduard's wave, very well ridden, but the wave did fade out, so it's not going to be a super significant score for the Frenchman, but he's already got an 8.97. Now an opportunity for a little bit of calm reflection for all the surfers. They'll really now start to appreciate the situations they're in as we get the chance again, Megs, to look at the degree of difficulty. He gets behind the section here, stays on that 5, and he just does an incredible thing by not falling off here.
I don't know how he did this. Like I said earlier, there's going to be a lot of magicians out there pulling rabbits out of their hat, and that's exactly what he did. I have no idea how he did that. Actually, I do. The way that tail is set up and that fin really helped him stay in that section. He probably was really heavy on his back foot, so that that front part of that front foot wasn't really putting pressure on the nose. Really hard to do. Again, the only thing is that it wasn't like really clean.
Yeah.
It kind of was messy, so it's going to be interesting what they drop for him.
Well, they drop a 7.47, and I think that's great because, yes, he rode that amazingly and the degree of difficulty was very high, but compared to Kai Salas's pocket riding in the curl of the wave with lift in hang 10s, it didn't come close. And I think the way they've scored that was exceptional. So kudos to the judges. We've got it all nicely balanced. We're just waiting now for the last score for Eduard Del Pero. He's got a 6.5. So now, Megs, we've got the situation really unfolding. Kai Salas for Hawaii, currently in gold medal position. Taka Nui for Japan in silver medal position. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil in bronze medal position. And then this was the 6.5 for the surfer currently in copper medal position, Eduard Del Pero, a 6.5.
Yeah, and like you said, that hang 5, you know, that first beginning hang 5 tap 10 was very well close to the pocket, and then it started to fade out into that deeper water, into that shoulder. So that's why he didn't get really big of a high score, but he really does damage on those turns, really working his way in. It was a smart decision to kick out, especially with 12 minutes left. He's going to want to replace that 6.5.
So first priority sits with the surfer in gold medal position, Kai Salas. Second priority sits with our surfer in copper medal position, Eduard Del Pero. So that was a good decision for Eduard to kick out early from that one and not milk it all the way through to the inside, because he's now in a good place, second priority. Third priority is with our surfer in the silver medal position, Taka Nui for Team Japan. And that fourth priority with Rodrigo Schweier. Some surfers will have perhaps expected a higher score for Rodrigo on that ride, but we really recognized, yes, it was a difficult thing to do, but it, like you say, it was messy. There was a lot of foam, but he's up and riding right now, leaning in and over a 10 on a smaller wave, but staying on that nose, walking out and then readjusting to a wider stance, then snapping a stall and then walking 4 steps up to another 5, locking a 10, getting busy, looking to replace a 7-4-7, staying super active and considering that he was out of priority. Megs, do you think this was a wise decision to choose this slightly smaller wave?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think he really wants to, you know, with the Brazilian team and everyone cheering on the beach, it almost gives this little and anxious energy to the surfers out back, and it's good tactic.
I think that he rushed. I think that he needed to be patient for a bigger set. And I think that little nod of team manager, that little kind of, was it the right move? Because he's already got an 8-7-3. He's at the back of the line for priority. And the fact that he was in 4th priority, maybe he could have jockeyed and hustled and sent a few people on the wrong wave.
Yeah, I think so. I think, well, knowing that, I think for him, the swell is dropping, you know, so there's not as many opportunities. So for right now, we are going to see a lot of chasing. You know, he is in 3rd place. He wants to get that 8.61. Is that going to give it to him? I don't think so. It was on the inside. He did do a lot of work. He did utilize. He did check off some of the boxes in the criteria, but yes, I think he should have waited, you know, what, 10 minutes left. Now, my interest is, what is Kai going to do with 1st priority? Is he going to play defense? Is he going to, you know, kind of, as you can see, he's sitting on the inside because I think he is going to actually play defense, because if any one of them paddle in red or blue, either Taka or Eduardo, Kai is going to be using his priority to take it away from them.
Well, I think with 9 minutes remaining, I think he's going to have that opportunity to be quite patient. He knows that he's got that incredible high 9.5, so he'll only want to take off on a wave that he feels like he can beat that 7.83.
Yeah, and he's going to wait for a set.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of confidence right now. And he's a former gold medalist, so he's done this under pressure. And what's quite special at the moment is to reflect on the gold medals won for Hawaii and Brazil in this final. Schweier, he won his back in 2010, and Kai Salas won his back in 2018 in small left-handers at Riyuan, Hainan, China. So there's opportunity for Kai to win here in El Salvador. Could be pretty special for him.
It's going to be very special. You know, this is, yesterday was his birthday, and he said, you know, I just want to be here and just like have fun. And honestly, he really wants this gold medal, and it is showing in his surfing.
So Megs, situation here, we can see a little bit of a set. Who do you think is going to move where?
You know, as we see, Taka's moving really deep. I don't know if that's the best idea for him, being the fact that he is in 2nd place. He is going for that silver right now. But with an 8.77 and an 8.33, he's going to have to search really deep to get up into that almost 9, 8.57. And here we go. Ooh. Kai playing defense. He knows, and that was such a smart move because I don't see much out the back.
There it is. A 5, a 10. You called it, Megs. Back into a 10, locked in a 10, lifting. Beautiful nose work for the opening section. Walks into a nice sweeping turn, throwing spray from his single fin. The Blue Moon model as he sets himself up again. Back and forth. Megs, you've got to feel good about this for Team Hawaii.
I'm feeling amazing. My heart's in my stomach. I feel anxious. I've been talking a lot on this broadcast, and this is probably the only moment I've had speechless.
So right now what matters is, can Kai replace his 7.83? Because if he can, this wave was worth going on. He's cool, he's collected, he's moving through to the inside. He walks back up with 6 steps for another 10, and then he kicks into a nice little roller coaster and just controls that, lands. Look at the composure of the 43-year-old, the WSL World Longboard Champion, the former ISA gold medalist from 2018, at the very peak of his game. A surfer, a shaper, a fantastic ambassador for global longboarding. And wouldn't it be wonderful to see Kai still going strong if longboarding gets into the Los Angeles Olympics for 2028.
Yeah, that's going to be so exciting. I mean, you know, for all these surfers, they're going to want to represent their country at the Olympics. You know, ISA is right up there, but this is what's going to build this sport to be there right next to shortboarding.
So he didn't get a score to go into his top two. It's a 6.93. As we can see, the women's finalists paddling out: Rachel Tilley for USA, Natsumi Teoka for Japan, Honolulu Bloomfield for Hawaii, and Zoe Gropillon for France. Zoe also a finalist last year. Honolulu, of course, a winner of the juniors in 2013 at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Rachel Tilley was a silver medalist in the women's division back then, so that final will be coming up soon. We'll have Shannon Hughes coming back into the booth to host, to anchor that with you, Auntie Megs. And let me say, Auntie Megs, it's been an absolute pleasure to share your energy and your insight this week. Thanks for being here, and thanks for everything you have brought to this event.
Of course, and I have to thank, you know, everyone at ISA, you, Sam, Shannon, Wingnut, for being in here and allowing me to share space with you guys. And I really like not having to put a jersey on, to be honest. I really enjoy it. So, yeah, thank you so much.
So, Action Sports Productions, Jay Johnson, I want to say a massive thank you to all your brilliance, your vision, your determination, your resilience, and the skills that you have brought for the long term for the International Surfing Association. You have been at the forefront of these broadcasts, and we would not be here without you. So a big heartfelt thank you. You curate the best teams, you put on the best shows, and we have been blessed with an absolute spectacular display of longboarding today to crown these gold medals as we move down into the last 4 minutes 30 seconds, and Kai Salas doesn't oust his 7.83 with that last ride. It comes in at a 6.93, but he still stays in gold medal position. And what he did is he kept some surfers off those sets, and that is exactly how you called it, Megs.
Yep, that's playing that defense. You know, now right now for Kai, he's paddling back out. This is probably to him the longest 4 minutes of his whole life. This is where he's really hoping and praying that a set doesn't come, and that was such a good defense move on Kai's part, because had one of the surfers gone, either Taka or Edward, gone in that wave, they could have definitely got up into that range of that 8 that they've been looking for.
So in first priority is Edouard Del Pero for Team France, chasing an 8.37 to get gold. In second priority is Taka Inui for Team Japan, chasing an 8.57 to get gold. In third priority is Rodrigo Schweier for Team Brazil, chasing an 8.61 to get gold. So all 3 of those surfers need something well into the excellent range in order to move up the ladder from their respectives of copper, bronze, silver to get that gold, which currently is in the palms of Kai Salas, but there's 3 minutes remaining, so the situation could change if those other surfers get something in those high 8s.
Yeah, and these are scores that they've already attained, you know. Taka Inui needing an 8.57 for that gold, but his highest scoring wave is an 8.77. Rodrigo needs an 8.61. His highest score was an 8.73. Edward needing an 8.37, and his highest score was an 8.97. So in their minds, they know they have the mentality, the tenacity, the strength to get these scores. They've already got it. Now it's just up to the ocean to really let them showcase that.
And what a smart move from Kai. Not only did he get that first wave, and I did notice how he read the ocean well at the beginning of this final. He moved inside and he moved wide. He made the right decision, and then sitting back out there with priority, I thought he might be a little bit more patient, let that one go through, but it was a very important move to keep the other surfers off that one wave set.
Yeah, and it's due to him watching the surf, studying what's happening in the lineup, knowing what the tide's doing. And him and Connie and Honolulu and Khalees have been out there every morning, every evening, before the contest starts, after the contest starts. And this is a true testament to really understanding and getting really familiar with the lineup that you have to surf in.
And if Kai Salas does win gold, it will be his second ISA World Longboard Championship, winning gold. It adds to his WSL World Longboard title. How will that affect his motivation to continue to compete moving forward?
You know, some people will say that, you know, like that is a lot of accolades. It's a lot of accomplishments that, wow, you know, it might be time to retire. I can guarantee you he has just gotten started. He is going to want to go past Kelly Slater, who is now 52, and want to get way more world titles, whether it's an ISA, WSL, whatever it is. And what's great is he's always got his, you know, kids with him. He has his 2 daughters, Coro and Cece at home, and his beautiful wife Alphon cheering him on. And I think that's what's changed for him, is how much he's really embraced being that family man father.
Absolutely, and of course we'll be crowning these gold medalists and these team champions at the closing ceremony right after the women's grand final. But we move down into the last 35 seconds right now, and is there going to be time, Auntie Megs, for these surfers to strike for those high 8s that they need to take gold?
I don't want to jinx it. It's 20 seconds left, and I you know, I don't see a lot happening in the ocean right now. You know, is Rodrigo going to catch this wave? And he does.
So Rodrigo Schweier, it looks like a smaller, deeper wave. He's up and riding with 5 seconds remaining. This will count. He walks up to the nose, but Taka Inui had first priority, so Taka Inui is just styling it, goes for the heels, goes for the switch stance, and it will be confirmed that Kai Salas is the 2024 ISA World Longboard Champion, winning gold for Hawaii, reinforcing Hawaii's opportunity to get team gold, knowing that Honolulu Bloomfield is also going for individual gold in the women's final coming up. And Meg, some words in Hawaiian, if you've got it in you, because I know you're feeling quite emotional.
I'm trying really hard. I almost let out a very big cry and a very big yell, but I probably would have blown everyone's ears off in the studio. But wow, what an incredible performance from Kai, and it's so amazing. Like I'm not even sitting down. I'm standing up. I'm holding back tears. This feels so good, not only for Hawaii and his entire family, but just for him himself. You know, his birthday was yesterday, and turning 43, and he should be really, really proud.
Yep, absolutely. There it is. Our reigning new gold medalist. It's Kai Salas for Team Hawaii. He takes gold. Taka Inui for Team Japan takes silver. Rodrigo Schweier for Team Brazil takes bronze. Edward Del Pero for Team France takes copper. We've got the women's final coming up next. Shannon Hughes is going to be coming into the booth to call the action, as Rachel Tilley for USA is against Natsumi Teoka for Japan, Honolulu Bloomfield for Hawaii, and Zoe Gros-Pignon for France. Stay with us, longboard fans. Thanks for your company, but we've got one more final to come. Let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action. We're straight into it as the Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield rides the opening wave of the women's final straight onto the nose. Now looking to drive back into the pocket. Swings it back up for that next set of cross-stepping and into a quick tap to the 5. Setting herself up with a great looking section in front of her. Gets this opening exchange. And she's going to be just driving through, using that back foot nice and tight, dynamic over that tail of the board to really redirect this 9-foot-plus piece of equipment underneath her feet that has allowed her to dance her way through to ISA gold in the past as the juniors champion in 2013, and as well to 3 world titles with the WSL. She's had an incredible journey to getting to this stage of her career, and she is not done yet, with the hopes of putting another ISA gold medal to her name today out in the lineup.
Yeah, especially, you know, finally that I've composed myself after that win
that
from
men's
Kai.
final was incredible.
It was
huge congratulations to Kai Salas.
and especially with Honolulu being out there right now, I just feel so proud to be here and to be Hawaiian and to be in this moment, to share space with everyone. But back to business, you know, Honolulu winning that title, that gold medal back in 2013 as a junior, she wants to win this as a woman. You know, she had to surf against the men in that heat, and now she wants to win gold for the women.
Rachel Tilley, the former silver medalist in the women's division of that same year in 2013, she would love to go one better and take away the gold for herself. A WSL world champion, the youngest to ever do it at 17 years old, now up and riding, connecting the dots on a beautiful looking ride. As we can see, a couple paddles out the back behind Rachel and no one getting into that set. Rachel looking for this inside section now to try and match the 7-point ride that has just dropped in for the first of Honolulu. This wave just fizzling out on her. It doesn't allow her the inside connection. She got a lot of important work done on the outside though. As we can see, sets approaching, 30 minutes on the women's final. We have Honolulu and Rachel up against Natsume Teoka of Japan and Zoe Grosbion of France, as Natsumi locks herself into a great looking fast hang 5. Racing a bit out of the pocket, I will say, as she now uses that rail work, that turn to drive back into it. Sets herself up into the high line, now carves back and resets, as this wave has so much opportunity. It's a great wave to be able to get those outside nose rides and then really demonstrate the surfers that have speed, power, and flow in their surfing, but without taking it radical, progressive, aggressive as well. We want to see that done in a traditional manner, where that board is fully on rail, where that fin, whether it's a single fin or a 2+1, they're just guiding that 9 feet of equipment. And the women's division has done a phenomenal job this entire event of displaying that type of traditional surfing. Natsumi, being one of the best, has booked herself a spot now into the final. She'll be fighting for a gold medal. She has formerly made it into the final rounds of competition here in the women's side of the draw and took out that copper medal in 2018. She's now hopeful to go for gold.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful exchange from the surfers in this heat. You know, Honolulu being from Hawaii, Rachel Tilley being USA, Natsumi from Japan, and Zoe Grosbion from France. And I love how international this heat is. It's everyone from their home country, their hometown, represented in this final for the women's today. And it's so amazing to see them to get to do this at El Sunzal, El Salvador, in one of the, like I said before, one of the most perfect right-hand point breaks I've ever seen in my life.
It's really unbelievable. And for Honolulu, she already opened up on that 7. She's now perched back onto the nose in a great rhythm with those sets for her at the start of this heat. It's the type of start that she would love to have and has taken her to those big victories in the past. Some of those victories have come from right-hand point breaks, so it's understandable that she's feeling right here at home once again, as we see her just working that rail work. Her opening world title at the WSL World Longboard Championships was that at Jinzhou Harbor in Taiwan, which is a great right-hand break. It's that reef break. It has those challenging sections. It has that softer section through. And I remember her taking out that victory in 2018 and just being so graceful the whole way throughout her performance. Now looking to do the same thing on a similar style wave here at El Sunzal, working her way through to the inside section. Of course, then she's taken out the world title victory at Malibu as well. So these right-hand point breaks have done Honolulu a lot of favors.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's gonna pull it together for this heat.
Well, 23 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to drop across the board. And as we wait for those, let's go down to the Hawaiian, to Kai Salas, your 2024 ISA World Longboard Gold Medalist.
Thank you so much. Here I have your new 2024 ISA World Longboard Champion, Kai Salas, representing Hawaii. A huge congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
So you're the reigning WSL World Champion, your second ISA Gold since Hainan, China. How does it feel to just reach a new chapter in your whole life of longboarding, being recognized as being on top of your competition game and also getting your amazing KSL board company designs, being recognized as the top shapes in the world right now?
Yeah. Hey, this one's for the, the 40 and over club. All you older guys out there, like, I'm just proof that you can, still accomplish your dreams and still compete with the young guys. And also this one's for Hawaii. Super proud to be, representing Hawaii against, like, what was it, 38 other countries on an international stage. And yeah, just so proud to be standing up here representing my home.
I'd say you're on top of your game and you're just getting started here. How much appeal do you think this crazy event with nonstop waves, amazing surfing, has nudged the Olympic Committee to consider longboarding in our Los Angeles 2028 Olympics?
Yeah, man, that would be, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be competing, but that would be a dream of mine to see, all the younger generation competing in the Olympics. That was something I wished for my whole career, was like to be included in the Olympics. And, if anyone's out there listening to this, please get longboarding into the Olympics, man. It would be an amazing sport to have.
Don't you dare retire before 2028, because I want to see your surfing on the world's biggest stage ever. It's been an amazing time with you, and you've had such momentum. You've just been glowing all day. It's amazing. I'm so proud of you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Just want to say hi to my wife and kids back home. I did it. Let's go.
Yeah, you did, man. Let's go see someone else do it, as we're going to go and get back to that live with the women's finals. Back up to the booth with you ladies. Thanks so much, Kai.
Thanks so much. An incredible result for Kai, who is the reigning world longboard champion from the WSL Tour. Now adds to that victory with the ISA World Longboard title for this year, as well as backing up his win in 2018. An incredible run of events that he's been able to take out the best in the world. Like he said, competing against so many nations here, 38 in total. 130 athletes in the draw this week. It's been a really special moment for him to rise to the top, to fight his way back through those rapid charge rounds as well, to become victorious.
Yeah, and it's incredible, in other tours that we do, there's a lot of times where, we have like the off days or a lay day, but here the waves are constantly pumping. So it was 6 days of constant surfing. There was no break. So this truly shows that longboarding is a marathon. Surfing is a marathon, and I see no reason for it to be in the 2028 Olympics.
Yeah, it really would be an incredible addition to that, and it really showcases the talent and skill that it requires for these surfers to not just be surfers, but to be athletes, as well as the finesse and the nuances to being an athlete who has to understand an ever-changing playing field that is the ocean.
Right, it's not like the tennis court. We don't have something that's it's stationary. We don't have, a ball to throw into the hoop or a ball to hit with a bat. It's very much, we really have to connect with Mother Earth. Like, it's one of the most, if not the most grounding sport, because we rely so much on the ocean, but at the same time, we respect it. And that's what's the beauty of surfing in general, is that we have to have that relationship, As we see Honolulu up and riding with this 8.07 that she dropped. Beautiful carving up the face, nice, beautiful, very well hang 5 over the nose. And I love the way she gets on the top of that wave to really carve back down into that foamy section. And that right there, that really, she sits into those turns, meaning that she's not just using her ankles, her knees, she's really using her whole body, the glutes, the core. It's really utilizing your entire body to get those turns done. As she works her way into this inside here, just slowly cross-stepping. She knows she got a lot of work done on the outside. She just needs to stamp it at the end.
Well, an incredible performance, and we'll see how she was able to finish this wave off. Locks in a score of an 8.07 for the Hawaiian out of the North Shore of Oahu. So well-rounded in the craft that she rides, from short boards to those fun boards in between, those fishes that she'll paddle out in the lineup on. And of course, very good at riding a longboard, at having that 9 feet plus underneath her feet to glide across the face of a wave. Out in the lineup right now with 18 minutes remaining, Honolua sitting in the lead for Hawaii with an 8.07 and a 7-point ride. Zoe Grospion from France sitting with a 6.93 on the board. She has such a keen relationship with this wave. Her sister, her brother-in-law live right here at Sunzal. She gets to surf this wave more than most others in the time outside of these events. She also has a wave back at home close to Biarritz that is a powerful right-hander. It's got some of those kind of slopey sections to it as well, and it's got a heavy in section. It's in Saint Jean de Luz. It's called La Finetta, and it's a great wave that Zoe, that the likes of Alice Lemoyne as well, surf a lot when they're back at home on the coast of France. And for her to be able to continue to put that display on at a wave like this, it's really showcasing her relationship in these types of conditions in a wave like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to give her that upper advantage, right? Is really having that wave to practice at home, where you're used to, where you're comfortable, you know, that is your home, but also practicing at this wave. You know, Zoe, with her sister being here and her brother-in-law, she's almost like a semi-local, and so she knows this wave very well, as she has showcased in the previous heats. She really put waves together. There was a couple waves she had a bobble on, but that was due to the tide filling in, so it created more chop, and a little bit, as you can see, a little bit of that corduroy texture on the surface of that wave. And yeah, I'm excited to see what they pull off.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Rachel Tilley sitting with priority, currently chasing an 8.50 to take that gold medal position away from Honolua. Natsumi sitting with an 8.8 requirement to take away that leading position.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, these are scores that they've already dropped. An 8.14 is what Zoe needs to get up into that first position. Rachel needing an 8.5. Natsumi needing an 8.8. These are all scores these women have already scored. So they know what it takes, the requirement it takes to get these scores. Now it comes down to them selecting the perfect wave.
The perfect wave is what it's going to take at this stage to get those solid scores on the board. We have seen those big scores drop throughout this event. We've seen those 8s. We've also seen those scores going up into that 9 range. We have yet to see that actual perfect 10, though we've seen some waves that gave us those gut feelings inside that it could have easily been that sort of equation.
Yeah, I mean, Kai's last wave at that 9.5, I in my eyes, I thought that was a 10, and it, you know, the judges scored him for that. That was a 9.5. He just missed it by 0.5, but he took the gold medal, so he's okay with it.
That's right. He took that gold medal. He'll be hoping for the opportunity to win an Olympic gold medal as well one day. There is the potential for longboarding to be included in the calendar for the LA 28 Olympics. Shortboarding has been confirmed now as a core sport in the Olympic program, which means it's there to stay. And that's an incredible achievement for the surfing community to carry on that dream from 100 years ago with Duke Kahanamoku. Now to see that longboarding has the opportunity to be included into that schedule as well, to be able to give a different discipline, the original discipline of surfing, the opportunity to showcase the beauty and the majesty of wave riding on a different type of craft.
Right, and surfing back in the day in Hawaiian history, you know, only the you know, at one point, only the kings and queens surfed, and that's why our surf break in Hawaii, where we all grew up surfing, the whole Hawaii team and myself included, is that's why it's called Queens. It's the start of where, you know, Duke Kahanamoku, that level and lifestyle of the Beach Boys really started. And so for us to pay homage here in El Sanzal, you know, almost a quarter way around the world is amazing, and we are just here to live out that legacy that Duke Kahanamoku has started.
Shannon Hughes alongside Megan Godinez to call the action. We're in our final heat of the week. It's been a long week here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We've got gold medals in the moment. Honolua Bloomfield is sitting in that position with 13 minutes to continue defending that spot. When it comes to the teams conversation, we've also seen those rankings changing around throughout the week. Now coming into this morning for finals day, those top 4 teams were Brazil, Hawaii, France, and Japan. Japan sitting at the top of that leaderboard. They're still currently leading the team rankings based off of the current situation, even with Kai Salas taking out that gold, getting those valuable 1,000 points for Team Hawaii. Now the situation is this: if Natsumi finishes in second place or above, Japan will win the team medal. For Team Hawaii, Honolulu must win and Japan must finish third or less to be able to overtake Team Japan in that leading position. Team France, unfortunately, cannot win the gold medal overall based off of the rankings for the rest of their surfers outside of Zoe within this heat. And we already have seen that Team Brazil has dropped out of that gold medal conversation earlier today as well, with the loss of a couple other of their surfers in the route to these finals. So a lot of things coming down to it. It's been a big week here for the ISA Longboard World Championships. We're going to be back again next week for the ISA World Junior Championships. That's going to be a huge event. We've got over 400, I think I heard the other day, 440 kids in the draw.
Yep.
It's going to be a huge week here, a huge 10 days of competition kicking off on May 3rd. And, you know, this community here in Surf City, El Salvador, continuing to host with such graciousness, continuing to put so much in behind the scenes to welcome in the world's best surfers.
Yeah, and El Salvador is really the home of hosts, as they like to call themselves, and they really are showcasing that. You know, I've never felt more welcomed in any other country. The way they love on you and the way they open up their space and open up their home to us is really, really amazing. And for me, I hope to come back every year if I can.
Well, taking a look at the teams, hanging out on the beach, hanging out up at the different accommodation spots here on the shoreline, that was Team USA. They know that their surfer, Rachel Tilley, out of Capistrano Beach in Southern California, she's sitting with priority, and she needs an 8.5 on the board. It does look like there's now a set approaching. That was a really long lull in the middle of this final. That first exchange could be the one that really sets apart who's going to take away gold, as we now see Natsumi Teoka up and riding 5 to locked in 10, back to the 5 as she pedals off, but unfortunately goes down and cannot maintain that control on the first turn. That's not going to help her achieve that 8.8, though it will put a second score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 minutes left, and this was anticipated, right? We had that tide coming in, and we know that swell's dropping. The kilojoules on the wave energy is dropping for the day. So the good thing about that waves dropping is that, you know, previous days we had very big surf. It was well overhead. It was really hard and little difficult for the surfers to showcase their surfing. So with the waves being a little smaller today, you're going to really see a lot of the surfing rail to rail, really committed surfing, because there is going to be less of a consequence. You know, the other days, at least one board, one leash was breaking. So, but now, today, they're putting it all on the line to try and get that gold medal.
That's right. It is all on the line now. There's a set approaching: red with first priority, white with second priority, green with third, blue with fourth. Requirements in the 8-point range for every surfer outside of that leading gold medal position. And we're going to have our surfer in the lead in the gold medal spot at the moment. Honolulu Bloomfield swings to go under this wave as the other two in higher priority opt not to go. 5 to wrap around for that start, throws the stall, gets that quick tap to the hang 5. You can see the surface of that water not being quite as clean today, still offering a lot of dynamic opportunity. As Hono kicks out, Rachel Tilley locking into her next section on the hang 5. We saw some beautiful rail work from her as we were just checking out the end of Honolulu's wave, and now Rachel laying it all out here, trying to get herself into that 8.5 that she requires to take that leading position away. Her opening score was that 6.5. She's now got this wave to connect with on the inside. Is she going to be able to do it? It looks like it's going to fizzle out on her. In every other day of competition, that wave has just stood up enough again for the reform, but today it's been really challenging.
Yeah, like we said, that wave, the swell is dying, the kilojoules, the wave energy is dying with it. And also, you know, with the tide filling in, that's more water that the wave needs to figure out where to place. So the tide's filling in, you know, the swell's dropping. This is going to be a very eventful last few minutes of the heat, knowing that that set took about 4 or 5 minutes to come in. With 8 minutes left on the clock, we might see another campaign, a whole nother the judges might have to get put to work again at the end of this heat, and it's going to be very, very interesting.
That is right. Each one of these surfers in the water right now has won themselves an ISA medal in the past. For Zoe, for Natsumi, it's been those copper medals. For Rachel, it's been the silver. For Honolua, it's been the bronze medal in the open women's category in Hainan, China in 2018. And it was in 2013 in the open junior mixed category where she was competing against the boys that she took out that gold medal.
Yeah, I was
Each of
there.
them,
It was wild.
absolutely insane. As we take a look now at a paddle there, Natsumi had second priority. Honolua had third. We would expect to see that priority shift as we're looking at an actual repeat to the main event round number 5 heat that we saw earlier today. These 4 surfers were in that heat already, and we're basically seeing a replay of it right now. The waves being pretty different, though, to how we saw that heat go down with the amount of consistency and the excellent scores being dropped across the board. Rachel Tilley now up and riding again. Her score for the last wave, a 5.53. She's now locked in on the nose, currently sitting in the silver medal position. Goes for that big stretched out soul arch on the hang 5 for that next section. Beautiful little drop kind of under the lip of that wave. Digs into the rail, sets her line here as she comes through to the inside section. She was able to swing in on that wave that both Natsumi and Honolua missed as she gives that little ode to the ocean with those hands in the whitewater and wraps it back around to the inside. She may be able to find the connection on this wave. She kicks out right in the shore break, and that's going to be an opportunity to build on that score line.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to replace that 5.53. So that requirement will be a little easier and attainable. Right now, she needs an 8.5. So and knowing Rachel, she's going to want to get a perfect 10.
That's right. She'll be looking for that wave with that opportunity. And at this stage, I mean, you know, being that there's big requirements across the board for everyone, they're surfing for a gold medal position. If you're in the shoes of Natsumi, if you're in the shoes of Zoe, you know that you need really the perfect wave with a lot of size to give that opportunity. Do you wait it out? Do you just pull the trigger on some of those other waves that may offer you an excellent score, but may just kind of build the score line to take away that silver medal? As we take a look now at Zoe Gropion, locked into that long hang 5. She'll now draw her line back toward that whitewater, set her rail, waving up and down on this wave as she now just takes that high line, drops back down to the bottom, and is looking for that moment to capitalize. It was really exciting to see her make it into the final last year alongside of her teammate in Alice Lemoine, who walked away with that gold medal. Now she is the only French surfer on the women's side to be walking away in that medal position today, and she would love to be able to walk away with that ISA World Championship Tour name.
Yeah, I mean, all these women are going to want to walk away with that gold medal. And speaking of gold medal, you know, they're still a team, and that team effort still can get you into the gold medal, silver, bronze, and copper. So that's why it's very important that they know Honolua needs to win this heat in order for Hawaii to get that team that gold, and also for Natsumi to get first in order to get gold as well.
That's right. So as the team rankings stand, Honolua in a gold medal position and Natsumi sitting in a third or less. So the current situation, if the buzzer was to sound right now, Team Hawaii would walk away with gold. Natsumi needs to be able to finish in second or above in order for Team Japan to lock in that gold medal position, even if Honolua takes the win. If Natsumi is in silver, then Team Japan off. She carves back into the pocket, cross steps up as Honolua is up and riding on the wave, her priority. 5 to 10 locked in for Honolua as Natsumi cross steps into the for the hang 5. Honolua getting a lot of work done on the outside section as well as she carves back, and now we're seeing kind of mimicking moments from first wave to second wave as they're both relying on that tail, on that rail work to make it through these softer sections. Natsumi doing very well here to hug that whitewater line, to be able to stay in the part of the wave where it's going to offer her the opportunity to get another nose ride. Honolua as well, her wave swinging maybe a little bit wider than what we saw for that of Natsumi's. As Natsumi goes down right in the shallows, we'll pick up on the close-up of Honolua here to the inside section. pedals back as she comes off of the nose once again. That was an out pressure on Rachel Tilley, who's currently chasing just shy of that 7 in a 6.9 off of her last wave.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we anticipated this moment, you know, to have these nail-biting moments and just on this time crunch. You know, we knew that the waves were going to come at that back half of that heat, that the timing of that swell, the way the tide was working. And that was a really smart move on Rachel's part, knowing that she needed that score of a 6.90 and she needed to get another wave under her feet to replace that that 6.57.
And there was really just that one wave that popped up right at the finish. She gets a 6.9, but Honolua Bloomfield drops the highest wave of the women's final in 8.43, and Honolua will claim the gold medal for Team Hawaii. Rachel Tilley did exactly what she needed on the final wave, but Honolua was able to better that requirement, and Rachel Tilley will finish in that silver medal position. Natsume Teoka of Japan in bronze, and Zoe Grospion of France in copper, as Honolua Bloomfield, the Hawaiian out of the North Shore, gets lifted on the chairs of her friend, of her partner there, and will get the chair up the beach as Team Hawaii secures themselves a gold medal and the Hawaiian contingency rises to the top.
Wow, I'm really trying to hold back tears here, you know. It's such a crazy moment for Hawaii right now, you know, being there at Honolua's first ISA event in 2013 in Peru, and now being here watching her win a gold medal for the women's division is, you know, to me, that's better. That's better than winning a world title for myself, to be honest, to see the kids happy doing this.
An incredible performance from both of these surfers. They put together such a strong battle. You can see Rachel there just getting some hugs and some love from her friends, from the fellow competitors across the field. And a great battle in the end there between Rachel and Honolua, who have battled out for their world titles. They have been...
They've had a lot of one-on-one heats, and now, you know, adding the likes of, you know, Natsumi and Zoe to the mix, it's even harder. But yes, they have had a lot of one-on-one battles and amazing surfing from all the women. You know, being women surfers as we are, it is so amazing to see what the ISA has done and the way that this sport is progressing and growing. And I'm, you know, I can gladly say I'm really, really proud to be a surfer.
I feel exactly the same way. And to be a longboarder amongst that surfing community, to see the love, the support here this week, to see these surfers continuing to push the boundaries, to ask the question of what good traditional longboarding is, and to answer it with the surfing that they have been delivering. We can now go down to your newest crowned gold medalist here for the ISA World Longboard Championships, Honolua Bloomfield.
Thank you so much. I am joined by the 2024 ISA World Women's Longboard Champion, Honolua Bloomfield, representing Hawaii. A huge congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
So following Kai's win, that's a second gold today for Hawaii, which means Hawaii also gets the team gold. How proud are you to be a Hawaiian today?
I'm so freaking proud.
And Duke Hanamoku was known as the greatest freestyle swimmer in the world, 3 gold medals, and when he was on the podium, his dream was to have surfing in the Olympic Games. ISA's president, Fernando Aguirre, made that happen in Tokyo 2020, and now we are pushing for Los Angeles 2028 Summer Games. How amazing would it to be a longboarder in the Olympic Games?
Oh man, it would be so insane. I think that's like everybody's goal in life, the Olympics, like in their sport, right? So for it to be included, I think that would be really special, and I'm really hoping it happens.
And it was known as the sport of kings. It was only accessible to the kings and queens in Hawaii, and you are the queen of the event. You got to be feeling amazing.
I just, honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I really wanted it so bad, and for it to come and happen to me, it feels insane.
Well, let's say something to everyone in Hawaii who has got to be walking on air right now that you have taken the gold.
Mahalo for watching me and supporting me. Yeah, and thank you for my team for being here the whole week. And yeah, I'm just so happy.
Mahalo, Honolua. Huge congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you so much. What a special way to finish out this year's ISA World Longboard Championships. Shannon Hughes, Megan Godinez here. It has been an honor to call it alongside of a Hawaiian, to be able to see Honolulu, to be able to see Kai win those gold medals as well. An incredibly special event.
Yeah, and it's amazing that I can be here in this moment and not in a jersey and sharing this space with all of you at the ISA. You know, Jay, Bob, Fede, all of you guys have just really opened your hearts and space to not only me, but to all the nations of the world. And it's truly, truly an honor to be here.
It has been an incredible week to have you alongside with us. Thank you so much to everyone that has been tuning in. Thank you so much to the surfers. This is what it is all about, for them to rise to the occasion, for us to see the most perfect waves the entire week, the consistency of Sunzal, for El Salvador to host this event again, and for these surfers to have the opportunity to really paddle out at one of the best right-hand points for competition that we've seen in the world.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is probably the best right point break I've seen in the world. I mean, in Peru, when we were there for the ISA 2013, I saw the prettiest, longest left in the world. So I'm very honored to be, you know, a part of the ISA and having to be able to be around the world and so internationally grown as a sport, but to also see the faces of old friends and making new ones is really, really amazing.
It's a great place. It's a great community to be a part of, that's for sure. We've had a huge week here. We've now crowned our gold medalists. We've got all of our finals finished, and we can kind of take a breath and relax, maybe get a few waves ourselves as well.
Yeah.
And we're going to have the closing ceremonies that will be coming up shortly, an incredibly special time for those teams to be able to be celebrated.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Surfing is very independent. So to do this as a team is absolutely amazing. Being on the stage and having that podium, you know, similar to what the Olympics is set up as, you know, the gold on the very top with the #1 on the bottom. It's something so close and so dear to our hearts, being that, you know, longboarding can get into that 2028 Olympics. So, you know, I can only hope and pray that that happens.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in. We're so hopeful to see longboarding in the future Olympics and to be able to see more events like this crowning traditional longboarders as the champions. Stay tuned. We'll have the closing ceremonies shortly as soon as we can wrangle everybody together and get them across the beach to where our closing ceremonies will be. Stay tuned now for the highlights and just sit back and enjoy some very good surfing that we have been able to appreciate throughout this week. Thanks so much for tuning in, and we'll see you in just a moment.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the action. We're straight into it as the Hawaiian Honolua Bloomfield rides the opening wave of the women's final straight onto the nose. Now looking to drive back into the pocket. Swings it back up for that next set of cross-stepping and into a quick tap to the 5. Setting herself up with a great-looking section in front of her. Gets this opening exchange. And she's going to be just driving through, using that back foot nice and tight, dynamic over that tail of the board to really redirect this 9-foot-plus piece of equipment underneath her feet that has allowed her to dance her way through to ISA gold in the past as the juniors champion in 2013, and as well to 3 world titles with the WSL. She's had an incredible journey to getting to this stage of her career, and she is not done yet, with the hopes of putting another ISA gold medal to her name today out in the lineup.
Yeah, especially, you know, finally that I've composed myself after that win from Kai.
Was incredible. It was huge congratulations to Kai
and especially with Honolua being out there right now, I just feel so proud to be here and to be Hawaiian and to be in this moment, to share space with everyone. But back to the men in that heat, and now she wants to win gold for the women.
Rachel Tilley, the former silver medalist in the women's division of that same year in 2013, she would love to go one better and take away the gold for herself. A WSL world champion, the youngest to ever do it at 17 years old, now up and riding, connecting the dots on a beautiful looking ride. As we can see, a couple paddles out the back behind Rachel and no one getting into that set. Rachel looking for this inside section now to try and match the 7-point ride that has just dropped in for the first of Honolua. This wave just fizzling out on her. It doesn't allow her the inside connection. She got a lot of important work done on the outside though, as we can see sets approaching. 30 minutes on the women's final. We have Honolua and Rachel up against Natsume Teoka of Japan and Zoe Grosbion of France, as Natsumi locks herself into a great looking fast hang 5. Racing a bit out of the pocket, I will say, as she now uses that rail work, that turn to drive back into it. Sets herself up into the high line, now carves back and resets as this wave has so much opportunity. It's a great wave to be able to get those outside nose rides and then really demonstrate the surfers that have speed, power, and flow in their surfing, but without taking it radical, progressive, aggressive as well. We want to see that done in a traditional manner, where that board is fully on rail, where that fin, whether it's a single fin or a 2+1, they're just guiding that 9 feet of equipment. And the women's division has done a phenomenal job this entire event of displaying that type of traditional surfing. Natsumi, being one of the best, has booked herself a spot now into the final. She'll be fighting for a gold medal. She has formerly made it into the final rounds of competition here in the women's side of the draw and took out that copper medal in 2018. She's now hopeful to go for gold.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful exchange from the surfers in this heat. You know, Honolua being from Hawaii, Rachel Tilley being USA, Natsumi from Japan, and Zoe Grosbion from France. And I love how international this heat is. It's everyone from their home country, their hometown, represented in this final for the women's today. And it's so amazing to see them to get to do this at El Sunzal, El Salvador, in one of the, like I said before, one of the most perfect right-hand point breaks I've ever seen in my life.
It's really unbelievable. And for Honolua, she already opened up on that 7. She's now perched back onto the nose in a great rhythm with those sets for her at the start of this heat. It's the type of start that she would love to have and has taken her to those big victories in the past. Some of those victories have come from right-hand point breaks, so it's understandable that she's feeling right here at home once again, as we see her just working that rail work. Her opening world title at the WSL World Longboard Championships was that at Jinzhou Harbor in Taiwan, which is a great right-hand break. It's that reef break. It has those challenging sections. It has that softer section through. And I remember her taking out that victory in 2018 and just being so graceful the whole way throughout her performance. Now looking to do the same thing on a similar style wave here at El Sunzal. Working her way through to the inside section. Of course, then she's taken out the world title victory at Malibu as well. So these right-hand point breaks have done Honolua a lot of favors.
Yeah, absolutely, and she's gonna pull it together for this heat.
Well, 23 minutes on the clock. We've got scores to drop across the board, and as we wait for those, let's go down to the Hawaiian, to Kai Salas, your 2024 ISA World Longboard gold medalist.
Thank you so much. Here I have your new 2024 ISA World Longboard champion, Kai Salas, representing Hawaii. A huge congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
So you're the reigning WSL World Champion, your second ISA gold since Hainan, China. How does it feel to just reach a new chapter in your whole life of longboarding, being recognized as being on top of your competition game and also getting your amazing KSL board company designs, being recognized as the top shapes in the world right now?
Yeah. Hey, this one's for the, the 40 and over club. All you older guys out there, like, I'm just proof that you can, still accomplish your dreams and still compete with the young guys. And also this one's for Hawaii. Super proud to be, representing Hawaii against, like, what was it, 38 other countries on an international stage. And yeah, just so proud to be standing up here representing my home.
I'd say you're on top of your game and you're just getting started here. How much appeal do you think this crazy event with nonstop waves, amazing surfing, has nudged the Olympic Committee to consider longboarding in our Los Angeles 2028 Olympics?
Yeah, man, that would be, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be competing, but that would be a dream of mine to see, all the younger generation competing in the Olympics. That was something I wished for my whole career, was like to be included in the Olympics. And, if anyone's out there listening to this, please get longboarding into the Olympics, man. It would be an amazing sport to have.
Don't you dare retire before 2028, because I want to see your surfing on the world's biggest stage ever. It's been an amazing time with you, and you've had such momentum. You've just been glowing all day. It's amazing. I'm so proud of you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Just want to say hi to my wife and kids back home. I did it. Let's go.
Yeah, you did, man. Let's go see someone else do it, as we're going to go and get back to that live with the women's finals. Back up to the booth with you ladies. Thanks so much, Kai.
Thanks so much. An incredible result for Kai, who is the reigning world longboard champion from the WSL Tour. Now adds to that victory with the ISA World Longboard title for this year, as well as backing up his win in 2018. An incredible run of events that he's been able to take out the best in the world. Like he said, competing against so many nations here, 38 in total. 130 athletes in the draw this week. It's been a really special moment for him to rise to the top, to fight his way back through those rapid charge rounds as well, to become victorious.
Yeah, and it's incredible, in other tours that we do, there's a lot of times where, we have like the off days or a lay day, but here the waves are constantly pumping. So it was 6 days of constant surfing. There was no break. So this truly shows that longboarding is a marathon. Surfing is a marathon, and I see no reason for it to be in the 2028 Olympics.
Yeah, it really would be an incredible addition to that, and it really showcases the talent and skill that it requires for these surfers to not just be surfers, but to be athletes, as well as the finesse and the nuances to being an athlete who has to understand an ever-changing playing field that is the ocean.
Right, it's not like the tennis court. We don't have something that's it's stationary. We don't have, a ball to throw into the hoop or a ball to hit with a bat. It's very much, we really have to connect with Mother Earth. Like, it's one of the most, if not the most grounding sport, because we rely so much on the ocean, but at the same time, we respect it. And that's what's the beauty of surfing in general, is that we have to have that relationship, As we see Honolua up and riding with this 8.07 that she dropped. Beautiful carving up the face, nice, beautiful, very well hang 5 over the nose, and I love the way she gets on the top of that wave to really carve back down into that foamy section, and that right there, that really she sits into those turns, meaning that she's not just using her ankles, her knees, she's really using her whole body, the glutes, the core. It's really utilizing your entire body to get those turns done. As she works her way into this inside here, just slowly cross-stepping. She knows she got a lot of work done on the outside. She just needs to stamp it at the end.
Well, an incredible performance, and we'll see how she was able to finish this wave off. Locks in a score of an 8.07 for the Hawaiian out of the North Shore of Oahu. So well-rounded in the craft that she rides, from short boards to those fun boards in between, those fishes that she'll paddle out in the lineup on. And of course, very good at riding a longboard, at having that 9 feet plus underneath her feet to glide across the face of a wave. Out in the lineup right now with 18 minutes remaining, Honolua sitting in the lead for Hawaii with an 8.07 and a 7-point ride. Zoe Grospion from France sitting with a 6.93 on the board. She has such a keen relationship with this wave. Her sister, her brother-in-law live right here at Sunzal. She gets to surf this wave more than most others in the time outside of these events. She also has a wave back at home close to Biarritz that is a powerful right-hander. It's got some of those kind of slopey sections to it as well, and it's got a heavy in section. It's in Saint Jean de Luz. It's called La Finetta, and it's a great wave that Zoe, that the likes of Alice Lemoyne as well, surf a lot when they're back at home on the coast of France. And for her to be able to continue to put that display on at a wave like this, it's really showcasing her relationship in these types of conditions in a wave like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to give her that upper advantage, right? Is really having that wave to practice at home, where you're used to, where you're comfortable, you know, that is your home, but also practicing at this wave. You know, Zoe, with her sister being here and her brother-in-law, she's almost like a semi-local, and so she knows this wave very well, as she has showcased in the previous heats. She really put waves together. There was a couple waves she had a bobble on, but that was due to the tide filling in, so it created more chop, and a little bit, as you can see, a little bit of that corduroy texture on the surface of that wave. And yeah, I'm excited to see what they pull off.
Yeah, it's really exciting. Rachel Tilley sitting with priority, currently chasing an 8.50 to take that gold medal position away from Honolua. Natsumi sitting with an 8.8 requirement to take away that leading position.
Yeah, and especially with, you know, these are scores that they've already dropped. An 8.14 is what Zoe needs to get up into that first position. Rachel needing an 8.5. Natsumi needing an 8.8. These are all scores these women have already scored. So they know what it takes, the requirement it takes to get these scores. Now it comes down to them selecting the perfect wave.
The perfect wave is what it's going to take at this stage to get those solid scores on the board. We have seen those big scores drop throughout this event. We've seen those 8s. We've also seen those scores going up into that 9 range. We have yet to see that actual perfect 10, though we've seen some waves that gave us those gut feelings inside that it could have easily been that sort of equation.
Yeah, I mean, Kai's last wave at that 9.5, I in my eyes, I thought that was a 10, and it, you know, the judges scored him for that. That was a 9.5. He just missed it by 0.5, but he took the gold medal, so he's okay with it.
That's right. He took that gold medal. He'll be hoping for the opportunity to win an Olympic gold medal as well one day. There is the potential for longboarding to be included in the calendar for the LA 28 Olympics. Shortboarding has been confirmed now as a core sport in the Olympic program, which means it's there to stay. And that's an incredible achievement for the surfing community to carry on that dream from 100 years ago with Duke Kahanamoko. Now to see that longboarding has the opportunity to be included into that schedule as well, to be able to give a different discipline, the original discipline of surfing, the opportunity to showcase the beauty and the majesty of wave riding on a different type of craft.
Right, and surfing back in the day in Hawaiian history, you know, only the you know, at one point only the kings and queens surfed. And that's why our surf break in Hawaii, where we all grew up surfing, the whole Hawaii team, and myself included, is that's why it's called Queens. It's the start of where, you know, Duke Kahanamoku, that level and lifestyle of the Beach Boys really started. And so for us to pay homage here in El Sanzal, you know, almost a quarter way around the world is amazing. And we are just here to live out that legacy that Duke Kahanamoku has started.
Shannon Hughes alongside Megan Godinez to call the action. We're in our final heat of the week. It's been a long week here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We've got gold medals in the moment. Honolulu Bloomfield is sitting in that position with 13 minutes to continue defending that spot. When it comes to the teams conversation, we've also seen those rankings changing around throughout the week. Now coming into this morning for finals day, those top 4 teams were Brazil, Hawaii, France, and Japan. Japan sitting at the top of that leaderboard. They're still currently leading the team rankings based off of the current situation, even with Kai Salas taking out that gold, getting those valuable 1,000 points for Team Hawaii. Now the situation is this: if Natsumi finishes in 2nd place or above, Japan will win the team medal. For Team Hawaii, Honolulu must win and Japan must finish 3rd or less to be able to overtake Team Japan in that leading position. Team France unfortunately cannot win the gold medal overall based off of the rankings for the rest of their surfers outside of Zoe within this heat. And we already have seen that Team Brazil has dropped out of that gold medal conversation earlier today as well, with the loss of a couple other of their surfers in the route to these finals. So a lot of things coming down to it. It's been a big week here for the ISA Longboard World Championships. We're going to be back again next week for the ISA World Junior Championships. That's going to be a huge event. We've got over 400, I think I heard the other day, 440 kids in the draw.
Yep.
It's going to be a huge week here, a huge 10 days of competition kicking off on May 3rd. And, you know, this community here in Surf City, El Salvador, continuing to host with such graciousness, continuing to put so much in behind the scenes to welcome in the world's best surfers.
Yeah, and El Salvador is really the home of hosts, as they like to call themselves, and they really are showcasing that. You know, I've never felt more welcomed in any other country. The way they love on you and the way they open up their space and open up their home to us is really, really amazing. And for me, I hope to come back every year if I can.
Well, taking a look at the teams, hanging out on the beach, hanging out up at the different accommodation spots here on the shoreline, that was Team USA. They know that their surfer, Rachel Tilley, out of Capistrano Beach in Southern California, she's sitting with priority, and she needs an 8.5 on the board. It does look like there's now a set approaching. That was a really long lull in the middle of this final. That first exchange could be the one that really sets apart who's going to take away gold, as we now see Natsumi Teoka up and riding 5 to locked in 10, back to the 5 as she pedals off, but unfortunately goes down and cannot maintain that control on the first turn. That's not going to help her achieve that 8.8, though it will put a second score on the board.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 minutes left, and this was anticipated, right? We had that tide coming in, and we know that swell's dropping. The kilojoules on the wave energy is dropping for the day. So the good thing about that waves dropping is that, you know, previous days we had very big surf. It was well overhead. It was really hard and little difficult for the surfers to showcase their surfing. So with the waves being a little smaller today, you're going to really see a lot of the surfing rail to rail, really committed surfing, because there is going to be less of a consequence. You know, the other days, at least one board, one leash was breaking. So, but now, today, they're putting it all on the line to try and get that gold medal.
That's right. It is all on the line now. There's a set approaching. Red with first priority, white with second priority, green with third, blue with fourth. Requirements in the 8-point range for every surfer outside of that leading gold medal position. And we're going to have our surfer in the lead in the gold medal spot at the moment. Honolulu Bloomfield swings to go under this wave as the other two in higher priority opt not to go. 5 to wrap around for that start, throws the stall, gets that quick tap to the hang 5. You can see the surface of that water not being quite as clean today, still offering a lot of dynamic opportunity. As Hono kicks out, Rachel Tilley locking into her next section on the hang 5. We saw some beautiful rail work from her as we were just checking out the end of Honolua's wave, and now Rachel laying it all out here, trying to get herself into that 8.5 that she requires to take that leading position away. Her opening score was that 6.5. She's now got this wave to connect with on the inside. Is she going to be able to do it? It looks like it's going to fizzle out on her. In every other day of competition, that wave has just stood up enough again for the reform, but today it's been really challenging.
Yeah, like we said, that wave, the swell is dying, the kilojoules, the wave energy is dying with it. And also, you know, with the tide filling in, that's more water that the wave needs to figure out where to place. So the tide's filling in, you know, the swell's dropping. This is going to be a very eventful last few minutes of the heat, knowing that that set took about 4 or 5 minutes to come in. With 8 minutes left on the clock, we might see another campaign, a whole nother, the judges might have to get put to work again at the end of this heat. And it's going to be very, very interesting.
That is right. Each one of these surfers in the water right now has won themselves an ISA medal in the past. For Zoe, for Natsumi, it's been those copper medals. For Rachel, it's been the silver. For Honolua, it's been the bronze medal in the open women's category in Hainan, China in 2018. And it was in 2013 in the open junior mixed category where she was competing against the boys that she took out that gold medal.
Yeah, I was there.
Them,
it was wild.
Absolutely insane. As we take a look now at a paddle there, Natsumi had second priority. Honolua had third. We would expect to see that priority shift as we're looking at an actual repeat to the main event round number 5 heat that we saw earlier today. These 4 surfers were in that heat already, and we're basically seeing a replay of it right now. The waves being pretty different, though, to how we saw that heat go down with the amount of consistency and the excellent scores being dropped across the board. Rachel Tilley now up and riding again. Her score for the last wave, a 5.53. She's now locked in on the nose, currently sitting in the silver medal position. Goes for that big stretched out soul arch on the hang 5 for that next section. Beautiful little drop kind of under the lip of that wave. Digs into the rail, sets her line here as she comes through to the inside section. She was able to swing in on that wave that both Natsumi and Honolua missed as she gives that little ode to the ocean with those hands in the whitewater and wraps it back around to the inside. She may be able to find the connection on this wave. She kicks out right in the shore break, and that's going to be an opportunity to build on that score line.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to replace that 5.53. So that requirement will be a little easier and attainable. Right now, she needs an 8.5. So and knowing Rachel, she's going to want to get a perfect 10.
That's right. She'll be looking for that wave with that opportunity. And at this stage, I mean, you know, being that there's big requirements across the board for everyone, they're surfing for a gold medal position. If you're in the shoes of Natsumi, if you're in the shoes of Zoe, you know that you need really the perfect wave with a lot of size to give that opportunity. Do you wait it out? Do you just pull the trigger on some of those other waves that may offer you an excellent score, but may just kind of build the score line to take away that silver medal? As we take a look now at Zoe Gropion, locked into that long hang 5. She'll now draw her line back toward that whitewater, set her rail, waving up and down on this wave as she now just takes that high line, drops back down to the bottom, and is looking for that moment to capitalize. It was really exciting to see her make it into the final last year alongside of her teammate in Alice Lemoine, who walked away with that gold medal. Now she is the only French surfer on the women's side to be walking away in that medal position today, and she would love to be able to walk away with that ISA World Championship Tour name.
Yeah, I mean, all these women are going to want to walk away with that gold medal. And speaking of gold medal, you know, they're still a team, and that team effort still can get you into the gold medal, silver, bronze, and copper. So that's why it's very important that they know Honolua needs to win this heat in order for Hawaii to get that team that gold, and also for Natsumi to get first in order to get gold as well.
That's right. So as the team rankings stand, Honolua in a gold medal position and Natsumi sitting in a third or less. So the current situation, if the buzzer was to sound right now, Team Hawaii would walk away with gold. Natsumi needs to be able to finish in second or above in order for Team Japan to lock in that gold medal position, even if Honolua takes the win. If Natsumi is in silver, then Team Japan will get that gold medal. As we take a look at a nice perched in 5 to 10 to start things off, draws a huge line as she carves back into the pocket. Cross steps up as Honolua is up and riding on the wave just behind using her priority. 5 to 10 locked in for Honolua as Natsumi cross steps into the inside, throws that quick soul arch for the hang 5. Honolua getting a lot of work done on the outside section as well as she carves back, and now we're seeing kind of mimicking moments from first wave to second wave as they're both relying on that tail, on that rail work to make it through these softer sections. Natsumi doing very well here to hug that whitewater line, to be able to stay in the part of the wave where it's gonna offer her the opportunity to get another nose ride. Honolua as well, her wave swinging maybe a little bit wider than what we saw for that of Natsumi's. As Natsumi goes down right in the shallows, we'll pick up on the close-up of Honolua. Here to the inside section, pedals back as she comes off of the nose once again. That was an outstanding outside section for Honolua on a decent-sized wave, a smart use of priority in that situation. And though she looks kind of nervous right now, she is sitting in a commanding position in this gold medal match.
Yeah, I think that that last wave right there will be up there with that 8.07. I have a feeling that it will better that 7.0 just because of that really beautiful tight hang 10 out the back. She really did, like you said, all the work outside. Here we are with this high line, beautiful in the pocket, hang 10 levitating, and that's what the judges want to see. That elevation really go up as you walk towards that nose. And she comes in for another tight hang 5, swooping carving cut back right back into the whitewash. And this is where, you know, a lot of the times surfers will bobble that deep section, but she just keeps redirecting her board into that pocket, redirecting her board into that whitewash, because that's where the power is, as she waits for this double up to come and form a little bit of a face for her to get back on the nose. But she's staying busy. She's staying composed. She's not standing too much, and if she is, it's to stall. And I love the way she has that quick tap of that 5, really working that board back into this inside section. Nice hang 5 over the nose and cleanly finishes that. Really ends with the stamp on that wave.
We're down to the final 90 seconds. The last score of Rachel Tilley in 8.17 doesn't get her into the lead, but it now has her sitting in silver, looking for only a 6.9 to take gold away. Honolua with her last wave could be improving on the 7. She could be improving on the 8. That outside nose ride, like you said, that levitation, that moment of magic where she's literally lifting herself off the face of the water and just gliding through the air. Incredible start to that wave and well executed through the remainder of it.
And that's why, you know, hang 10 get well rewarded, is because when that board is behind that wave, you don't see anything besides the person standing. So it really looks like a magic trick. It really looks like they're levitating. And that's why the degree of difficulty on the hang 10s really get scored from the judges.
We've got another score that's dropped through. It's a 6.5 for last of Natsumi. Her ask is now an 8.57. It's slightly lower to take gold away. Rachel Tilley now with the paddle. Right now, she only needs a 6.9. There's 20 seconds on the clock, and there's one wave remaining. She has to go. We don't know if that requirement is going to grow based off of the wave for last of Honolua, as Rachel goes from a long 5 to a quick 10 back into that 5, stretches out, and now pedals back to engage that rail. This will be the last wave ridden within the heat, and she has an opportunity to take away that gold medal slot unless Honolua increase that score by just too much. Rachel doing everything that she possibly can, putting that board in that trim point, using those soul arches on the bottom turns, finding this connection now to the inside section, making up for those kind of lost in sections on her earlier waves. She's gonna find this trim, she's gonna glide through and even make it onto a different wave, it seems like, within this line and the reform on the inside. This is just even a magical moment of wave knowledge of knowing her equipment under her feet, that Josh Martin surfboards, and just finding that trim line that we love, that feeling we love as longboarders as she'll come into the inside.
I can't believe that she's still on this wave. Wow, the knowledge that she has.
I don't think she can believe it either.
I know, she is so excited. She's like, wow, I caught that from the outside and caught that in and really just worked her way in it. I mean, at one point I was like, is she even still on a wave? But that's a testament to the knowledge that these surfers have, and this is why they deserve to be in the final fighting for that gold medal.
Unbelievable. Well, there you can see Team USA meeting Rachel on the beach, her teammate, and Caitlin Mickelson. Now the remaining question is on Honolua Bloomfield and Rachel Tilley. They're in the gold and the silver medal positions at the moment. Honolua's previous wave dropped in as a 5.67. It didn't better her situation. She's hopeful that her last ride will come through above that 7-point ride to put bigger pressure on Rachel Tilley, who's currently chasing just shy of that 7 in a 6.9 off of her last wave.
Yeah, this is, I mean, we anticipated this moment, you know, to have these nail-biting moments and just on this time crunch. You know, we knew that the waves were going to come at that back half of that heat, that the timing of that swell, the way the tide was working. And that was a really smart move on Rachel's part, knowing that she needed that score of a 6.90 and she needed to get another wave under her feet to replace that that 6.57.
And there was really just that one wave that popped up right at the finish. She gets a 6.9, but Honolua Bloomfield drops the highest wave of the women's final, an 8.43, and Honolua will claim the gold medal for Team Hawaii. Rachel Tilley did exactly what she needed on the final wave, but Honolua was able to better that requirement, and Rachel Tilley will finish in that silver medal position. Natsume Teoka of Japan in bronze, and Zoe Grospion of France in copper, as Honolua Bloomfield, the Hawaiian out of the North Shore, gets lifted on the chairs of her friend, of her partner there, and will get the chair up the beach as Team Hawaii secures themselves a gold medal and the Hawaiian contingency rises to the top.
Wow, I'm really trying to hold back tears here, you know. It's such a crazy moment for Hawaii right now, you know, being there at Honolua's first ISA event in 2013 in Peru, and now being here watching her win a gold medal for the women's division is, you know, to me, that's better. That's better than winning a world title for myself, to be honest, to see the kids happy doing this.
An incredible performance from both of these surfers. They put together such a strong battle. You can see Rachel there just getting some hugs and some love from her friends, from the fellow competitors across the field. And a great battle in the end there between Rachel and Honolua, who have battled out for their world titles. They have been...
They've had a lot of one-on-one heats, and now, you know, adding the likes of, you know, Natsumi and Zoe to the mix, it's even harder. But yes, they have had a lot of one-on-one battles and amazing surfing from all the women. You know, being women surfers as we are, it is so amazing to see what the ISA has done and the way that this sport is progressing and growing. And I'm, you know, I can gladly say I'm really, really proud to be a surfer.
I feel exactly the same way. And to be a longboarder amongst that surfing community, to see the love, the support here this week, to see these surfers continuing to push the boundaries, to ask the question of what good traditional longboarding is, and to answer it with the surfing that they have been delivering. We can now go down to your newest crowned gold medalist here for the ISA World Longboard Championships, Honolua Bloomfield.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by the 2024 ISA World Women's Longboard Champion, Honolua Bloomfield, representing Hawaii. A huge congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
So following Kai's win, that's a second gold today for Hawaii, which means Hawaii also gets the team gold. How proud are you to be a Hawaiian today?
I'm so freaking proud.
And Duke Hanamoku was known as the greatest freestyle swimmer in the world, 3 gold medals, and when he was on the podium, his dream was to have surfing in the Olympic Games. ISA's president, Fernando Aguirre, made that happen in Tokyo 2020, and now we are pushing for Los Angeles 2028 Summer Games. How amazing would it to be a longboarder in the Olympic Games?
Oh man, it would be so insane. I think that's like everybody's everybody's goal in life, the Olympics, like in their sport, right? So for it to be included, I think that would be really special, and I'm really hoping it happens.
And it was known as the sport of kings. It was only accessible to the kings and queens in Hawaii, and you are the queen of the event. You got to be feeling amazing.
I just, honestly, I'm at a loss for words. I really wanted it so bad, and for it to come and happen to me, it feels insane.
Well, let's say something to everyone in Hawaii who has got to be walking on air right now that you have taken the gold.
Mahalo for watching me and supporting me. Yeah, and thank you for my team for being here the whole week. And yeah, I'm just so happy.
Mahalo, Honolua. Huge congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you so much. What a special way to finish out this year's ISA World Longboard Championships. Shannon Hughes, Megan Godinez here. It has been an honor to call it alongside of a Hawaiian, to be able to see Honolua, to be able to see Kai win those gold medals as well. An incredibly special event.
Yeah, and it's amazing that I can be here in this moment and not in a jersey and sharing this space with all of you at the ISA. You know, Jay, Bob, Fede, all of you guys have just really opened your hearts and space to not only me, but to all the nations of the world. And it's truly, truly an honor to be here.
It has been an incredible week to have you alongside with us. Thank you so much to everyone that has been tuning in. Thank you so much to the surfers. This is what it is all about, for them to rise to the occasion, for us to see the most perfect waves the entire week, the consistency of Sunzal, for El Salvador to host this event again, and for these surfers to have the opportunity to really paddle out at one of the best right-hand points for competition that we've seen in the world.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is probably the best right point break I've seen in the world. I mean, in Peru, when we were there for the ISA 2013, I saw the prettiest, longest left in the world. So I'm very honored to be, you know, a part of the ISA and having to be able to be around the world and so internationally grown.
pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo! Julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 julep, pop, 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 woo!
official closing ceremony of the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. All of the countries and athletes present have given their best effort, and it is with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes you all here.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la ceremonia oficial de clausura de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2024. Todos los países y atletas presentes han hecho su mejor esfuerzo en esta competencia y de parte de la ISA es un placer darles la bienvenida y tenerlos aquí.
We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today.
Nos gustaría darle la bienvenida y presentar a los siguientes dignatarios presentes con nosotros aquí en el escenario.
The Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Madam Morena Valdez.
La ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdez.
The Administrative Manager of INDES, Mr. Juan José Gómez.
Gerente administrativo de INDES, señor Juan José Gómez.
The Vice President of the Olympic Committee of El Salvador, Ms. Claudia de Hernández.
Vicepresidenta del Comité Olímpico de El Salvador, señora Claudia de Hernández.
And the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo.
Y el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo.
And now it is my privilege to introduce you to the Minister of Tourism, Madam Morena Valdez.
Ahora es un privilegio presentarles a la ministra de Turismo, la señora Morena Valdez.
Thank you, Ben and Itzhak. Hello. ¿Qué tal las olas que nunca paran del Sunsal?
Hi, how did you think the waves were right now?
Prometimos muchas olas para este torneo.
We promised a lot of waves for this tournament.
Además, mucho café.
Besides, a lot of coffee as well.
Mucho calor.
Lot of heat.
Pero sobre todo, mucha calidez de parte de todos nuestros anfitriones salvadoreños.
But above all, a lot of warmth coming from the hosts here in El Salvador.
Ahora solo espero que cada uno de ustedes sean embajadores de nuestro país.
Now, I am happy to wait for all of you to become ambassadors of our country.
Quisiera destacar algo que tiene que ver con el surf que he aprendido en este torneo.
I would like to highlight something about surfing that I have learned from this tournament.
Al escuchar a Ginger, la chiquita italiana que está por ahí, ¿estás por ahí?
Hearing Ginger, the Italian girl that might be over there,
comprobé una vez más que el surf es como la vida.
I got proof that surf indeed is just like life.
Y que los surfers son ejemplo de vida en el mundo.
And that surfers are an example of life in all the world.
Y luego escuché a Kai Salas, no sé si está por ahí, Kai.
And then I also heard Kai Salas. I don't know if he's here as well.
Kai, no.
Kai, maybe not.
Kai. ¿Se anda? ¿Llega o no?
Is he here?
Quiero destacar una... Hola, Kai.
Hi, Kai.
Quiero destacar tus palabras.
I just want to highlight a bit your words from earlier.
Cuando has ganado ese campeonato.
When you earned this championship.
Acerca del surf, la vida y la edad.
About surf, age, and life.
Y que sí se puede después de los 40 ser campeón mundial de surf de longboard.
And that, yes, even after 40, you can become a champion of longboard.
Woo! Pero sobre todo aprendí de ellos dos que no importa la edad.
But above all, I learned from both of you that age does not matter in surfing.
Ni las condiciones que tengas.
Or any conditions that you might have.
Si tú quieres y lo quieres acá.
If you want it and you have that in your head.
Lo puedes hacer siempre y eso es lo que nos demuestra el surf a nivel mundial este día.
You can always achieve it if you want it, and that is what surfing proves to us another day.
No quisiera terminar sin felicitar a nuestro equipo salvadoreño.
I wouldn't want to finish this speech before congratulating again our national team.
Que han demostrado que también cuando se quiere, se puede. Este es el torneo de la ISA de Longboard que más lejos hemos llegado en posiciones. Somos el número 16 en el mundo. Felicidades, chicos.
Congratulations, guys. You have demonstrated that we have been able to get as far as we have in this tournament. You guys were number 16th. This is the furthest we have ever been in this longboard tournament. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations.
Y quiero terminar agradeciendo a todos nuestros atletas latinoamericanos. Viva Latinoamérica, porque han mostrado también un gran, de verdad, desempeño en este torneo.
I would also love to congratulate the Latin American athletes who participated in this tournament. You guys have given us Latin America a good name in surfing.
Y a nuestros nuevos amigos de Asia, Australia, de otros países, de otros continentes, y a nuestros nuevos amigos también de Hawái, los campeones, gracias por venir a El Salvador. Gracias a nuestros amigos de Francia también, que siempre están con nosotros y ahora nuevamente están mostrando de qué están hechos. A nuestros amigos de Estados Unidos, que también van a estar compartiendo el podio, y a nuestros amigos de Japón. La verdad que es una alegría poder estar con todos ustedes y ver que la cultura del surf va más allá de todo lo que podemos explicar, y siempre El Salvador va a tener estas olas, pero sobre todo va a tener su café, su cultura, sus volcanes, pero sobre todo su gente esperándolos una y otra vez. Thank you so much. Obrigada. Merci beaucoup. Arigato.
Thank you again to all of the other friends that we have made along this tournament. Asia, Australia, we have become new friends, and I'm really happy to have you guys here. This tournament has demonstrated that surfing is something that goes throughout everything. Thank you so much for coming here, for enjoying our country. We are proud for our coffee, for the waves, and to welcome you guys every year. Thank you again, France, the United States, and Japan. We will be sharing the podium with you guys in a bit, and we are very happy to have you guys here. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Minister Valdez.
Muchas gracias, Ministra Valdez.
And now the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, will present a special gift to the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Marina Valdez.
Y ahora el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo, le presentará un regalo especial a la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, Morena Valdez.
And now the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo, will present a special diploma to the Minister of Tourism, Ms. Marina Valdez, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to the country. It is the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place here in El Salvador as a legacy to this historic competition.
Y ahora el director ejecutivo de la ISA le hace entrega a la ministra de Turismo, Morena Valdez, un diploma especial que conmemora permanentemente las arenas del mundo en el país. Es la esperanza de la ISA que con este diploma las arenas del mundo ocupen un lugar visible y destacado en El Salvador como legado de esta histórica competencia.
Let's all welcome the medalists of the Open Men.
Damos la bienvenida a los medallistas de hombres.
The medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director, Mr. Robert Fasulo.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el director ejecutivo de la ISA, el señor Robert Fasulo.
The copper medalist, representing France, Edouard Del Perro.
El medallista de cobre en representación de Francia, Edouard Del Perro.
The bronze medalist, representing Brazil, Rodrigo Fire.
El medallista de bronce en representación de Brasil, Rodrigo Fire.
The silver medalist, representing Japan, Taka Inoue.
El medallista de plata en representación de Japón, Taka Inoue.
And this year's gold medalist, representing Hawaii, Kai Salas.
Y este 2024, el medallista de oro en representación de Hawái, Kai Salas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hawaii.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Hawái.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the Open Women.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas de la categoría damas.
The medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Morena Valdez.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdés.
The copper medalist, representing France, Zoé Grobiron.
La medallista de cobre en representación de Francia, Zoé Gropiron.
The bronze medalist, representing Japan, Natsumi Taoka.
La medallista de bronce en representación de Japón, Natsumi Taoka.
The silver medalist, representing the United States of America, Rachel Tilley.
La medallista de plata en representación de Estados Unidos, Rachel Tilley.
And this year's gold medalist, representing Hawaii, Honolulu Bloomfield.
Y este año, la medallista de oro en representación de Hawái, Honolulu Bloomfield.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hawaii.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Hawái.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a las medallistas.
And now we present the final ranking of the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship.
Y ahora presentamos el ranking final de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2024.
In 39th place, Guam. In 38th place, Israel. In 37th place, American Samoa. 36th place, Nicaragua. 35th place, Dominican Republic. 34th place, Guatemala. 33rd place, Sweden. In 32nd place, Wales. 31st place, Venezuela. 30th place, Italy. 29th place, Denmark. 28th place, Ecuador. 27th place, Panama. 26th place, Colombia. In 25th place, Germany. In 24th place, Chile. 23rd place, South Africa. In 22nd place, South Korea. In 21st place, the Netherlands. In 20th place, Costa Rica. 19th place, Puerto Rico. In 18th place, Chinese Taipei. 17th place, New Zealand. In 16th place, El Salvador. In 15th place, Canada. In 14th place, Spain. 13th place is Uruguay. In 12th place, Ireland. 11th place, Mexico. In 10th place, Portugal. In 9th place, Peru. In 8th place, the Philippines. 7th place is England. 6th place is Australia. In 5th place, the United States of America. And now the World Team Championship medals will be presented by the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, and the Minister of Tourism, Madam Morena Valdez.
Y ahora las medallas por equipo serán entregadas por el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fasulo, y la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdez.
The winners of the copper medal, with 2,138 points, Team Brazil, please come up to stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de cobre con 2.138 puntos, el equipo de Brasil. Por favor, bienvenidos al escenario.
Muito obrigado.
Felicidades al equipo de Brasil.
The winners of the bronze medal, with 2,318 points, Team France, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de bronce con 2.318 puntos, el equipo de Francia. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Merci beaucoup.
Felicidades al equipo de Francia.
The winners of the silver medal with 2,755 points. Team Japan, please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de plata con 2.755 puntos, el equipo de Japón. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Domo arigatou gozaimashita.
Felicidades al equipo de Japón.
And the winners of the gold medal and the new world team champion for the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship with 2,820 points, Team Hawaii, please come up to the stage.
Y los ganadores de la medalla de oro, el nuevo campeón de equipo mundial de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships 2024 con 2.820 puntos, el equipo de Hawái. Por favor, suban al escenario.
And now, the national anthem of Hawaii.
Y ahora el himno nacional de Hawái.
Mahalo.
Felicidades al equipo de Hawái.
Now the ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will officially declare closed the 2024 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship in a video message that he has recorded for us all.
Ahora el presidente de la ISA, señor Fernando Aguirre, declarará oficialmente cerrado el Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2024 en un mensaje de video.
Hello everybody in beautiful El Salvador. Hola a todos en esta hermosa El Salvador. As you can tell, I'm not there live. I'm watching it online and enjoying everything. The competition, the camaraderie, the amazing evolution of longboarding. I'm so excited for everybody. I'm glad that we have this amazing week of waves, El Salvador camaraderie and warm human beings. I hope you go home with memories of things to come, of next year longboard event, preparation, but memories especially of this beautiful week in El Salvador. I know these will be memories for a lifetime and friendships for a lifetime, so enjoy them. Espero que disfruten todos que hayan disfrutado todos estos días en El Salvador y que bueno, de vuelta en camino a sus casas, se regresen como embajadores de El Salvador y esta hermosa ola del Sunsal, una maravilla para longboarders. I hope that you bring home these wonderful memories of this wonder of nature, El Sunsal. What a beautiful longboard wave. Congratulations to the medalists. Congratulations to everybody. All you guys go home as champions. You were there. You were part of history. And let's keep our hopes together. Let's agitate on social media. So when the Olympic Committee makes the decision early 2025 for the final sports for Los Angeles 2028, longboard surfing is included alongside shortboarding. That will be wonderful. We can all do it together. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, El Salvador. Muchas gracias, presidente Bukele. Muchas gracias, ministra Morena Valdés. Muchas gracias, Alejo, y a todo el maravilloso equipo que ha puesto este campeonato en el horizonte una vez más. El Salvador, la capital mundial del longboard. Muchas gracias.